Okay.
Holy smokes, none of mine made it to 7.
No, maybe it's only 7.5.
Paul, can you hit
I
continue?
have a cousin.
Okay, we're live, Mayor.
Okay,
Seems like
on
half
behalf
hour.
of the City Council and the staff of Syracuse City, I'd like to welcome all of you to this meeting. This meeting is being held virtually as well as in person. According to the House Bill 5002 of the Open and Public Meetings Act amendment signed into law on June 25th of 2020, in-person attendance will be allowed in the Syracuse City Council chambers, or we are in the conference room tonight for a work session. That's 1979 West, 1900 South. Consideration of the COVID-19 pandemic, social distancing and mask wearing is encouraged, but not required. The meeting will be streamed live on the Syracuse City YouTube channel, and public participation will be allowed via Zoom through the link below. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and I have asked Jordan if he would offer an opening prayer or a thought, and then Dave, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Our Father in heaven, we are truly grateful to be gathered together today as representatives of this wonderful city. We ask for thy guidance, that we can be wise in decisions we make, that we can know how to best represent those whom we represent. And please bless us that we can be wise. And we also ask a special blessing on the city, that we can be blessed with rain. Also help us to be wise stewards of the water and resources we have. We are grateful for the opportunity we have to live here and be part of this great nation and this great state. Please bless us all, that we can be kind and that we can know how to serve each other. We're grateful for all of our many blessings, and this we pray in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. All rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yeah, they're up there.
Thank you.
One, sorry.
I'm sorry. Yes, please. Thank you.
Council, Cassie sent an email to all of us telling us that she had not received any public comment by email this day. So what we would do, but before we do that, let me just recognize the fact that Seth Teague, Councilmember Teague, is joining us remotely, and we welcome you, Seth. We're glad you could still make contact with us.
Thanks.
But, so if there's anyone joining us by Zoom, we'd like to hear from you. If you could raise your hand or notice us some way if you're joining us by Zoom. Cassie, are you seeing any?
I don't see any raised hands or anyone unmuting, Mayor.
Okay. All right, let's move to in the conference room. If there's anyone here in the conference room who would like to, on any topic that we're not going to talk, we're going to speak to your issue. Okay, so unless you want to talk about something other than the issue, is that what it is?
I do. I think I do.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I know you've got about how many items on your agenda.
We have a bunch.
I know. I'm just wondering for a couple of, actually 3 really fast things. I want to pay a public thank you to an unknown person, an older gentleman that at one time and eventually cleared off all the weeds on the roundabout that is on 1,02700. It had been taken over the weeds to buy and cover that beautiful landscaping that was provided to the city by R.C. Willing. When they left, I guess they took their groundskeeper with them. So anyway, I would like, whoever he is, and if anyone knows who he is, I would like to take him a plate of cookies or something. Second, I think you're discussing flags.
Yes.
Okay. I would seriously like to recommend that the city kind of look at this issue. I have had, since the 22nd of April, I have had 2 blue line flags destroyed on my property. They have come onto our property and taken them down. And the first one was a big hole in the center ripped. The second one was literally just ripped to shreds. There's an anger behind this, and I think we are all well aware of that. but because it is a city entity, I would really encourage the city to, I don't know, look at this. I don't know if I'm talking hate crime. I don't know what I'm even suggesting other than as a city, I really would like to encourage others to fly that flag. Without our law enforcement officers, we are all in big trouble. And to encourage just the support of them in any way we possibly can. Those flag poles that are empty, I think there's entities and maybe reserved only for them, for entities within the city, maybe a flag representing the Arts Council at a time, or the Recreation Department, or whatever, but certainly the police department. Lastly, would you consider in a couple of years, maybe not this year, of course, maybe holding the 4th of July. I think Syracuse is actually big enough for its own 4th of July and not having to go to Clearfield or Layton or even West Point, which I think is smaller. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take that under advisement. Thank you, Kay. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. We've asked Robert Whiteley, our Public Works Director, to give us just a short report each week on the water situation. We are going to discussing secondary water issues later, but this is a report as how we've been done in the last week. Yes.
Yeah, just click outside the.
There we go. I'm getting this. All right, Council, each week I update this graph just to show what our water situation is doing on a weekly basis. And the small bar there is what we've used up so far this year, which equates to about 28% of our water allotment for the year. So we're seeing and this is because we get a certain flow that will last us through October 1st, right? And it is a lower flow than we have in the past years because our allotment of water is about half. So we're getting about 5% of our allotment each week is what we're getting, and we're using up that full allotment. So, but we have about 15 weeks left in the season, and 5% times the 15 is about 75%. So we're pretty close to on track with what water we're getting for supply. Now, since it is a low volume of water that we're getting, it is difficult for us to keep our reservoirs full and keep our tank full. So we are struggling with keeping pressures in the system. The pressures are definitely more noticeable on the northeast quadrant of the city, probably north of Antelope and east of 2000 West. We'll experience have a more negative effect because that's the higher end of the city. West of Bluff, we'll still notice lower pressures, but not as dramatically. So, and that's simply because of topography of the land and head pressure of water. So, so it is a challenge to try to keep pressures up with the low volumes. We have spoken with our farmers who are our neighbors and we share ditches with for our water supply. There are two primary companies, three, West Branch Irrigation and Layton Canal Company and Clearfield Irrigation Company. We share ditches with all of those three irrigation companies, and we've spoken with the board of all three of those companies just to ask them how the ditch is doing, how what are their needs, and we realize we don't supply them, but we do share the same ditch. So whatever we decide to do, it has a secondary effect on them too. West Branch Irrigation has said that they are okay to go to October 1st, but they are okay
September
to,
1st.
excuse me, no, they're okay to go to October
Oh,
1st.
I see what you're saying. Sorry.
If we continue the way we are. However, they are open to shutting off early in order to give them more water in the ditch too. But they cannot stop any earlier than September 15th.
Okay.
That's West Branch Irrigation. And West Branch pretty much covers areas of the city that's above the bluff. Layton Canal Company also met as a board and said that they can stop or end their season as early as September 10th, but no earlier than that. They are also struggling with needing more water with these hot summers. Clearfield Irrigation Company said that they are okay with stopping September 15th. And Clearfield Irrigation is more on the north end and primarily east of Bluff. So there is a little bit from the Clearfield system that's out by Syracuse Arts Academy, their main campus and old campus. So now I have also spoken with other water providers surrounding us. So Davis Weaver, Weaver Basin, they are staying with their October 1st shutoff date for their systems. So I mean, we do run independently from them, so we can decide when our start and stop date is separate from them. I realize that if we do, some of our neighboring cities may say, hey, we've got water till October 1st. You know, what's going on with Syracuse? And that could be some negative publicity. But on the flip side, if we continue like we are with low pressures, you could get negative publicity and things to deal with low pressures through the whole system. So there's pros and cons to both, and it's a very difficult decision to make. But we have those options available to us.
So I actually had a couple of farmers approach me, and they actually said that since the flow is low enough, they're actually struggling to raise a good crop. And so
yeah, I've heard the same.
So that's kind of something I want to make sure we're considering is, while I sympathize with all of us with brown spots in their lawn, none of us are eating our lawn.
I mean, if the crop doesn't ever mature, then none of us have any benefit from it, and the water was spent there anyway. So there is a concern there. One of my other concerns is we talked about how the pressure is affected because we haven't fully charged the water tower. Have we ever had enough water at this point in the season to fully charge the water tower yet?
We have, and it typically
How does it the effect?
We charge it before we turn it on.
Well, we do.
Well, right, and then it decreases with use because there's a lot of water use over during the nights. Usually in the mornings, there's about 2 days out of the 7 days of the week, and it's not a consistent day that we can actually get a full tank. We will always Monday morning, first thing, make sure
Because
that
of the
tank
no
is
water
full.
So are we
Monday,
seeing
it drains.
more participation on Sundays then? Have we been successful in
Yes.
getting the word out?
In the last 2 weeks,
Slightly,
it's
yes,
been
there's been an
improved.
improvement, certainly not what we expect.
We've also been receiving the contract water from Weaver Basin in the last few weeks too.
Right, so we ramped up our supply a little
Okay.
bit.
Well, I'm on that extreme east side. I'm 2 houses from the border basically, and we don't have enough pressure to pop our heads up. So okay with that, right? So that you just deal with having your lawn go to yellow, but that's fine. But I'd much rather make sure that, is there any way that we can send that water to those farmers? Is there any way that we can control
we
that?
use the
Different
same-
companies,
So we use the same ditch, so
Okay.
if we decide to, say, shorten our season, then we can use that allotment from, the end of the season, look, that reserved amount and add that to our, so
So we
like I
need-
say, I mentioned we have 15 weeks left.
Mhm.
If maybe we shorten it to 12 or 13 or whatever.
For the
number
rest of
weeks,
us, but then give
Those
them,
last
okay.
2 weeks.
But
or
does
3
that really
weeks.
change because it
That's-
didn't
We
develop
need to
early
bring in
enough?
I was gonna say,
farmers and ask
yeah.
them if that helps their situation.
But it
They
would
said
help
it
them,
does.
Yeah,
but it would
we-
help them now, right? Because we would be
Then
shortchanging us
definitely,
in
let's go that
15
course.
weeks.
In my
or 12
conversation, he
weeks.
said after September 15th, they're already started their harvest. They don't need as much water anymore. And
Right.
so the request that I received was cut it off September 15th. That gives the farmers all the water they need. And they said, we could do something different from you guys, but 80% of the water in the ditches is for us. And only 20% is them. So they said, really, we just follow whatever the city does. And so we'd really appreciate it if the city would take that course and go September 15th.
For everyone.
For
which
everyone,
gives us an
increase the
extra
flow
couple of
now.
flow,
Mhm.
Yeah.
And that will help us
Now.
keep our tanks charged and maybe actually pop your heads up.
Well, and I don't
3/4
even
of the
care, I
way.
don't care if we pop our heads up here, but I want to make sure that the
But yeah,
farms have that.
that's my concern too, is by September 15th, most of us are harvesting. If you have a garden in your backyard, you've already got your summer tomatoes, your peas are already long since dead, and you're just growing squash at that point.
And you're not mowing your lawn nearly as much and you're
Yeah.
not ready for it to go into dormancy. So
I know this is a conversation we're having later, but
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
a good.
I'm showing you, I've got a map on the screen in case you're interested, just to show the entire system from our supply. So this is really zoomed out, but you can see East Canyon and Echo up here.
Wow.
These are our water supplies right here.
Okay.
And so in a sense, these are also our reservoirs because our water is stored here. Mountains collect the water and store it here, so we don't have to take on the bulk of the storage.
I actually had someone talk to me and tell me that it was the city's fault for not having enough storage to cover our water needs. And for the record, if you're listening, I did the calculation and Robert helped me with this. It would take 413 Jensen ponds to store enough water to water
It's Yeah.
our
That would be
city
tough
for a
inside
summer.
the city limits.
Basically was 1 foot deep over our entire
Was
city.
it a foot and a half?
A foot and a half.
Of the
Yeah.
whole
The
entire
entire
city.
city.
It's kind of like water storage in your food supply. It's never going to happen.
Right. But I just want to make sure that was clear because
Yeah.
we really don't have the room to store enough water for a
That's
summer
what you
in the
needed.
city.
A reservoir in the canyon.
Yes, that is our water storage right there.
So Echo Reservoir East Canyon delivers to Weber River, comes down through Weber Canyon. And there's 2 diversions. One is Davis Weber's diversion at this gateway point here, where it diverts off into the Davis Weber Canal up around Riverdale. And the other diversion is Weber Basin's diversion for the Layton Canal. It's downstream a little bit here. Okay. And we take
Dizzy watching
that
that.
through west is, I can zoom out. There's West Haven. The red line is Hooper irrigation. Yes, we do have some Hooper irrigation shares. So they deliver to let's see, Davis Weber's. We have 2 diversion gates. The north one is Clearfield Irrigation. The south one is West Branch. And then they deliver to our reservoirs and our system. So this is a combination of a lot of this is the farmers' ditches and piped canals.
Right.
And for the most part, it follows our 1 mile grid road system. So that's the basic backbone of our system. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Robert.
great
Can I,
information.
let me
Thank you,
just
Robert.
chime in here. Seth, you've been kind of quiet. Is there something you'd like to insert here?
No. Can you guys take turns when you're talking?
Yes. Good
I'm
note.
just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm good. Thank you. Just learning along the way.
Okay, we're going to talk about secondary water later. Robert, thank you for the report. We're going to talk specific things we're going to do related to the drought and secondary water later. So, Noah, are you on board?
See if I can ready. Share. Sorry.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Especially flipping ahead. City information. That's good.
That is
Opportunity
really-
to
Our
excel.
city recorder has asked those
Yeah,
of us that are in this room, if you'd like to address the
It's a little
council,
too much.
or if you'd like to say something, if you could come closer to the table so the microphones are here, because the people are having trouble hearing.
Probably just come up there.
Yeah, up in that chair,
I like
up there by Lisa.
You can come sit by me.
Come, have somebody come sit by you.
Right.
Hold your hand.
Ready?
You ready?
Okay, the city's been approached by the Bird Scooter Rental. We were gonna talk about this last month, but we forwarded on to this month. Mike Butler, I see, is available on Zoom. He'll tell us all about scooters in the city and what their proposal is. City needs to decide if we want them, if we want to give a temporary operating permit, or if we want to spend some time creating a framework for regulation like other cities. But first up is we just want to hear from Mr. Butler and see what our interest level is.
Yeah, that sounds good. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Outstanding. Well, I was going to share my screen and deliver just a short presentation, if that's all right.
Just 1 second, I'll give you ability.
Yeah, no worries. Present for about five or 7 minutes. We'll talk a bit about Bird in our business and what our municipal program looks like. And then from there, we'll just open up for some Q&A. I'm sure there would be a multitude of questions. Can everybody see this?
There you go.
Yep.
Okay, excellent. So for those that may be unfamiliar about what Bird is, we're a dockless e-scooter company. You've likely seen these in Salt Lake, or if you've been traveling elsewhere. Our mission as a business is to really bring communities, bring citizens together by providing a eco-friendly and affordable mode of transportation. We started this company in 2017. We're the first company in the world to bring this concept of dockless electric scooters. It saw a ton of popularity in the first year, to the point where we were actually the fastest company ever to reach $1 billion valuation. And you can see how we compare to some of the ride-hailing giants who have done really well for themselves in the last couple of years. That popularity has permeated into us operating in about 250 cities across the globe. Now that spans dozens and dozens of countries, that spans a couple different continents. So we've really seen a lot of expansion since we began this. And we're talking about cities that are big and small. I think the general perception around our business, or just this concept as a whole, is that this only works in dense urban areas, places like Salt Lake, places like Boise, places like Portland or San Francisco, which simply just is not the case. If you were to look at all the cities that Bird is operating in the US, actually over half of them are cities like the ones that are here in front of you. They're not these places that are like Kansas City or Chicago or Denver. There are places that are like Syracuse, places like Tooele, places like Midvale, places like Eagle Mountain, where there's 10, 20, 30, 40,000 people there. So I think that's really important to showcase, just simply because I would like to change the general perception around this. Now, if you haven't used this before, it's very simple. You would walk up to one of these vehicles that will be strategically placed around Syracuse. You would use the Bird application, you verify your age, add a payment, go through a series of videos and tutorials. And then you ride this the same way that you would ride a bicycle. So if there's a bike lane, you use that. If not, you would use it towards the right-hand side of the street. And then when you're done, you park it on the sidewalk. Someone picks it up and does the exact same thing. Because we are a dockless model, so I want to be clear about this. There's no real infrastructure that's required when we are operating a city like Syracuse. You can see here that we try to use as often as we can by placing these vehicles in what's called a furniture zone, or the area that's essentially hugged up next to the curb, as opposed to the throughway, which is seen on the left-hand side of the picture, to ensure that we are ADA compliant, to ensure that folks that are perhaps in a wheelchair or on crutches or anyone just walking by can easily walk past this. Now, we know that every city is different. I know Syracuse, I'm sure, will have its own unique set of needs. So what we can do is we can deploy certain pieces of technology that we've used in really complex markets. So this could be markets like Chicago or markets like Miami or Los Angeles, where we can stamp essentially no ride zones, or make it to where if a vehicle does enter a certain zone, that actually slows down the miles per hour. So this is really important to ensure that the city is comfortable with us operating something like this. We know that I'm sure you can think of right now in Syracuse where you say, hey, I think this service is certainly going to work, but maybe not in this area. So we'd like to work with the city to align on those locations. And if you're using this, the pricing is pretty simple. It's $1 to start the vehicle and about 30 cents after that. Now that would be a standard rider. However, we have a ton of discount programs for folks that maybe are enrolled or eligible in government assistance programs, folks that are veterans, senior citizens, healthcare workers actually get to ride for free. So we want to ensure that this is democratized and not just for a certain segment of the population. Now, the way that we run our business is we really rely on local partners. These are businesses, these are entities, these are entrepreneurs who live in Syracuse that we'll rely on to actually run the business. So in this case, this is not a group of random independent contractors. This is not an hourly employee of Bird who is getting a paycheck but doesn't have a real skin in the game. Now, this is someone who actually lives in Syracuse, who knows the city, knows the community, knows these people, has a ton of community pride. And because of this, they can run this operational side of the business almost better than we ever could. So they would be responsible for deploying these vehicles, charging them, servicing them, repairing them, making sure that they're in good condition for citizens in their community. So this business who we would rely on is very critical to us, of course, but also very critical to the city, because they also can help us in assisting with clutter concerns. I'm sure the vast majority of people in this room right now are all asking themselves, hey, how do we ensure that this is a very tight operation? So we do a multitude of things. The city itself can actually designate some space. They can stencil out some locations if they feel so inclined to do so. If not, we take on the brunt of that. We want to educate riders, and continue to educate them through tutorials and notifications to ensure they know where to ride. We want to give them rewards if they actually park correctly. And then finally, we'll actually just give access to the city of Syracuse to a ton of data, movement data. Where are people going? Where are they picking these up? Where are they taking them? And a lot of cities that we partner with actually leverage this data to implement new programs, to paint out new bike lanes and things of that nature. So our proposal is fairly straightforward. We would be asking for really more of a trial or a pilot program of roughly 9 to 12 months. We would use a memorandum of understanding to obtain that approval, as that is the most common form of approval for us. And really, we would love to get going as soon as we can and take advantage of these summer months. So with that, I will pause. I would love to stop talking, and I will take this on over to anyone else who might have some questions.
Corinne, do you want to lead us now?
Sure. There's a large part of Syracuse that does not have sidewalks on both sides of the street. And I feel like sometimes we would, if we did something like this, we'd be servicing one side more than the other side. Does that make sense? And particularly on the western part of Antelope. And anyway, I'm just not sure if we're quite ready for all this. And that's really my main thought for this, is that our trail system isn't quite all connected yet.
I like that word yet.
And that's the key word. I love that. But I mean, I love the idea in some aspects, but I'm worried that the rideability, it's already a problem sometimes for bikers, let alone scooter riders too. So that's my concern.
Yeah. Dave?
I'm wondering if we need some decision on regulations, because we don't have any. We have no idea what's, most assuredly what would happen is people would say, what's the rule? What's the law? Am I in the street? Am I on the sidewalk? Which is wrong? Which is right? What about where I don't have a lane? Am I wrong to be in the road? Am I wrong to be on the sidewalk? So I'm a little concerned that we would have to make some determinations so that these questions can be answered. I would hate to be educating a whole lot of people through tickets. That's not good. I mean, we would need to decide what the policy is first. And then the question is, how much do we enforce this, and how much do we just, because it's going to have if it's on the road, it's going to have an impact. It could be the cause of an accident. What do we do here? I don't know. Do we have to take some initiative and review these things first? That's my question.
Jordan?
So I acknowledge all your safety concerns. I share those, but I think this is a great idea. I think getting people outside in whatever way, getting them scooting around town is going to be nothing but good for Syracuse. I think the more you can get people exploring Syracuse, this is a great way to do it. I'm excited to plan one of these things. I'll probably just zip around town and just go for a ride. And I think that's a great thing for the community, to get people outside and hopefully waving to neighbors and hopefully not getting inappropriate gestures as they cut someone off. So again, I share the safety concerns, but I think this will help us to also identify weaknesses in our trail system. We know we have a few. We'll be discussing those later on. I do share the concern that we might be just, I'm going to throw it out and say maybe 1 year early, only because I think this would be hugely popular in some of the higher density communities that are coming online. I know those have been very contentious, but one of the big complaints in all of those high density communities was traffic. And this alleviates some of that. Our sidewalks are, I'm going to say, underutilized right now. The sidewalks along Antelope are very seldom in use.
Minus school time.
Yeah. So I think this is a great opportunity, and I personally would support this. Like I said, I do think it would be even more popular in a year from now, or whenever those come online. But I do think with that coming in, there's a good opportunity here.
Okay. Seth, can you comment?
Yeah, sure. Hi, Mike. Thanks for the presentation. Just a few questions. I'm probably a little bit stronger than lukewarm positive towards the concept. When you talk about a 9-month trial period, obviously that includes several winter months. And so I would assume the fleet manager would just maintain or remove scooters from the walkways and such during those periods. Would that really give you adequate time to really pilot this out, do you think?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think in an ideal world, maybe we extend that to 12 months so that it does allow us to get a couple more months out of the late spring and early summertime. So you don't have to convince me of that. I would love for this to go to 15 months, 18 months, whatever that was. Sure. Yeah, as long as I feel like both sides of this get enough data, enough months of operation to really come to a concrete decision come the expiration of this, to say, hey, this really works, but we're going to need to make some tweaks, or absolutely not, get out of here and never come back type thing.
So
Yeah, and I think,
sorry.
well, I was just going to say, I also think, I was wondering if you could speak to how you came up with 100 to 150. Is it just an algorithm based on population? Because we really only have two major, thoroughfares that really, I think, could heavily utilize these. But, and I have some credits that are outstanding from Bird, so I need to use them. So,
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a number of things. We look at purchasing power and population and density, and things like that. But you're right. I think eventually getting up to that number that was thrown on the slide. I think just to begin, we'd probably start with somewhere more conservative, like 75. Take a look at what demand looks like. If it makes sense to add 25, we'll do so in those increments.
Okay, that makes more sense. And I would agree. I would side with Dave in regards to we definitely need to understand the ordinance or develop ordinance to really, and maybe you guys can come forward with some sample ordinance from other jurisdictions or something to help get us kind of spurring thought. But yeah, I think it would be good to not put the cart a little bit before the horse, but I think we're nearly there if this is something everybody wants to pursue.
Yeah, we definitely have some sample ordinances that we've worked with other cities. Oftentimes, we'll always opt to push those out until the end of that trial period to make sure that you are drafting the ordinance based on what the unique needs of Syracuse is. Oftentimes, we see a lot of cities that just use a copycat ordinance and they realize 2 months in, hey, this doesn't really make sense to us, and they have to go out and make some changes, and now you're doing double work. So that's usually our I encourage a lot of cities just to trial this out for a certain amount of time, take a look at the data after that 6, 9, 12 months, wherever that was, and use that to draft the ordinance as opposed to the other way around. So that's our 2 cents, but of course at the end of the day it's always up to you all.
Okay. Lisa?
Thanks.
Oh, I love the incentive to park correctly. I wish you would do that for my children driving cars as well, and all of us. We could probably use incentives to do that. And it looks like this isn't, you're not asking for anything from the city, no funding, no, and really no infrastructure besides marking an area for parking.
So I thought he said the fleet manager would actually do that with permission. I'm assuming.
But we don't need designated areas that have to be built out. Is that correct?
Correct. That is correct. Yeah.
So, and I think that I love the idea of having the fleet managers be from the area, because that's always a vested interest and always helps to maintain superior service, products, etc. Where do you consider this would be used the most? But before you get to that, how do they do in snowstorms?
Thank you.
If we go to that 12 month and we're hitting those winter months, what happens when those are out parked in sludge and ice?
And hopefully we get a lot of snow.
Yeah. So we're definitely a seasonal business. We understand that there will likely be weeks, if not months at a time, where we'll have to pull vehicles from the road, and you just can't use a service like this the same way you probably wouldn't opt to hop on a bicycle, whatever that is. So we operate in some pretty frigid areas, and all the way up in Canada and in Norway, places in Nordic countries. So we're very familiar with that. So we have a lot of SOPs in place. We would simply just pull our vehicles off of the road. So they definitely do not perform well in some of those moments of inclement weather.
Okay, so where do you see those being used the most in a city like ours? I don't know if you're familiar with our demographics and kind of how we're laid out, but what do you, with your knowledge and understanding of the business, where do you see it being used the most?
Yeah, and I think it's tough to say right now. I wish I had a good answer for that when I talk to a lot of cities. I think it's something that we'll probably know after 2 to 4 weeks of being there, of, hey, where are areas of high demand? Where are people taking these to? Are they dropping them off in certain areas? Are they wanting to get picked up in certain areas? Are they opening up the application and getting frustrated that there aren't vehicles there? So those are all the kind of data points that we'll use. But it's tough to say. I think in almost all cities, people are using this, not just from a utility standpoint, but recreationally. People just want to get outside. People want to enjoy the sunshine when they can. But they also have errands to run. They also want to go to the coffee shop. They also want to meet a friend. They need to go to the gym, right? So it's tough to say where we think we'll use them. I think we would say we have a rough idea of, in general, how all users are using them, but we probably won't know until we're there for about 30 days.
Thank you.
Council, can we give Noah some direction then? Oh,
Would say we need to look at possible ordinance first. I mean, otherwise, there's gonna be a lot of street riding and or sidewalk riding.
How flexible could an ordinance be? Because as he was saying, we might find that a month or two into it, we think, oh, we should have. I wish we'd done this. And so what,
That's a catch
right,
22.
what are the,
So that's the thing is,
Before or after?
is obviously, I think I would like to see what you are instructing them in the app.
Could
Maybe
we-
I could just download the app and see, because obviously you don't want these things on a 45-mile-an-hour road trying to zip along in traffic.
Could we possibly look at another city's ordinance as well that already has these in operation?
I'm
Just saying.
Yeah.
well, and he suggested that and then said that it's likely that we'll find in our own city, we have
Different
a
things.
few
Sure.
different issues.
What if we instructed Noah
Instead of
to
creating the law
develop
again.
an
I
MOU
agree.
with them that we could review at our next meeting and look at the MOU? And then what that would do is it would get us in the cycle of looking at it. It'll give us an opportunity to have a trial run.
Okay.
And I think it's worthwhile for each of us to, if this is coming to Syracuse, download the app, go through the safety instructions and see if they're sufficient for if they address our concerns. And if they don't, then that's where we address an ordinance to close those gaps.
Yeah,
That's not a bad
good
idea.
idea.
Brody?
Yeah, and this is something that they suggested too. One of the benefits of this approach, I think, for you is it's not once you let them in, then you're stuck.
Yeah,
They're
it's,
asking for a provisional time period. We could even have a provisional ordinance, for lack of a better term,
Thank you. That's
that just
a good idea.
regulates them during this trial period
perfect.
and works out how we're gonna work out problems and
We
issues.
certainly adjust ordinances as we learn things.
Yeah,
But my question really is, are there any surrounding cities using these?
Will in Ogden.
Yeah.
Like actually connecting cities?
Yeah, connecting cities. I'll have to say. I think the ones that were nearest, yeah, Ogden was one of them. Farmington was one of them. Kaysville was another.
So
those are both connecting.
So
Close
that's,
to us.
the question now is, let's say that somebody rides this beyond the city limits. Is that a restriction? Is that
Usually
a?
they
Their
have
geo
like a-
fence.
Yeah. They would just turn
Stop
inoperable. Every fleet is basically connected to its own latitude and longitude. So once it exits that
Okay.
whatever, geofence, it stops.
So considering that, I mean, if you're in the city, you know the boundaries, but let's say that tourists come through here, not that we get a lot, but they don't know where the boundaries are.
But you
How,
should look on the map.
I
should we
guess if it
get,
shuts down, they'll know.
well, of course they will. That's kind of my point.
Now they're
What
angry.
happens if we have a bunch of them stopped at the edge of the city where it shuts
They
down?
can
Most
turn
people
around.
are knowledgeable of the fact that they are city to city. I mean, that's how it is in Salt Lake. It stops at
They
the
know.
boundaries there too.
Is that built into the app that says you can only go so far?
But
or
what's in,
Can you tell before you get to that boundary? Is kind of where I'm going.
Yeah, absolutely. I could try to pull up some screenshots, but there's basically a very clear red square that says where you can and cannot ride. So we're very
so
clear about
Clear
that.
of that.
so that brings up an interesting point though. Let's say they are at Smith's and they're like, I'd really like to cross the street over there
To Clearfield.
and head over and get me one of those soda deliciouses. Because
Yeah.
why not? It's a hot day.
You mean swig?
Or swig, that's what it is. And you cross the street, which is now Clearfield,
It turns off.
and you're like,
And it turns
well, that
out-
didn't work out.
I'm
We'll have a
thinking
collection
more
over
about
there.
kids at the high school that want to pick
Well,
one up and they say
kids aren't over 18.
there will be seniors who are 18.
Fair.
So I'm just thinking they say they want to go to Del Taco, which is closer to them than something else, but it's across that line. Are we going to get a bunch of these stuck at the
West Point.
corner of West?
So would we be able to be the ones to decide where that fence is?
Well,
Yeah,
we can't authorize them to
He
go
says
into
yes.
Clearfield or
He-
West
He
Point.
just
He
said.
said yes.
He
but we
said
could-
that, but the thing is, we can't authorize the use
Oh.
of these scooters in Clearfield
You're
or
right.
West Point.
You're talking according to their.
I'm talking
to their
law.
city. You're right. Okay, you're right.
But
We could
then
get permission.
they could also ride a motorized scooter anyway. I mean, they
Yeah,
have motorized
yeah,
ones
that would
that are
be interesting to
independently.
find out.
Sure, and I agree with that. I'm just saying, we can't authorize scooters in another city.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
so no, wait, that brings up a different question that I think is valid. And that is there existing law for motorized scooters, and that
Probably
was our
not.
attorney, that we could use instead of having to draft an ordinance, but just, if they're here, they have to follow the existing law, so
It's a motorized
I don't
vehicle.
have to now try and write something.
Motorized
But most
vehicle.
motorized scooters can go over 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, there's some
Battery
state
operated
laws that
scooter.
it depends on kind of the type of motor in it and how fast it goes and things.
Right.
They aren't very specific. We would probably want something more specific related to
Uh-huh.
the act of, picking up and dropping.
I was just hoping that there, if the police can already govern an electric scooter now, this wouldn't be any different, so we wouldn't need a special ordinance.
What is the speed limit on these things, Mike?
15, 115.
Yeah, so
Sweet.
you're very different than a motorized
Again,
scooter.
So yeah, it's not gonna go fast
Oh, I'm-
enough for some of the main roads.
No, that's what I'm
I'm
saying.
talking-
You go and get down Antelope
You've
and you're
seen
gonna be a
the Foot
nuisance.
scooters though that have a motor on them. Haven't you seen?
Yeah.
those?
Yeah.
We have battery
Okay.
operated.
I'm just
scooters
saying, they
everywhere.
probably don't go over 15 either.
Yeah, they don't.
I'm just-
But
Council,
at
I'm
a
gonna move us
slower,
on.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, did you have what you need, Noah?
We're
at
in
a
the
slower
weeds
speed,
here.
they're more of a
Yeah.
nuisance.
We're gonna bring a memorandum of understanding back next time. I'll work with Mike.
And then,
Okay.
Can you bring a scooter in for us to demo?
Oh,
I don't know, Mike, can you?
I personally cannot, but I can direct you to some nearby places.
so I guess I would like clarification on,
Yeah.
on what would happen if these cross over into another city, because I don't want them to say, no, you cannot cross the street and go to Smith's, but I want to make sure that we're not going to be held liable if they cross another city and something happens. And
It's my understanding, if the other city allows these, you can create a broader geofence.
right.
With the owner of the
Right, but
franchise,
without.
whatever.
you
So,
can't.
so that's probably a better question is, are you talking to Clearfield and West Point?
I am talking to Clearfield. They've probably been less receptive to this compared to Syracuse. I would love to join forces there, but I think in the meantime, this happens a lot where maybe one municipality is moving faster than the other. As we've mentioned, you would simply just draw out that zones where the vehicle is inoperable past that, and if we're finding that vehicles are ending up in that certain area, well, that's up to that fleet manager to go and rebalance that. That's quite literally their job. It's their income, it's their livelihood, and what they do every single day. They move those vehicles out from those, outer boundaries back to the areas where they feel, people are actually going to ride these. So it behooves them to do so.
Kind of, at this
And
point.
the person can always turn around.
Yeah, and the person's notified. The vehicle beeps at them, and they're well aware of what's happening. And
Okay.
most of the time, what happens is after about a month or so, people
They give
become
them a
aware of where these
No,
locations are.
So
You're now in
I
Clearfield.
almost wonder if we couldn't get valuable feedback from one of our citywide surveys of whether this is of interest to the general populace. Are there, because, one way or another, if we had some kind of sample of people not want this in their city, would people utilize it in their city? That's,
The kids will use it.
Well,
Kids can't
I
use it.
think you're gonna
Oh,
run
that's right.
into,
That's right.
I love the idea of
They'll still use it,
surveying,
though.
but I think we need to find another way to get the younger population to weigh in as well. Because
Well, and this
Ten-
is,
certain age frame for.
Remember, this is 18 plus.
That's
you
what's
can't
crazy.
But that's what I'm
Use it if
saying, a lot of 18-year-olds are not on Facebook, which is where our
And the-
survey connect.
No,
So
our
I'd
surveys-
like to see it another way to connect to the younger kids who are probably more likely to be open to it.
I want to hear what Seth said.
Sorry, Steph.
I was just going to say, this is their private business, and their survey kind of is their trial run.
There you go.
To
Good
me.
point. We don't have to.
Council,
shut it
in
down.
the economy of time, we're gonna be here all
Okay.
night.
Okay.
I'm gonna move us on. And Noah, would you list whoever else you need to help you with an MOU? That might be you.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll bring something and with the understanding that assuming it gets approved, we'll have some time to work on an ordinance.
Okay, let's go to item 2.
Okay, item number 2 is called Park West, 1693 West, 2700 South. So we've seen this a lot. This is the R.C. Willie property. Last time you saw it was for general plan. This time it's for rezone / preliminary plat. You get a lot more detail. For Councilman Teague, I added a process here with an arrow where we're at in the packet so you can see. Planning Commission's already reviewed this. They're recommending approval. They did have a condition for the approval that has since been worked out relating to the lots on the north end. There's also a development agreement with this that the draft is already in there. I think it's from as far as the staff concerns with ordinances and compliance with our ordinance, I think it's looking pretty good. The applicant's here. If you want to ask them some questions. And yeah.
Dave, you want to lead us out here, please?
I'm going to pass.
You going to pass? Okay. Anyone else like to hear from the applicant?
I would.
Okay.
Like to hear from you.
John, you want to come down here where we can hear you out there. Ask away.
Or whatever comments you have for us. Feel free.
So, I mean, if they're not talking, so I was going to. So my only thing on this is still the same thing I had. I know that are you still taking comments on the plan? Or are you pretty set on that now?
The subdivision plan or architectural plan?
Subdivision plan.
Well, they've put in a lot of work and gone down the road, but this is a rezone, so.
I still would like, the only complaint I have is your two housing sections are somewhat disparate. If you could turn that one into a single family lot, that would make the single family kind of connect together. No one else can see what I'm talking about.
I know where you're talking.
I'm talking right above lot 140.
The southeast
Where
corner.
the cul-de-sac.
Where there's a cul-de-sac
reaches from the main road.
Yeah, it's just kind of hanging down there, and then you have single family homes up here, single family homes down here, and then townhomes everywhere else. And it would just be nice if you could create a continuity of single family homes.
Comment though about that. I was in Washington State. Let me clarify. Visiting, for my aunt's funeral. And in my uncle's neighborhood, we were driving through there, and I pointed out to my sister,
I've got it ready if you do want.
these are all townhomes. Did you notice this? And she didn't even notice that they were all townhomes along this one side of the street with all these other homes mixed in. So anyway, it's just interesting that they're not as big of a deal as what I think they get made out to be. And, anyway, they fit really well in the neighborhood.
I think the biggest thing to make it look like it's not a townhome is the architectural requirements, and with the PRD zone, and I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the elevations of the townhomes. They don't look like your typical townhome where everyone looks the exact same, and every building has to have a different variation. They can't
Right.
look
Noah's good at that. Good
yeah,
job.
Noah's extremely good at that. He learns. So, which isn't a bad thing, right? It makes,
Right,
it
no,
makes
he
the
helps
subdivision
us.
look really good. And I think as long as you have a theme in the neighborhood and the field, then you can make it look just like that.
Too, the buffer issue, if you look at that, the existing homes, we kind of put the single family homes next to those. And then the townhomes kind of away, kind of in the middle a little bit. We tried to buffer it a little bit, and that was the best we could do. At least those people there by the Halls home there, we wanted to make sure townhomes weren't right against them that have been living there for a while. So they have residential next to them. Same up on the east side. There's single family houses there. So we tried to
and I appreciate that.
That buffer is
I know in the other cul-de-sac, I requested those two homes, and you did that for me.
Yeah.
I know, or at least, I don't know if it's for me, but I'm glad you did that. You've done a lot of work, and you've listened to all of my complaints, and you've done a ton of work on this. That's the only major complaint I have. Again, I always prefer for less density, but in a time of drought, this is actually a more efficient housing architecture because there's less lawn to water, and I get that. But obviously, I'm always going to wish for less density, and so that would be my only complaint is if the lot above lot 140 could be a single family home as well, just to add the continuity of the single family homes.
Point to where you're looking at.
Right there.
To what you're concerned with.
Right here.
So he's talking
So you've
about.
got single family homes.
Okay.
It moved. It's still moving. Single family homes, and you have some townhomes right here, and then you're right back into single family homes. And it'd just be nice to have that continuity of single family into the single family cul-de-sac.
And like I was trying to say before, we moved from townhomes to single back to townhomes, and it didn't seem to matter at all as we're driving through, and they all looked great and well maintained. That's just actual practical experience. I don't know if I do see your point. I'm just saying that I experienced something a little different just last week.
I think we've all seen areas where you drive through, and I don't think, by and large, you're driving around, you're like, my townhome offends me.
No.
But at the same time,
like some people are like, oh my gosh, you're going to build a townhome right next to
Yeah.
a single. It really blended just well.
I get that.
And the only reason why it's on my brain is because we're looking at these things.
Right. And so that was the only thing, like I said, I'm always going to wish for less density just because that's me. But I do understand in the times of drought.
And low housing availability.
Well, and I have to say, I go right to, there are going to be some young families that are thrilled that there are some more townhomes that they can afford, because they won't be able to afford those east or west of them. And they'll be tickled to be in a beautiful subdivision surrounded by other families and with something that they can actually make the payments on. And I like this bench too, the tribute bench. That's fun. I think you should write a list of all the people in Syracuse who have worked at RC Willey, and it would be just like the water that covers all of Syracuse City, because there's not one of us, I don't think, that grew up here that didn't work there at one point.
And just so you guys know, that sign and that monument ran all the way up to Mr. Childs, and he approved that.
Great.
And Christy's here. She's been working on that sign really quite extensively. So we're concerned. We want to make sure it's what the city wants and also what the RC. In fact, this project's called RC, RC's Park West is the name of the subdivision. So we call it Park West, but it's going to be recorded as RC's Park West.
Oh, that's fun.
Seth, could you weigh in on your feelings?
Yeah. So the only question I had for the applicants was just I was trying to decipher in the packet whether the concern on the I think it was lots 41 and 42 didn't open to a private street versus, or it came out of Planning Commission, NOAA. It was when the transmission was pretty bad. Did that get addressed?
Yes, that's been resolved. I could show you if you just
could you?
scrolling. Sorry.
You're looking at that. I
And
can't
NOAA,
remember.
thank you for the diagram on the timeline. I saw that.
Do we require an area on the porch for a chair? I can't remember if that was part of this.
We don't in townhomes, but we do in single-family residence. That's current ours.
No, we require it in these as well, and that was one of the comments that they had corrected.
So I'm zooming in, so that
doesn't look like
there's
it.
enough room there.
If you look on the elevations,
That's where I'm looking.
Yeah, so the ordinance says enough room for 2 chairs and a walkway, whatever that means, right? So we got out the measuring tape and we just said,
big point.
Yeah.
So are these chairs facing this way?
So they're hard to see because of the angle.
Well, you couldn't
Go
have
ahead.
a
No,
bench.
no one actually did a full diagram, and well, I guess
we did make sure that the front porches will be sufficient. So we pulled out the measuring tape. We determined 6 feet is the very minimum for each entryway. So when they're shared,
So why do
they're
we
12
require 8 in Stillwater? Because every development there, we required a minimum of 8.
It's probably a different.
we didn't have a number of feet. That's how many feet they provided, which is better. But and the ordinance doesn't have a minimum number of feet.
If you say it meets it, just glancing at it, again, maybe it's an angle thing. I'm not looking at a 3D depiction, but I wanted to make sure they were
That's
meeting
just
that.
they show measurements on the porch each.
Yeah, you're the legislative body who made the the rule and our administrative
So 6 feet like that?
interpretation was 6 feet, but if you
Yeah,
guys
but
think
see-
it's different, then
Okay,
you
so-
guys could give me some insight if it's a different.
Here's what I would say. In my opinion, you can't block the door with part of your 6 feet. You have allowed 6 feet for the doorway between the garages, but you can't trip over a chair to get in and out of your own home. So
No.
there is not room for a chair.
Well, if it's a 6-foot porch and
Sorry,
you've got
Seth,
a
I'm
36
going away
inch
from this
door,
again.
It depends on how wide.
But the door goes right up. Look at their floor
well,
plan.
I'm looking at, no, that's what
Yeah.
that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Where do you put the chair?
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, okay. It does not physically work the way it's
So-
drawn.
I've pulled up the elevations on the
Okay,
screen
yep.
if you want to
Right.
look at them.
And there's,
So the rear fed ones could meet it, no problem. See, this one in the middle is the smaller one. It has 7 feet, 11 inches. And you can see there's a doorway and then there's the window next to it
you can see.
where you could put a little bench or a couple little chairs.
So the
or
bench is
something.
going this way.
Right.
Okay, but look
And
at
that's
the
enough
other
for two.
elevation where your
We didn't
shared
specify the height
entry of
this way.
12 feet.
chairs in a walkway.
Your shared space is where you'd put the
Frankly,
chair,
Yeah, my
and that's,
neighbors
you can't do that.
Yeah, so if you guys feel like that doesn't meet, that would also affect some of the other applications that we're having. Because that's kind of been
I don't think that
in-house
Okay, so-
interpretation.
I get where you're saying that you could do that on the side, you could put a chair. But I don't see it in the elevation that is the greenish color.
Yeah, I've got it on the screen again, so
The
you
6
can
foot.
see 6 feet is tight. So
But
that's
see,
why,
because the door butts flat up here
Gives
and the
them
shared space is in the middle, where do you put the chair?
yeah,
Then you
so,
don't trip over it.
so the chairs are itty bitty stools. That's why I was trying to be as realistic as possible with the 6 feet, because even the 6 feet has had substantial pushback by like all developers in the city. And it's important, we love front porches. And so if you guys think that 6 feet isn't the proper interpretation of our ordinance, now's the time to say, but that will affect all of our townhome
okay,
developments.
and one thought I have about the 6 foot, especially considering any of these townhomes, they have 2-car garages, and I'd rather have a 2-car garage any day
Trade-off.
than 2 chairs.
Well, the people
Any day.
would rather have that as well. The tenants would rather have that as well. And as Corinne and I were just discussing, most of us are, if we're gonna have a bench out on our front porch, it's usually for decor. It's usually to have something that just kind of differentiates your home from somebody else's. You very rarely are out there sitting on that front porch,
False.
especially at this,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
in the time of a townhome.
Okay.
You tend to be in a different phase
When-
of life,
now, when I
right? Where
lived-
you're not rocking on your front porch, you usually are chasing a child in your backyard. So in my esteem, I would say that it would be much more crucial to me as a young homeowner to have a 2-car garage and
I think
the
it's
security of that.
With when I lived in Florida, everybody sat on their front porch, but my neighbors don't. So Jordan, you're kind of odd there.
So a lot of people in my neighborhood sit on the
Well,
front
we
porch.
sit on the back.
The point
So-
is that it's inconsistent with what we've required of other people.
Is
And to
it?
me, the consistency should be there, that if they have to have room away from the door to traffic the door normally and still put a chair that you can sit in, this doesn't allow it.
If it's 2 chairs in a walkway, you fit 2 chairs in a walkway, it would say what?
Yeah, front door is 3 feet, 36 inches is a front door.
Right.
Yeah.
And then that leaves you 2-foot chairs. And then if somebody walks up to the front doorway, something you might have to move over a little bit just so they can walk through. But it gives a 2-foot chair and then a 3-foot front door. And so there's, in your ordinance, there's no set measurement. It just
Right.
says 2 chairs and a walkway. So it's kind of,
This is on us.
So if we want to, but this is interpretation of that
Sure.
ordinance. I could research the width. I don't know off the top of my head. You say 8 feet for
That's what we
shoreline.
required in shoreline.
I don't
Okay.
remember requiring it, but that may be what
Yeah.
they provided. And then across the street with the Castle Creek, I believe they're at least 6 feet.
But it depends on
The
where
other
you put the 3
PRD by
feet.
Smiths,
Okay,
but
those
you-
are 6 feet.
I also
Okay.
appreciate the variations that they're providing.
But you have to respect the idea that if you've written an ordinance that says it's for the ability to have, not that everybody would choose to have, but the ability to have,
2 seats in a walk.
then the way that you lay it out matters, because the way this is laid out on this elevation, that you only have common space. You don't have, space that's away from the door frame. So,
Yeah, it doesn't say
There's-
which direction, but maybe that's something that we
There's
need to
three-
work on
but
as
the
an
purpose,
ordinance.
for the purpose, it doesn't work.
Chairs and a walkway. There's spot for 2 chairs and a walkway, what the ordinance says.
Right.
Yeah, it's up to you guys. If you guys
I understand that you don't think
don't
it
agree
meets
with this,
it, but
then
I think it does.
If I just raise the 2 points briefly. So
Yes.
we haven't talked about Stillwater and Sharon. Those were RPC zones. This is PRD, so it's a
Thank
separate
you.
zone. But on the other
Similar
hand, this
language,
also
though.
is a zoning decision. So you're not required to give approval if you don't want to. Doesn't matter if it's the code or not. That's a separate issue. So it's within your purview to say we don't want to change the zoning if you want to. So just wonder, whether it meets the code or not is really not the overall issue. You're addressing the preliminary plat, so it matters for that consideration. But the big decision first is zoning. So if the answer is no on zoning, it doesn't matter what the preliminary plat says.
Right.
That's not the question.
Thank you.
My concern is that all these little things, we just continue to water down the ordinances. We interpret it one way for one developer. The next one comes in and says, I want it interpreted a different way. We continue to water down the purpose of why we put things in there. And to what point?
What have we watered down? Do you have an example?
Well, yeah,
You say
sure.
we
We took,
continue to, though. What is it?
okay, so we have taken the front facades down. We've interpreted
what?
them
From
from
what?
Stillwater. It couldn't be more than half of the front face of the property. Now, all you need to do is be able to provide a front door along with the garage, and your front facade can now be all garage. But it said originally that it couldn't take up the majority of, so we interpreted at least no more than 50%, but then it
And then
was
we compared it
changed.
to actual homes that would
It
be
still
pretty hard
says
for
that.
us to be consistent
Okay.
with actual
we didn't-
separate
We've also
homes.
changed
I
the city
wouldn't-
code with regard to architectural standards, where we used to say that rock, brick, or stone was
That was
required.
all homes.
And, right, again, all
Yeah.
homes, but
So
we
you're
continue to
considering
water
hardy
down.
plank is not watering it down. So I disagree with both of your examples. First one, we went through and looked at the facades and what the percentage was. We didn't water down anything. As Noah just said, that ordinance remains the same. Secondly, you cannot say that something from 1990s is
It's not
applicable.
1990s.
Rock, stone, and stucco, those products were heavily used in the 90s. Everybody can go through every subdivision and say when it was built. And the same thing is true of hardy plank. That is a newer
It was a
use,
city
even though it's
wide.
been used for decades in the east and the south. It's newer to Utah. So to say that we will not look at new materials is stamps
It's
us
been
into a
around since the
timeframe.
70s. It's
What,
not,
hardy plank?
yeah.
It's been around longer than that.
Council, I'm going to move the.
But that's to suggest that we can't use hardy plank?
no, it's not.
I'm
It's
going to
a
rule,
cement
I'm
product.
going to rule that we put this on the agenda for further discussion and then a vote
Okay.
next time, because in my opinion, we're looking at just difference in taste.
Yes.
So
But this is an ordinance issue, right? So are we looking at a change in ordinance, Mayor?
No.
or-
No, we're looking at a zone.
We're
change.
looking at a zone change.
I mean,
I'm
really, it
sorry, I
comes
meant
down.
zone change.
Yeah, the big thing is it comes down to the definition of what we mean by 2 chairs.
And- and we
If that's
don't-
not
It comes
important to
down to
us,
defining things from one time and redefining it the next time.
It actually comes down to moving on. We're going to move on. Okay, and we'll have more discussion. We've got to, or we won't be finished tonight before midnight. Let's go on to item 3, Noah.
Okay.
Cassie, would you put that on the agenda for a vote? Item 3, Town Center.
Okay. Towns at City Center, this was tabled last time, if you remember. This is the one north of the corner noodle building, lack of a better way of describing it. There are 20 units of townhomes with some commercial incorporated on the first floor. The biggest critique was about the parking. Planning Commission recommended with a split vote of denial because they were worried about parking. The applicant, Josh Hughes, is here. If you have any questions for him, he's been working with the surrounding property owners, but I don't think there's been anything kind of definitive yet.
How many parking spots is there?
In the MXD, there's 2 required per spot.
And is
so
that
they all
being
have
provided?
2-car garages, so they do meet the ordinance.
Okay.
But
This is talking about
like
for
Paul
the
was saying,
commercial aspect. Was there parking available?
the commercial aspect is also required.
The parking has changed.
It has. And to be just really
Is it
short to the
adequate?
point, I think that the parking is fixed.
Yes,
So
it
that
meets the
part
ordinance, but
I'm
whether
good.
or not you guys feel is adequate, you guys can
Thank you.
make that.
for
Okay,
finishing
but
that.
my concern here is that Josh had expressed to me earlier in the day that you still feel like you've got some unresolved issues. Yeah, so.
Yeah, to keep everything moving quickly for you guys and
Yeah.
not to waste anybody's time. We've made good progress with the property owner to the east. I don't want to overpromise anything, and so we're going to try and get something in concrete, hopefully before your next meeting. But at this point, it's still a little wishy-washy, so I hate to have you guys talk too much about it.
And I guess that's just my point. If you're still working on it, let him do that and we'll come back to it.
Okay. So are you good if we move this to the agenda?
I want to ask a couple of questions. So originally there was a business on the west side as well.
Yes.
Have you had any luck with the business owner to the west as to whether or not you can use the parking there? 'Cause I would like to see that business area come back.
Yes, sorry. So this was a visual that we created for the owner of the O'Reilly's building, showing them how, hey, we're gonna, bring an additional commercial location over here. We're gonna connect these roadways. Here's the 9 shared parking stalls we create. So that's why we highlighted the one on the east. The one on the west is still there. Dave has made the suggestion that maybe it makes sense to move both commercial locations over to the east. Where the
That was my other
additional parking is.
recommendation.
Yeah.
That would be.
He's heard
Yeah,
that
nothing's
and
gone
he's
away.
working on it.
Okay,
It's-
We're all flowing. Yeah.
The
He's
ratio
working
of
on it.
commercial to residential, he needs every ounce of
Right.
what he's provided. So I think, like he said, that's just, he
It's not
highlighted.
done.
for
I appreciate this just a
illustration.
depiction because I only had one note on this, and it was we need to figure out where the commercial went.
Yeah, it wasn't eliminated. This was just for somebody else's eyes. I
Okay,
guess.
that was my question. Because if we can get the commercials situated, you do have the required parking. I like this new parking setup. If you can get that approved, so.
Okay, we'll work hard before the next meeting.
Okay, we'll
Thank
see
you for your
you,
time.
we'll see you on the 13th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cassie, would you put this on the agenda for the 13th? Item
Yep.
number 4, Noah.
Okay. The next one is a rezoning proposal from A1 to R3 down by the city shops, off of just north of Gordon or 2700 South. Planning Commission reviewed this, is recommending approval. There is, I guess the only talking point with that one is that it will create an intersection with 2400 West that is kind of close. Planning Commission looked at it. They weren't too concerned. If you look on the aerial and you go down Gordon, there are other examples where roads kind of come together. But the busier the roads, the more important it is that they line up on 90-degree angles.
And can we have maybe the entrance be more to the west or rather than 2400? Do you know what I mean? So that they're offset more. Does that make sense? Or is it better to have them close together?
Well, if you look at their
It's too close.
landscape design, you'd lose a house if you did that.
Oh.
There
Maybe
is
two.
a lot, but
Well, I'm
also
just
I don't
saying
know
that-
how much of a difference it would make, but that maybe the applicant could speak to that of
Okay.
what the merits are there.
Right.
The applicant is here. His name is Brad Frost with Ovation Homes.
So, but they did recommend
Brad, you wanna-
approval, right? I
Yeah,
can't
they
remember.
weren't too concerned with it,
Okay.
but it is something to, that was kind of the
Okay.
big talking point. The
Gotcha.
rest of the details of the design would be worked out with the subdivision.
Can you tell me how many feet it is between there?
Yeah, I marked it on here, so
It's right there. It's
Yeah.
164.
164.
Yeah.
Oh,
with several colors.
It's the next one down. It's,
That
you see this
helps
one with the
when
red,
it's
light,
several
red
colors.
arrows.
That helps a lot. So, thanks.
Yeah, it's
Maybe
not
up.
Maybe
right there. I've got it on the giant screen right behind you.
Okay, so, I mean, just to cut to the chase here, it's far enough.
You don't have markings on. You can't see.
Well,
It's on
he
the
told me it's
screen.
164 feet.
Yeah.
So, I'm trusting that he didn't
I was just
lie
trying to
me.
figure out why yours wasn't working as the
I don't know
engineer
either.
going.
Okay, so it's far enough that I'm not as worried as it would be had it been slightly just ajar. So I don't think there's any concern there. There is that home, and I've driven down here this week to just take a look at it. There is that home that dead ends right there. So it's kind of a little bit odd. But my concern would be that this street is a faster street. The speed limit is higher. And the higher it is, the further the distance required to meet our compliance. So we're calling this a street, right? This will be a street.
These will be public roads.
So is there a problem
2700 south, I
legality?
believe, is wherever Robert is. I believe is 35 miles per hour, which in the staff report made it at 385 if you do the math for 7.5 seconds at 35 miles per hour. So this
it's only
is
half what it has to.
yeah. So it should be over 385, but it's only 164 apart. So it's
is
closer.
there a legal problem that we didn't follow the standard?
No, because sorry, Paul, but in the planning commission, in the ordinance, it says unless otherwise approved by planning commission. So that the ordinance has
There's some squish
Unless
there.
accidents are allowed.
But yeah, I don't, sorry, Paul. I just
Yeah,
thought it
no,
was thunder.
we're not gonna see liability from it.
We don't have, well, okay, that's my only real concern, is that the city doesn't have any liability.
Yeah, but that is something to consider with the rezone is the city's ability to service it and the kind of impacts to the neighbors. And
2700 will remain one of our main collector roads forever. It's master planned as
Oh, yeah.
a major street.
Yeah.
And as is, people go 50 miles an hour on the street. And it is,
Get ticketed.
it gets 40, just down past this, it's 35 right here, but it becomes 40.
See, my concern is actually a little bit different. And I actually emailed you about this earlier, is on any given cul-de-sac, we have a limit of 500 feet.
Right.
This is 800 and is that 57 or 97?
It is very long.
So this is 900 feet long. So that's almost double what we allow for a cul-de-sac. And I know this is not intended to be a cul-de-sac.
Yes.
I went through and looked up and looked around where I thought the connectors would be, and really there's not going to be any connections to this. I'm going to ballpark for at least 5 years.
Why is that? Just in your
Part of it is West Davis corridor.
West Davis corridor is
Well-
too close.
Is right next to it, and
Right
so
next.
no one's going to.
Nobody's going to build to the east. I'm not surprised.
No, yeah.
Well,
There might be
yeah,
some to
while
the east.
construction's
It's actually
going on.
going to connect to
Hit
the
the road.
west. But the
Yeah.
problem is until UDOT relinquishes their land
Yeah,
and you
I
can
can't-
do a full
Oh,
development,
Which
Right.
just sounds like that's years away.
which is
Well,
5 years away. So
at
this is
least
going to
5.
be a dead end street
For a while.
for at least the next 5 years. And so that's my big concern is I don't like the fact that if, let's say that, something happens to block this intersection and a home at the end of this has some type of medical emergency,
We can't get.
you can't get to them.
Well, that's actually the issue I had with the Abington, sorry, that
So, yeah,
there's one access in
There's
and out.
one
of
way
there
into
if
this,
Something happens.
and
Yeah,
there's
it's not good
900
planning.
feet. So
So in this case, what's the remedy?
so we do have some other situations very similar where they are just stub roads, but they are further than 500 feet. Like over here, this is kind of by the Hamblin farm.
It's the
And you can see there are
and there's 4
they
homes
call it
there.
that lovingly.
there's
There's now
2
7.
more as well.
Yeah,
Seven.
they've built onto that.
But
What
this
about
would be
1, 2, 3,
this would
4,
be
5, 6,
actually
7,
pretty
see.
similar,
So-
maybe one more row of homes. But you can see
Well,
all that. You're right though, as far as the timing, we don't know, but it could be a dead end for a long
if we
time.
were to be consistent with other developments, we would require that they find some other property that they can connect a second entrance. That would be consistent for what we've required other people to do. But I do realize they probably don't have control over any other property. So that's going to be the challenge.
I mean, the only thing I would recommend is, I know that a lot of developments do what's called a fire lane along the back. And when this connects
On
in,
whose property do you do the fire?
Maybe you.
well, you would have to reserve part of
From you.
either, well, you're not going to, the neighbor is not
Either
UDOT.
one.
The neighbor is
On the west is
the
not.
neighbor.
An individual
On the
neighbor.
east, I'm talking.
On the east, that's a
That's
home.
a home, yeah.
Well, it's going to be taken.
No,
Are you sure?
Yeah.
That one?
I looked,
You can see on the aerial
That's
here,
Yeah.
there's a home that will be taken, and then they just built a new one right next to it.
yeah.
Okay. All right. So that was what I was
so
thinking.
that
This
one
was
stays.
the person that was.
yeah, so this is going to
It's
stay.
relatively new.
So the only thing you can really do is have the neighbors or the houses on either the west or east side of the road have a shorter yard until there's a connector. And then at that point, you can give it to them or however that is.
How
But
wide would that have to be?
what do we require for a fire lane?
Well, then there's also the thought that you could.
Right.
You could also build.
24 feet wide.
And you
Robert's
could
looking
build-
at it like we're nuts, 'cause
You could build a section of
Where's
it,
Aaron?
and then not build
He
the
was here.
north section.
Can
Yeah.
we
Maybe there's
call
some
on Aaron?
info I could give you that would help. One, we've talked to UDOT. I don't know where you're getting your 5-year information.
Well, the freeway won't be done for 4. That's.
Yeah, but would it be helpful if we provided from UDOT information that would be different than that?
Sure. That'd be
Okay,
awesome.
so I think that's the first thing too. The neighbor to the east is the one that's building the brand new home, and so that really kind of cuts off
Mhm.
2400 from going through. And I think the thing that's hard is the Bennett family, if it was not approved, they can't develop their property. And I think there's a lot of properties in the city that have had similar situations. And so I would sure hate to not be able for them to develop. But I think the third thing would be is we're bringing our Ovation product. And so
I don't
there's
think
not
they
gonna
know
be a
what
lot
that.
of higher traffic that, there's 1 or 2 people are living in the home, and so the traffic that they bring to 2700 is not gonna be super significant.
So
this.
What's you say the Ovation?
Ovation, 55 and older community.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's great.
That actually makes me more concerned because
Yeah, but
they'll now there's a higher likelihood there'll
there'll
need to be
be
an ambulance
medical
in there.
attention, yeah.
Are you saying that I'm almost to that age of needing an ambulance?
I think in a much nicer way, he
I'm
might.
saying
Not
you
too
fall in a
bad.
higher risk
Just
category
call
than
me out.
others.
Okay.
But so my concern here is, like I say, you check almost all my boxes. I love this, a single family, love it. The Ovation sounds like a phenomenal community. I like the row. I mean the layout. My only concern is for the people living at the end. If there's ever a problem on almost any part, because I mean the fire truck will be coming from the west most likely because they'll go along 3000, go up. But if there's an accident anywhere along there, they have to go all the way around to get to it. And then if it's at that intersection, which is we're already identifying as an at-risk intersection
Which has happened
because
before.
it's shorter
Mhm.
than the requirement. So we've created a safety situation because we don't have enough room for people to safely see someone coming out of the other area. And now there is an accident and there's something going on inside that cul-de-sac.
See, you wouldn't want to turn around.
It's problematic.
When we were in the planning commission, we were in the planning commission, Brian Bloman made a great comment, I thought, is that he actually thought that this helped the traffic flow. He was a supporter of it, and Noah, you can tell me if I'm wrong,
Yeah,
but,
explain that to me.
I don't know how that helps
because of the
anything.
connectivity and future connectivity and the new subdivisions coming
So,
in. and-
I agree, future connectivity, this will be fantastic.
So
Let's
if you
see
have
your
something from
information.
UDOT to say,
That
What's
would
that?
really help.
you have some information from UDOT that tells us it may be
Sure.
less time.
He's saying he's gonna go talk to him.
No,
No,
Oh,
he
you have it
has
already.
no, I just
Yeah.
don't want to divulge that right now, but
Okay.
I'd be happy to send an email that is in writing that would alleviate your concerns with.
In
5
writing
years.
would be really good.
In writing from UDOT or your interpretation
I
of
will bring
UDOT?
the email to you. next
Okay,
week.
that would be helpful.
Okay, so Aaron, our
And it's not
concern
just his
is
word, sounds like.
that we have set a standard that cul-de-sacs are no longer than 500 feet for the accessing of emergency vehicles. This is going to be 900 feet, which is almost double. And
In addition to that,
we have some issues with turnaround anyway, because are you going to not develop those last two lots until after because you'll have to have a
hammerhead of
temporary,
some kind.
We'd be happy to hold those last 2 lots out. And
you have to, because there's
Yeah.
no other way.
They
Yeah.
did that over at.
When Golden sees this, the fire marshal sees this, of course, he'll look at it, but there's gonna be probably some remoteness, and also fire department turnaround and access, and then of course the width for the fire department apparatus,
Yeah.
with that being a traveled road, it would need to be 26 feet. in width.
Okay,
so what are your concerns as far as the length of this cul-de-sac? Because if there's an accident at the front of this, because we've already created a shorter, what do you call it? Spacing between roads. So you've got a shorter space between roads, plus you've got a long cul-de-sac. I feel like we're creating an accident-prone zone here, and now we're creating a long cul-de-sac that could slow your apparatuses.
Without having Golden with me and having the International Fire Code right there are remoteness requirements that may require a second access. I can't speak for sure right now without
Yeah.
having that.
Okay.
But
So
there
we
will
need the
definitely
information.
need to be some fire department access or turnaround.
Yeah, do
Thank
we
you.
have the email, the letter from Golden here
We
yet?
wouldn't be able
Not
to,
yet.
No.
Okay.
we wouldn't be able to get a fire truck in there and turned around without getting on the people's.
and
Yeah,
that's.
there was
Sideways,
just so
and that's
much
not gonna
information
happen.
with this one.
So is it possible that they could develop to a certain point
Yeah.
and then have to
It is
pause and
possible.
wait until?
If they can stop at 500 feet,
Then
then
it works, and they just wouldn't be able to go beyond that until there's a way to
Until
connect
you
a
know that
road.
there's a connection with
That's
UDOT?
exactly what I
I
was.
think that's something we can
saying
look at.
before.
I guess I'm confused on the 500 feet because the way
That
That's
is
the
a city
ordinance.
standard.
I thought the ordinance was 900 feet. Is that-
No,
I can explain this, and I texted you about this. You can have 1320. That's our block length. But if you have a permanent dead end road with a cul-de-sac, it's 500. This will not be a permanent dead end road.
But
Our
it
concern
is
is that it
until
might be
it's
for a
bit-
long
yeah.
time.
yeah,
But it's not designed to be a permanent dead end. So if it was a cul-de-sac, so we gotta get our words right here.
That makes sense.
Cul-de-sac is different than a temporary fire turnaround.
Right.
Temporary fire turnaround,
It's like a
like the
hammerhead.
fire chief explained, is required to meet Appendix D of the IFC.
right.
And what they're showing on here is what we call like a bulb. And in our
But
ordinance,
there's
we
about
don't
5
want
options.
that.
It could be a hammerhead, it could be a
A hammer,
a wide-
120-foot
And a
hammer,
lot
They
of
yep.
times
do
they're
different
not-
ones.
They're
They'll-
not
they'll meet
paved,
that.
They gravelled for
We-
a couple of years and that's about it because the lifespan for gravel's shorter and all.
Yeah, we don't want to get into the weeds about a fire turnaround right now. This is a zoning
Right.
application. So this is for the land use. We have, if you look on the screen, the process, the general plan is already there. Rezone, concept plan, preliminary plan, final plan, building permits. All those other steps will be reviewed by staff.
do we see it after this?
Yes.
I think this is the last time
no,
we see
you will
this.
not.
R3. This
No,
is the
because
last
it's
time
not
we
a
see it.
PRD or RPC.
Exactly.
So we have to get it right now.
You can
because-
see it obviously right now and make comments. This is a rezone. So if you guys are concerned about the fact that there'll be a
Yes.
dead end road for a long time, then you don't have to approve it right now.
But we can have this come back to us with new information. And if it turns out that it's sooner than later, then we can revisit this.
Can we
So-
put it on next
Not,
meeting?
we can table this.
Another
We
thing to
could
note,
table it.
if you
We
get
don't
the
need to
zoning,
today.
you're not approving a preliminary plat.
No.
So if
Right.
they submit a preliminary plat that meets the code and they have the zoning, they're vested. So it really doesn't make sense to invest a lot of energy in reviewing a preliminary plat
Right.
if the plat's not before you, because you can make all sorts of changes.
Right.
And then they can come back and bring a new plat
Right.
and say, hey, the
Right.
zoning's here, we got the plat.
Right.
Yeah, I
So it pretty
debated
much-
whether or not to put the plat in here. Just I didn't want us to get too
Right.
distracted because it's just the use. This is right here on the screen. This is what we're looking at right there.
Can we
Do wanna do that?
possibly review this in 2 weeks with the information that they're going to provide from UDOT?
Yeah,
And
I'm
then,
happy with that if you are.
I am.
Right.
I'd like to hear what the information is.
Seth,
yeah, and also maybe from Golden too.
Seth, you there?
Yeah, no, I'm good with that. Let's see what further information we can glean. Yeah.
Cassie, put this on the agenda for July 13th, will you?
But just of note.
July 13th or for a work session discussion?
On a work session?
Yeah.
Yep, okay, for the work session in July.
Just to note that
Okay.
just because UDOT is releasing it, doesn't mean someone's going to buy it up and build
Yeah.
I understand.
a development.
I understand.
Usually they
Still
auction
be-
it, but maybe he's
Yeah, but it could
Got it.
still be, you never know, that's their plan is, so.
So yeah, like I say, I like this. I think it's a great idea, but we'll talk about it in 2 weeks,
We're actually gonna talk about it
in a month.
in a month.
So is that at another work session or is that at city
That's
council?
another work
Another
session.
work session.
Can we fit it into one in 2 weeks? Because that might help us with the information.
If you have that information readily available
Yeah. we
and
can-
we're not going to have to, then I don't see a problem. That's why I said 2 weeks.
you
I'd
can
like
put
to
us
see
on
it.
the agenda for
Then we can vote on it. So let's do it in 2 weeks,
Okay.
but we need some really good information.
Okay.
We need to know that horses can fly.
Specifically
Maybe not
that.
horses, but pigs. We
Pigs,
can-
okay.
With wings, that's what we're looking for.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, thanks.
And that'll be 3 weeks.
Yeah,
Safety is
it's
paramount.
3 weeks because we're the 13th of July.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, let's go to item 5.
Okay, Briggs North rezone and development agreement. So if you remember, so what we call this one, the one by Smiths.
Yeah.
So it's the only way we
I
can
would
keep
call it the
these
one by the
this
liquor
straight. We
store.
got so many things going on.
I call it the Bluff Ridge one.
So Briggs,
right.
we call it Briggs because of the landowner.
Right.
Um,
Who's developed more commercial in Syracuse than anybody else.
is that right?
Good old Neil Briggs. He's awesome.
Okay.
There you go.
Dean Briggs.
Dean, pardon me. You're right.
Yep. Okay, so if you remember, we have previously approved a mixed use project on this plan, and that approval is still, I guess, on the table, but the developer, who is here, by the way.
Mind if I come up right now, Noah?
Sure, yeah. So the developer, he has an alternate proposal that includes 54 townhomes. He's proposing no commercial, what we would quote on-site. I think that's almost a technicality because he is actually proposing to build a commercial building, but the difference is that that commercial building wouldn't meet the architectural standards of the mixed use zone. And so in our ordinance, it says that you can do a quote off-site improvement. I don't think that's exactly what we had in mind. I think we imagined that you would fill a spot in Smiths or a existing pad site. And then staff has reviewed the design. We do have, maybe I can pull it up. We do have some kind of ongoing things I would like to point out. And by the way, Planning Commission did review this and is recommending approval. But they did have some conditions that some of these things be worked out and looked at in the specifics of the plan. So I think overall the use itself is has been much more popular with the townhomes versus the 3-story apartments. But some of the concerns that were discussed in Planning Commission were related to parking. So we have another situation kind of like the towns at City Center, the other one where you have a garage and no driveway in front of it.
Well, it's even.
And so you have that, and then in this situation, if you can see on the screen, on the left side of it, that's going into Smiths. And then on the north side of it, that's going into Antelope. And then on the northern one that goes to the left, that's to McDonald's. And so that's essentially commercial traffic they'll be cutting through there.
Mhm.
And you have that townhome there that doesn't have a driveway that will back out into that commercial traffic. So I do have concern with that, with this particular plan. I mean, as far as the land use, that seems to be a pretty well accepted idea of exchanging the density for something a little bit less than the townhomes. It's just that's a concern. The applicant has provided an update that addresses some of the concerns. They did provide I tried measuring, it was like 10 or 12 feet, kind of like a mini driveway, I guess. So maybe you could park sideways on, I don't know. You stick your end out, or at least they would give, if you're pulling out of a garage, at least maybe you wouldn't get hit immediately as you pulled out.
It'll delay the hit.
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to.
Yes,
So,
you did.
Okay, so
So the other things that they've addressed are some buffering and pedestrian connectivity with the surrounding. But you do have connection to Antelope. You have future connection to the west and two to the west and one to the east. I think that pretty well summarizes kind of where we're at. I think staff has concern with the parking, and I also have concern with the fact that they won't be applying the mixed use architectural standards to the commercial building. It is good that we are getting a commercial building.
So okay, so when you said no on-site commercial, I mean, that looks like commercial looks like it's on
and it
site.
does look like it's on site.
That's
you're
why I say
saying-
quote on site. It's
So like you,
They
It's
just-
not integrated.
legally
help
did a
me
little
out
thing.
here. How does it qualify as off-site when it's on-site? It's only because it's non-conforming on-site.
Well, it's because of what they're proposing to be designated as mixed use zoning. So that building would be designated as commercial zoning.
Oh,
So they wouldn't have to meet the mixed use standards.
clever.
It's a great idea, guys.
Yeah.
Sounds like Jordan came up with it.
Okay, so I'm not objecting to the effect in this case, but my question is always, how does it get applied to other cases? Does that open the door to say that other mixed-use zones then would no longer need to conform to the requirements that are in the mixed-use zone? Because
Yeah.
then that's the problem, really. It's not what we see here. It's the universal application of what we do.
Yeah,
I think what
remember
we
that.
found is a loophole in our mixed use ordinance.
Yeah, remember how we wanted these like vertically mixed use buildings? With this, you're not going to see vertical mixed use anymore because we do set a precedent, and that's my concern.
We reduced the density of the building, so.
And I was concerned about creating that ordinance in the first place. Remember, we had a
didn't.
long conversation about the horizontal versus the mixed use, and I think if I was to read between the lines, I think we were really imagining like maybe if there was a higher density residential going next to some existing, they could kind of help them out.
That is what we talk
But not
about.
like bringing it and then not
This is-
applying it on purpose to kind of avoid the.
It's next door to industrial and commercial. It's just being downzoned because of public pressure. So, Lisa, you're
Well, it's the
supposed to
same
start
zone
out-
as before.
Oh, I know, but I'm just
It's a
saying,
different
like,
product.
but it's a totally different product
Right.
because of it. And then, so in order to get any sort of decent density out of it, out of the land, and spreading it all out, then you're compromising other things.
But remember, there was a
like
recall on
commercial.
this. So I mean, it's not like
Oh.
when we call it public pressure, I mean,
I-
that's pretty dang strong public pressure.
No, I don't know if there was necessarily a recall because it was a contract
Referendum.
between
A referendum.
and that actually never flew because
There
they did
wasn't.
not
No,
turn
this
in
was
anything.
this was just
They
a
filed,
renegotiation
but they
with the
never
developers.
came through with the referendum, and it
Okay.
was filed between the developer
Threat of
and
referendum. Yeah.
Threat of
and
referendum.
Fair.
the
Still
public
serious stuff.
entities. So, the city had no representation in that whatsoever.
Yeah, it's a problem.
And I'm saying that the original plan could still fly if they wanted to, because the contract was not with the city for that negotiation.
No one's disagreeing.
I'm just clarifying for the record that it was not a referendum.
The townhomes will be less traffic
It
it'll
was
be
filed, but
less
they never came forward with
impact.
the actual.
Yeah, I
requirements
know,
of it.
but
You know.
that was, that's why they negotiated.
But you just, we're agreeing with your point. There was a lot of public pressure to not do that.
Thank you.
It's fair. But if I can,
And I'm just saying that we're kind of getting kind of a squash product because of it. There you go.
Again, I'm not objecting to the compromise. What I'm objecting to is, and I'm not even objecting yet, I'm kind of considering if we make a compromise, does it set a precedent that we'll no longer be able to get the product the zone was intended for?
Well, is this considered still mixed use?
That's the question.
That's the other question I had.
This is a giant loophole.
Because it's totally changed
Horizontal
everything.
mixed
It's,
use.
and
So that's the question.
Go ahead.
So our debate in the office, you guys, it sounds like you know the history of the parcel
Totally.
and how
Sure.
our debate in the office was, we said we need to give these guys real commercial. We got to give them real tenants, real tax base. We're commercial developers, so we hit the pavement, we got the brokers, we went out, we have tenants chomping at the bit right now. They want to come in. And if I get a rezone here on this, then I will immediately follow with a commercial rezone on that parcel. Noah is right. We are skirting the requirement that the old code used to have prior to the amendment that allowed the offsite commercial. We were fully compliant with code now, but we agree that the intent is muddy there. And the reality is I can't get my commercial tenants in there with it. So I can't get my double drive-through. I can't afford to pay
Which
for the
we want.
2-story.
right.
And so when I went to the office, I said, guys, we got a pickle. We give them real commercial at a way higher square foot to residential ratio than the mixed use zone requires. I bring down the density, which some of the council members are really worried about. But I can't do it in the mixed use zone. I cannot get Jimmy John's in. They won't do it. And I can't get these other tenants in. So if they want real commercial, I can get it there. And this backs us off the 120 units that's currently approved. And in my opinion, it was the way to go. It's the only way we could solve all the puzzles. Nothing's ideal, you know, and I guarantee you give us this rezone, we will deliver first. We can put it in the DA with the commercial, we'll lead out. I can't fill the whole depth, but I can fill the frontage. And so that's our rationale. We're not trying to sneak something on. We're not trying to cram, you know, we're bringing the units down a lot.
We understand.
And we're trying to deliver to the commercial. So I hope
I actually respect that you're not trying to sneak one past. You're actually trying to solve a problem. I respect that and I appreciate it.
can I also explain, I think the idea of real commercial, we want, you know, real commercial and real tenants. And we had in the ordinance the vertical mixed use, right? But we also do allow for the architecture to look like vertical mixed use. And so they've also toyed around with the idea of including this commercial in the mixed use zone, which would require some upgrades to this building exactly as it's laid out, which would be real commercial. But it does add a little bit of cost to the building, but we're talking about a door on the north. And
why? That would be more hazardous because the drive-through, you don't want people walking across your drive-through to get to a door. That would be more of a safety hazard.
The way it is now, it would be a safety hazard. So the point of some of the architectural requirements in the mixed use zone is that what you see along Antelope Drive. If we're talking about scooters zooming down Antelope Drive between commercial areas and residential areas, and we're talking about having a non-I-15 experience, having gas meters that face Antelope Drive and back service doors is different than having welcoming front doors. Or even you would still have the doors where they are now, but on that north edge you would have a supplemental door that would be welcoming to pedestrians as well as those driving the car.
Can I ask a question?
Well, Nate Swain, by the way, is still part of the team, and I brought him here so you can see his brief.
All right, I know you thought you had in the mixed use zone, if you do go that direction, if I remember correctly, drive-throughs are not allowed in that zone.
They are allowed.
But they're not allowed in front or between the building and the road, are they?
parking is not allowed between
The drive-throughs are.
Drive-throughs are.
but you do have to have pedestrian
Thank you for
connectivity.
that.
So that was,
Dave, it's the doors and it's the 2-story requirement. And so, that's
the
the
2-story
challenge.
was met with the windows. So it really came down to those.
Yeah, it's a gamble. You know, the windows, I know the planning commission can see that differently, and so
Yeah.
it's gamble on interpretation.
So really, we're coming down to the doors.
Could we possibly have some sort of, kind of like they do on intersections, an island for pedestrians to pass, and they can stop in the middle of the island and then get to the next part? I'm just saying.
There's no
On
room
the
for
drive-through,
that.
it's pretty
Yeah,
tight.
I
Yeah.
know.
it's
That's why I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah. I don't think that would probably fit.
So you have crosswalks. I mean, you have to go up and over to the door.
That's why I don't know about this door.
And no, I mean you have to get into this restaurant somehow.
Okay,
All the
but-
doors parking's on the south.
Right,
south
but
side.
all the parking is on the same side as the doors, because all the doors are gonna be
That's
on
where you
south.
go.
And
So that makes sense.
Yeah. So we don't have to debate whether or not we want a door facing north. My point is, if they want to carve this off of the mixed use, that's perfectly fine. They can do this. But they'll be missing some of the architectural features that face north. That's about the only difference between putting this in
But this
and
is
not
also
putting it
gonna
in.
be townhomes now and not tall buildings, so the fact that the architecture doesn't match a taller requirement kind of is more consistent with what we're getting in the end product.
Well, I think we're basically talking about undoing the mixed use and going back to commercial and then townhomes,
I mean,
right?
they could technically do
we're-
the PRD in a commercial.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
This
So-
this is a different zone.
Well, so they would love to do this. Honestly, I can't speak for them, but they would love to just do it the old fashioned way, commercial, not deal with all the mixed use stuff, and then do townhomes in the back. But our townhome zone does not allow 12 units per acre, which I've talked about this a lot.
Yep.
You need 12 units an acre if you're going to have
Otherwise,
townhomes.
it's not feasible.
So Noah and I, we ran circles on what's the pathway to get here. And
So
I
many
felt like this
circles.
was the most honest way.
Yeah.
This was the most upfront. And with the development agreement and the restrictions on the commercial property will have to happen. We're comfortable if there's a little more teeth you want in that. You know, if you want upgraded architecture, don't make me do 2 stories. Don't make me put a door out on the drive-through. But, you know, we can, and we're committed to doing, Noah and I have a building actually in mind that we've been working with, that we've already designed, that we're ready to roll with, that I think we'll get most of the way there.
So what about the park that drives the driveways to the units, because that will be.
That's a fair point. We agree it's not ideal. We anticipate most of the traffic to not be intense from that liquor store access.
Right.
We think most will be up through the McDonald's, and if you imagine our drive-throughs and how they're coming out, though that right-hand turn, we don't see a huge conflict. So we agree it's not ideal. One of the updates we made with Noah was not a half sideways parking spot, but it was just a setback. You know, so we brought it back, so there's about 8 to 10 feet between when you come out of the garage and when you're gonna see, to help kind of bridge that gap between full visibility and coming up line. So we think we've met a middle. If you guys were inclined to approve, Mayor, I'm so sorry we're taking so much time. I swear it's gonna be fast. 3 items I need clarification on. Porches. We are assuming combining 2 porches and having a shared walkway in the middle on townhouses with chairs on the side meets the ordinance. I know that was a heated debate earlier. We want clarification on that. Porches.
So you thought 12 feet was tight. They want, what is it?
10, 9.
10, 9.
It's almost 11.
So
Porches.
see how I mean? I'm trying to
See,
like
it's
keep
all,
it
it's all
going.
getting squashed. I mean, before we
Yeah,
go
we're getting
vertical, you're
smaller and smaller.
it's just, it's having to be spread out land-wise, and so you're getting less open
It's
space
tough.
and
I know.
everything, because
There's
it's all getting
trade-offs.
squashed down.
So we want clarification on commercial. We are confident we meet the ordinance textually, and we think there is very many scenarios where you can have very comfortable porch. So we think we're there. Number 2, we would need clarification on the intent that we're doing, you know, how we're handling the intent of the ordinance with the mixed use and the commercial, if you guys are okay with that. Number 3, with that traffic back out, we're comfortable with that. We have a traffic engineer that's looked at it. If you guys are comfortable with it, great. If not, tell me so in a motion and we can move forward. Those are the 3 things I need clarification on. Thank you. I'm done.
3 things. Okay.
Let me just ask a question of you. Are you okay to go back to an older way of doing things?
Older way?
You mean the
Well,
commercial and the,
Commercial and the.
No,
Yeah,
except that it
because wouldn't
changes
work.
their
We'd
ability to
to
have
then-
townhomes there.
But
Yeah,
to
then we'd
dwell.
have to change the townhome ordinance
But
instead of
what blesses the city?
one
though?
of the two.
Do you know what I mean?
But we can
I don't
interpret
think that's what it's talking about.
Sorry.
We can interpret. You have the power to interpret. You have the power to say this is okay.
We have choices. If you, the old development that we already approved is still on the table, but if you wanted this,
Yeah.
it's up to you.
So I'll talk to my opinion. We just reamed someone out for having 12-foot porches. And so I don't see us saying, but it's okay for you.
That's okay, they're gone, Jordan.
So
You'll never know.
If you'll notice, our exhibits do show those doors in the middle, Dave.
Oh, I see it.
Right,
And
which would have fixed their problem, but that just.
and I see the chair sitting there that you're going to trip over.
Yeah.
So I would say that if 12 was iffy, 10
doesn't make it.
8 is even less okay.
That's fair.
As far as the backing out, I'm all about safety. And if a full-length car cannot be out of the garage and be able to look and check both blind spots, I'm not okay. Because there will be people running through here. There will be kids running through here. And I'm worried they'll be backing out and there's a kid on a bike and they can't see him. I'm not okay with creating a safety problem.
Yeah.
But as far as the mixed use, if this were in the town center, I'd probably say hell no. But we are far away from where I consider the town center, and it's less likelihood of a lot of walking people along here. And I actually think this is a reasonable product. I think it is in demand product. And while I don't love all the horizontal mixed use, I do think this fills a niche in the community that is wanting.
So are you saying you would switch back and say commercial with townhomes, or would you keep it mixed use?
I would keep it mixed use, and we would allow this to be commercial, but it's going to exploit a loophole that I acknowledge, but it is what I consider a decent product, although I will ask that you try and put in as many upgrades as possible to make it look good.
On the townhouse, on both things.
Yeah. On everything.
Okay.
Okay, so my opinion is I'm sad to see the previous incarnation go, because that solved a lot of issues in a lot of areas, but I especially love the architecture of the previous design. And I feel like I know that we have several developments going up that are going to be really similar to this mountain meets industry, to me, is what we've got going on here. And I would really like to see, I'm just disappointed in the architecture on this. I'd like to see some upgrades. And
This does look a lot like all the rest we've seen.
yeah. I know that you've worked to try and create something that works. So if it comes down to keeping it as mixed use and just allowing what you've got designed here, I do have an issue with the porch. We are going to have to resolve that. But once again, I go back to, you would have to redesign, because those 2-car garages are crucial, and that traffic. The backing out is a big concern to me. I had a son live in Vineyard where they had it's just basically no driveways and no real parking. But the vast majority of those were students. They weren't family homes. So I don't think, and they were trying to compress as many homes in there as possible, as many townhomes. So I think that we have a pretty valid concern of the not being able to even creep out without being directly in the road. So those are my thoughts. So I think that is kind of what you already thought we would have an issue with.
But I do like your stylistic recommendation. I thought the old one would have some nice features.
Okay, how are we going to move this forward?
I think we need to resolve the parking thing. That's my biggest hang on.
And we'd be comfortable with that as a condition, that if it can't be resolved, those units have to be moved or lost, or if, whatever you guys are comfortable with, just make sure it's clear.
Right.
So I don't get fired.
That's
an important point there. Yeah.
If it's
I think
sorry, Seth, go ahead. You have
Thanks. No, I was just going to say, I think generally speaking, you know, if we're looking at our economic development plan and our strategy, this fulfills a need that we've been trying to accomplish. I think the previous iteration fulfilled it in maybe a larger magnitude, but this is obviously more in harmony with neighbors. And so if we can, in harmony, match the need with the neighbors' concerns, and the applicants are willing to work with NOAA a little bit more on those architectural standards to draw it closer to the mixed use, I'm supportive of it. I think that obviously the porches thing, yeah, we need to be consistent across the board with all applicants, and so getting that ironed out is a must. But yeah, I think that generally speaking, this is a step in the right direction.
Council, would you feel comfortable with me putting this on an agenda as a voting item? And we've got 3 weeks to work it out for them to come back with some architectural changes. And also, as I sat here looking at it, one of the solutions I can see is eliminating that one townhome that's up there by that intersection. That if you eliminated just that one, I think that would solve a lot of traffic problems.
We're talking about the block.
Would they be able to get that done?
Well, one way or another, yeah. That's 3 weeks. Do you think you can present us with something?
Yeah, so what would be most helpful for me, thank you, this is the funnest city to work with, is a clear, like a motion or a clear directive.
Oh, we're not voting today, so it's his.
We're just talking about it today, and then
You're
work
getting
the next
feedback
vote.
today.
So they're deciding whether or not to put you on
this
another
isn't a
work
business
session or
meeting.
for another vote.
Is there consensus on the traffic issue? That's
Yes.
a deal breaker?
Yeah, it is.
Are you talking about the
You've got to
parking?
solve the traffic issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
The parking for them backing in and out, is that what we're referring to? So
We've got to solve the
that's
public
an
safety issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then if you work with
then
Lauren.
architecture is another one for me.
Yeah.
And then here's the question then, for those porches, do we need to look at what we're requiring from townhomes in general? Because, or do we just need to say, do we need a square footage? Because either way, we either have to,
Give me
we
square
can't just
footage.
say gives you room for 2 chairs.
Yeah, it's better to have
Square
A
footage.
square footage.
dimensions.
Day one, I wanted
Okay.
a square footage, but we didn't do
We
that.
didn't do that. So sorry, we didn't listen to
You
you.
weren't on
It's
the.
okay.
It's not my fault. I
Yeah.
would have wanted that.
Was I on that?
Give me a length and a width.
It
and
was-
then-
It was Corinne and Dave that
You
did
got it
that.
on
And Mike was on the council too and voted.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't trying to throw any mud there. Well,
Sure you were.
one thing that,
Two chairs walkway is subjective.
Did he just say, don't walk away, you're a detective?
Something. What did you say, Seth?
I said it's too subjective, Mr. Detective.
Oh,
yeah, too subjective, yeah. One thing that I'm not entirely clear on is if you guys care if that commercial building has mixed use stylings.
No,
Don't care.
No,
Okay.
it
Okay.
gives us the commercial base
in
and
this
it's not the
particular
same.
location.
yeah, in this location, I'm saying,
Yeah.
okay,
I
if this
mean-
were the town center,
I agree with Jordan.
Okay.
If this were somewhere else.
what's that?
Okay, let's move on. Can we?
Okay.
Let's go to 5.
Does that give Logan
There's a little
enough to
meat.
go on?
I thank you
Watch
so
your
much.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Old black guy.
And then on the 13th, we'll discuss it with a vote.
Is that the next, oh, that's the next one in July.
That's the next one in July.
Thank you.
Okay, but that's 3 weeks away.
But that's a lot of pressure on you to,
I don't thrive under pressure, thank you.
We'll
Got
vote
this.
if it
And Dave, we
works.
love you.
Good to see.
Okay, let's go to 5.
Let's get
No,
there.
it's fine. No.
Yeah, it feels
We on
like
6?
It feels like it. I think we're on 6.
We're on
That's
6,
fine.
okay.
Yeah.
D6, yep.
All right, so in a related vein, town center overlay zone. So we've talked a lot about this kind of pedestrian design stuff. Last time we left off talking a lot about signage. So I tried paring the signage part down. So now it just says no taller than 10 feet, except if you end up with something like Peck's building, you can go to 15. And then maximum size of 100 square feet, which includes everything. I got rid of all the brick stuff and the sign type, whether it's a pole or a pylon. It seemed like we didn't really care too much. And then I just tried simplifying. So on the screen is what I left with. And also to give you an update, we put this before planning commission again, just because it had changed so much. Give them a fresh review, and they still want to kind of wrap their heads around it a little bit more, because yeah, they were kind of the similar debates that you guys have had about whether or not.
So you're saying pipes are still okay in this?
Saying what?
It's okay just to be mounted on a pipe?
Yes.
Oh.
Do you want to make sure it's not okay?
Well, we'll talk about it when you finish. Sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted.
That's okay. I think I was about done. Just, I wanted to update you. Planning Commission's looking at this as well simultaneously. We do have a pending site plan that is getting more interested in building something in the town center that this would be affected by. And so we've been working on this for 3 or 4 months now, so it'd be good to wrap it up in the next month or so.
Okay. Corinne, do you want to defer to Jordan?
No, go ahead, Corinne.
Go ahead. It's no, fine.
So my items were, you say multi-story, but I think what we were hoping for was multi-tenant. So that even if they're horizontal, they could still share a sign like they do at
Like
Walmart, for
Sheldon's?
example.
For Sheldon's or.
Well, Sheldon is multi-story, so he would automatically get a taller sign. But like Walmart that has, all of those vertical strip malls, I'm okay if those also have a taller sign. So I think we originally said multi-tenant as opposed to multi-story.
That's easy.
Yeah. Okay. And then the other one is I actually like having a base. I don't love signs on pipes. I mean, if we're limiting it to 15 feet, I don't think that's unreasonable to ask, is to have some type of decorative base as opposed to a pipe sticking out of the ground.
No pole signs. Got it.
But again, that's my opinion.
That makes no happy.
That's just my opinion.
I agree with that, but I was just trying to pare it down because we were kind of not sure where we were going.
The poll was not really great, but I think that what we wanted to shy away was we wanted to fall short of trying to require landscaping within the maybe base, because if it's not taken care of, it's actually worse.
I've been getting suddenly a whole bunch of people on Facebook sending me messages saying, can you fix all of the weeds along Antelope, including around our businesses and in the town center?
No,
and I'm like,
can't. It's privately owned.
yeah, so that's, I like Dave's point of.
What about masonry?
I like masonry.
You want masonry along the base?
No, so I like masonry, but is it mandatory? That's the question. I think that they could do other things that would be equally as appealing.
Yeah. How everybody feels?
Yes.
Well, Seth
I
is
think
going to say
stone's
something.
fine.
What about hardy plank?
I would say yes. If
Hey,
you're
always
going
yes.
with the farmhouse,
Hortense
then
still
yes.
staying, yeah.
Or 10 still, sure.
Okay, so not
Sorry.
a requirement for masonry, but we do want a base.
But it has to be it has to be a decorative base.
Yeah.
Sorry, Seth, they're not letting you talk.
Okay,
Decorative
Seth, sorry.
base.
Nope, that's it. I was just saying, I agree. It needs to be decorative, can't be just,
Fine,
a metal
decorative.
pole.
Not a pole?
You know it when you
Not a
see it.
pole.
Okay.
So-
Decorative's not a pole. All right.
I mean, what I don't want is to have people out there with just one of those little pipe pounders and then just stick a sign on it and be like, we're open.
Yeah, but then the question
Needs to be
really comes
permanent.
down to how far does it go? Because if we don't have a standard, is just a tin box around the pipe good enough?
It
I
could
don't
be.
know.
That's what AutoZone has.
Again, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm questioning where's the line.
I'm grateful.
If we don't put the line, somebody will push it until we establish a line.
I will say that
So how do
signs
you
are,
refine that?
yeah, signs are an extension of the architecture.
Right.
And if you can match the building
So
or.
So have a
Is that the way
reflection
to
of
say
the architecture and
that
the
it
sign.
has
Can
to
we
be
put that there?
consistent with?
The architecture of the building.
Yeah,
Well,
let's do
that's
it.
rough if you
Go
end
for
up
it.
with the
That's
garage that's made of tin or,
Okay,
your
I have a
steel.
question for all of you then.
Very
Yeah.
You're saying no other, the planning commission wants another swing at this. If we decide tonight to put it on as a,
They're saying don't put it on but you can do whatever you want.
well, yeah. So I'm saying on the 13th, could this be a consent thing?
Probably not.
No, not if.
Well,
There's
not there
that,
yet.
I think we're talking about maybe the 22nd and then in August. unless you guys
I would like
don't want
some
to.
commonalities across
Yes.
the board. It just makes
Okay,
it
so-
easier for everyone to know what they're signing.
So Cassie, let's put this on the agenda for the work session in July.
In which case we can
The
move
the
on.
building.
Are
So
we
what
good?
if you get a variegated steel?
We good?
Agreed.
Okay, let's go to 7.
Okay, that was good work.
Okay, that's good. Okay,
That was efficient, guys.
all right.
All right, North Davis Active Transportation Plan.
This was a read.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Yeah, so this was a multi-city plan with 5 cities. It only cost the city $2,500 for $110,000.
Which took, I sit on the WFRC Transportation Committee, which they talked about us for about 20 minutes
That's
over
awesome.
this plan.
This
We
plan
got
hit-
our us.
Us.
Yeah, we got our money's worth for
Because-
sure.
Because
Because a lot of the tier 1 projects are in our city.
Yep.
What they're
A
doing, is they're trying to show other cities who are new to WFRC what they do. So they were showing what they were doing for West Point, Syracuse.
Yeah, so what you have in your packet is the draft plan. So they wanted to know if you had any comments, concerns.
I have one.
Oh.
They have named it St. Andrews through my neighborhood, and there's only about this much in St. Andrews, and the rest of it's actually Inverness. And so if you say this is St. Andrews, and they drive up to it and they go, wait, this is Inverness, what the heck?
Yeah.
So that'll cause some confusion. Because there's only a
Okay.
small portion, and then actually St. Andrews, I could show you on the map, I'll find it.
I know what you're talking about. I can pass it on.
It goes, the rest of St. Andrews goes on up, and actually their trail plan goes on Inverness instead.
Okay.
But
I'll find it.
by and large, I was actually quite pleased with how many of the projects that are kind of our pet projects made it into this as priorities. And so
Yep.
I was happy with this.
And we're going to receive funding for it.
That's
Wonderful.
awesome.
This gets us in line for lots of good grants
Lots
and
of
stuff.
grants.
That's
Yep.
wonderful.
So
So
they would like us to do a resolution just saying we like it, if you guys are okay with that.
Yeah.
Can we put that?
That
Yeah.
on consent.
The only complaint I had is there's not enough green paint.
You know what?
They did on the intersections, which I liked.
Yes. Ever since we've had that discussion, when you were talking about your trip to go and explore that for bike
Mhm.
riding, I've noticed in Salt Lake, they have those bike lanes painted in green.
And same
And
thing in Ogden, and you know exactly where you're supposed to
That's
be.
so
And
smart.
drivers know too.
Mhm.
That's the other issue, because you're
So-
always thinking, oh, am I in a bike lane suddenly?
Yeah.
So I would like to make a recommendation that they actually include that. They show markings, but I don't think the markings go
Okay,
far
but
enough.
to be fair,
Sure.
we are a city that gets a lot of bike traffic as recreational use. A lot of people will go through the city towards Antelope Island. The maintenance and upkeep of that much green paint can be a real serious burden. And I don't want to financially tie us to green paint.
I am not advocating the entire lane be painted.
Well, I mean-
Only that you do like every half mile.
Interesting.
That's a good idea.
Because you know how you have a guy on a bicycle?
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying in addition to that guy on the bicycle, put a green border around him so that it's a little bit more apparent because
Okay, all right. I was thinking you're gonna paint every.
no,
bike
so
lane
they
green.
actually show in the
And we can
appendix.
afford that.
That would break down.
In
We
the
can afford to keep it up.
I'll show you in the appendix. They actually have a pretty good example of one of the
Well, I
areas where they
think I
did
may have
that.
seen it. I just,
So, just as clarification.
you said not enough green paint, and I'm like,
This map is not the engineering for each project.
Right.
So this is kind of like drawing lines on a map, like, hey, someday these are the projects. Let's rank them based off of importance. Someday we get a grant, then there's like engineering and stuff that happens. So the time to have them make sure they put the green paint is probably
Okay.
like
And
5 years from now.
You're not a solid strip,
but
but
see,
you
that's what you showed us in your report from Wisconsin. And I'm
But
like,
it doesn't hurt
there
to
were
talk about it
mixed.
now, I guess.
okay.
sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead, Noah.
I was just saying, I'll pass on the green paint comment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Seth,
Okay.
did you have anything to say?
No, I'm good.
You're
See,
awesome.
they show it here.
Okay,
too.
can we adopt the resolution by consent?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Cassie, would you put that on the agenda for the 13th? Let's go to 8.
Okay, more of this mixed use stuff. So, and the applicant here is here, Josh Hughes. So if you remember the whole,
put it on.
Thanks. Sorry, I'm
And
trying
Josh,
to get
you're
past
not
this
getting
active
20 minutes.
transportation.
I thought I baked my minutes from the previous item.
You did, and
That was the
Logan
plan.
took them.
Fair enough, Logan can answer it.
So that pesky mixed use ordinance, it says, there was a few items with Josh's proposal that planning commission found just didn't meet the ordinance. The biggest thing was the 2-story thing. It really came down
For
to
the commercial.
For the commercial part.
for the commercial.
Right.
Yeah, and so Josh had presented multiple revisions of his plan. He started out with kind of that 1-story, the 10 units, 1-story. So as far as the square footage requirements for Holt, it met that.
Mm-hmm.
And if you remember, this is part of Holt. I mean, this is kind of tied at the hip. We gave away apartments with the expectation that we get this really good commercial component.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when we were doing this, we imagined kind of like this office building with like, you know, an elevator and a foyer, and you know, that's kind of where the ordinance went. And so what we're getting is the square footage wise is good, and I think the Josh has done a great job of like kind of queuing in on maybe what the market is. It just maybe might be a little bit different than what we imagined. And so we went through planning commission and we talked about potentially amending the ordinance to say something like, well, you could
Have the appearance.
What?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, and
Yeah,
it's-
we said you could have a 2-story appearing the appearance of a 2-story closer to Antelope, because if you remember, that helps with
translation.
speed,
Line of
traffic
sight, slowing
speeds
it
and line of
down.
sight,
Mhm.
pedestrian safety. So that's still part of the goal. And then the interior building, maybe that could be 1-story. And that's kind of where one of his last iterations ended up. But after he was denied with planning commission, he's just kind of like, well, I never really wanted to, I don't want to speak for you, but you know, his proposal now is the 1-story, 10 units. And so he would really like to look at amending the development agreement to let him do that. You know, staff, I think we ended off in a good place. I would recommend, if we are going to amend this, to get us back to kind of where we left off. There are some other things, if we go back to square one of his initial proposal, the roof line variation, each entryway variation, you know, some of that stuff.
This is the current one right now.
So Corinne's pulled up what's in the development agreement. It's
Page
a
378.
378 of the packet. It has 2 stories. It has roofline variation. It has a corner tower feature.
I'm just trying to make
the
sure
entrances
what's being
face the
proposed.
road. That's what is in the development agreement, and that would largely meet the ordinance minus maybe.
But that's not what he's proposing now.
And so now, he never proposed that. He if you look.
Which page? I'm just like, where's the current proposal?
Is it possible to bring this up? No, this kind of shows, hey, where we started and what we're proposing.
That's the
now.
one in your email. He emailed it to you earlier today.
Yeah.
So
You're in the development agreement. There's about 300 pages.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like,
let
which
me see
one
if
are
I
we
can-
looking at here?
Let me tell you a
his
page number, but
presentation
you can show
is
that too.
from what he sent us earlier today.
Okay, and I was gone to meetings for part of today. So.
Okay.
It would now be appropriate time for me to speak, Mayor. So I don't know if people were envisioning, elevators necessarily when we first
They're
approved this. I
expensive.
mean, the way that it looks is that these would be individual, units. Usually when you have a building with an elevator, you're going into one, kind of central entryway and foyer with the elevator. So I don't think this was ever drawn up with the intention of this having an elevator. I think it would be still staircases and stuff that would have fed that second floor. If we're gonna stick with that though, the person would have to buy the bottom and top floor, basically. If we want to have separate tenants on the top floor, then we would need the elevator. And it does start to be cost prohibitive. We talked about start using up square footage for foyers, have higher maintenance costs, for the owners association going forward, because we won't be in this forever. We're gonna sell off the units. And then, it's the owners that will remain here. And so they'll be the ones responsible for upkeeping, the elevators and the foyers and cleaning fees and all of that. And so the idea is to have as low owner association fees as possible, but also to create something that's marketable. As we have talked to people, nobody wanted the second floor units. Everybody wanted first floor units. And in fact, we've received 4 different $10,000 deposits to reserve a unit, fully refundable because we're not subdivided yet. And so it's something that they can walk from anytime. But we have taken four different deposits out of the 10 units. And all we've done so far is a little bit of advertising in the Connections magazine that you guys have seen and on the road with the sign there. We're confident before we can get this built, I mean, the first building will be full and have the second building full before we get the second built. But we're trying to lead with commercial. We don't want this to be an afterthought that, hey, we're going to do the apartments and, at the very last minute, if we have to, we'll build the commercial. We want to break ground on this September 1, which is once the undergrounds have kind of be approved that or improved that far east. And so anyway, we're doing our best to lead with the commercial. We're doing every bit of the commercial that we proposed before. It's just not stacked on top of each other. It's separated because that's what business owners want.
It's you, Tom.
So you're saying this plan right here is no longer on the table, because that's my favorite.
Is it? Okay, so what we did is, we made, that's why I had this, we made change after change, and we kept thinking we were there, and then Noah said, oh, there's this part of the ordinance you guys missed, and so we kept making changes till we thought we were there. We got here, and we were told, no, it doesn't qualify. So then we just said, gosh, if we have to amend the development agreement, we want to propose to build what we really want to build, which would be either this style. We think the farmhouse, kind of the beauty and it's the simplicity, but I think our preference would be this. And then, I don't know, I kind of geek out on the silo. I think that's kind of polarizing. Some people might like it, some people might hate it. But this is probably my second favorite version. I think once you start integrating too many different things, it gets a little gaudy and it kind of gets a little away from the simplistic farmhouse look.
I love the bottom left. It just makes me want to go there.
So that meant the ordinance, and we were totally, okay. As far as staff was interpreting it, we thought we were good, but he has 2 buildings.
I don't know
so
what's
the
there,
interior building didn't meet it. I don't know if you heard that, Jordan, but
Say that again.
I heard it.
you did.
I didn't. Sorry, will you say that again?
So there's value in variation. I see where you're getting the repetition and it looks clean, but there's value in variation because then it's easier to identify where you're headed. Especially if you're a repeat visitor, you now found the door. It's like, oh, I want to go to that one, not, people locate things faster that way.
So you'd say like third door down from the silo. Got it.
But if they're all the same, then it's not as user-friendly of an office space.
And this one really creates one that's unique. These 4, would, I guess they're still kind of the same, but the end one, it would be unique. And that we felt like it was getting a little cost prohibitive. There's really, I don't know that we're going to be able to sell this one for a lot more because you rob some of the main floor square footage to kind of create your stairs and then kind of an open area to get up to the second floor. It's just kind of a loft with a few offices. So I don't know, but if the city council really wanted it,
thinking that that's a must. What I'm saying is there are other, and I'm not telling you exactly what to do. I'm just saying where you've provided some variation, I can see value in it. If you found a way to be inclusive of that, it would be a good thing.
I love the silo.
Okay.
Because my favorite thing about this is paying homage to the farmers and the agriculture of this area. And this is it's just beautiful. And I continue to see every single day, several people I know on social media are visiting Magnolia Farms. It is, and it's because everything. It's the spirit of it. It's the style of it. It's in Texas. It's in Texas, yeah. And you can pull up Magnolia Farms, and that's what they based all of this on. And
it's awesome.
And it's a huge draw and a huge pull. So I think that you are going to quickly fill those buildings, just as you said. I would love to see the silo on the end. And I don't have a problem with amending this development agreement to access that, because ultimately our whole goal in this is to make sure that we have viable commercial. And And I think the style of it, you've done a beautiful job maintaining the integrity of the design of the entire development. You aren't throwing in some tin building to try and just match the square footage. And I think that we just want people to succeed and not shutter their doors ever. So
Right.
I think, and if you were going to do anything, if you needed to add something, I mean, you might just change up a little bit on going to Jordan's point here on this bottom left.
Yeah.
I don't think you have to do anything that large or that encroaching. I think even if you just added some different, like a barn style of what you have, maybe you pitch the roof differently or something on that end. I don't think it has to be 3 lengths or that large, but I'm fine with any of the middle 3, especially the second one down and the silo.
This one or this one, is that kind of what you're
I'm
saying?
saying the middle one in the middle. Yep, that
Right
one.
here?
Mhm, I'm
Okay.
fine
She's
with
the
that one.
design gal, so.
That's.
Yeah, we love this one.
Just no clock in the silent.
There's not a second.
Please.
Yeah, no clock.
No
Please.
clock to deal with.
Now, one question though, is that I noticed the one in the middle has a double door versus the single. I don't really care either way. I'm just saying that as far as silo iterations.
Oh, here? Yeah, there's that kind of windows. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
here.
full length windows, but on the corner there would be
Oh, okay.
kind of the chamfered edge entry.
I just
that-
like
that
the
code
simplicity
requires.
of the middle buildings more so than the bottom. I think you've gotten pretty messy, as you said.
That's
I
kind of
think
what
it
we
gets a
felt.
little bit design heavy.
More than anything, we want to make you guys happy, but do you think this, because this does have a second story technically in it.
Mhm.
It has kind of a mezzanine and it would have a spiral staircase up to it. And so we were hoping that this was going to kind of satisfy the second story requirement. But I mean, is this design one that the council could get behind? Or, you know, Jordan said this is fair.
I just envision a restaurant on that second floor that kind of has a little bit taller. You climb up there and
You could reserve it for a room there.
something like you could turn it into like a wedding reception area or something. I think it just sounds like a cool area.
You need
But-
a bigger space for that.
You can open that restaurant.
Okay.
Not if
You
it's
can
not there.
serve lavender honey.
I do like the fact that you have the gables up top, even if they're not, they're like false gables. I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah. The
Are they-
dormers up there.
Are the dormers, are they lighting down into the store?
No, they actually
Yeah.
go into a mechanical room.
That's I figured.
Which I guess would be another
But it
second
does-
story room.
It does give variation on the roof line.
That does
though.
free up area in the shop. For
Yeah,
And
real square footage.
they actually did the very same things in Disneyland to give it a second story look on a lot of their
Yeah.
Seth, can you see what we're talking about?
probably
No.
not. In your email from Josh.
No. Well, I saw the email. So I've got just because of where I'm located, my wireless internet basically needs every bit of it to stay on the Zoom, and so I can't even pull up the agenda and the packet or emails. And so I've looked at them all, and I guess our question, right, is whether we're wanting to go the development agreement route and find an applicable one of those pictures there you're pointing at, or if we want to go the ordinance route. And it sounds like the ordinance is pretty short, but it's not necessarily, from what I read, it's not necessarily what we're recommending from staff.
Well, so what
Is that correct, Noah?
Yeah.
Planning Commission looked at it and they didn't recommend it, but you guys are in charge. And if you wanted to amend the ordinance, you could go that route, or if you wanted to amend the development agreement, you can go that route. Or obviously you could just say build to the ordinance. So there's kind of 3 options.
I love that he's bringing real commercial.
Yeah. So if you,
Okay, but if
We've
we
talked
amend the
about-
ordinance, it affects every time somebody uses the zone. So that's a much more severe change. If you amend the development agreement to allow it, it's just affects this development.
Can I ask Noah a question? Because I'm a little confused. You said this would work for one building, but it's not working for the second.
yeah. So like
What did you
already,
What did you mean?
So
So one of the designs that we picked would be fine, maybe on the antelope frontage,
Right.
but the one going deeper
Interior.
in interior would not.
yeah, I thought we were so very, very close to just meeting the ordinance. And the ordinance says 2 stories, varied frontages, corner tower feature. It had all of those things. But the ordinance also said that every building had to be 2 stories. And so the interior one, planning commission felt it wasn't 2 stories because it just had the mezzanines, but arguably there's no real occupiable space. So they were just like, no, that's 1 story. Because the 2nd story mezzanine is just mechanical.
So it's
on the
second-
north building, you have some actual occupiable space. So they're like, all right, that's we'll count that. But so when we took it to planning commission, there is an option to just say, if you're an interior commercial building, you don't have to be 2 stories, and then you're done.
And the reason why we did this is for interpretation from the street, correct?
Yeah, we're doing all of this because of all the safety stuff that we've
Right,
been talking
but not
about.
necessarily, that doesn't necessarily apply to an interior building.
Yeah, it's not as big as a concern, but I mean, from an economic development perspective, we want to maximize the square footages and value of the buildings.
But
Are
if
you
nobody
saying,
wants a second
are you
story.
saying, Josh, that the silo feature would be on the
That's what
frontage?
his
But not on
experience
the
has
back?
been.
Not on the
Yeah,
interior.
yeah, it would just be on the corner there as you turned in the silo. And then when we got down to this iteration, the plan was that this would just be along Antelope too. And that the interior one would be a little more basic like this.
In all practicality, we're not really giving anything up by
Right.
just, because it's on the inside, nobody, it's.
I agree. Yeah, I was happy with it where we ended off. It's just
Is it
the
your,
ordinance said that it has
is
to
it
be
your
2
intent?
stories.
I remember when we were
Here,
talking
so
about
applies.
the playgrounds and things that you were going to have silo
Silo
playgrounds.
slide.
So then that would be in the interior, that might tie everything together. That's something, that's.
That's on the
Yeah,
apartment
that's on the
side. And they're
apartment
But
doing
we
that.
also
Yeah.
wanted it to speak to each
So
other.
it would, everything would tie together.
Yeah, that's the idea. We tried to make this very cohesive with the rest of the whole design. It's all
So-
very farmhousey.
And
Do
it
you
all-
want to do 2 silos or would you prefer to, I mean, I
So that
don't
was
want
just a
to.
silo.
I don't think it
Slide.
makes any
Yeah, it's just a
sense.
silo slide. It'll
Yeah.
be smaller probably.
Oh,
and
Yeah, and
less-
it's kind of on the opposite
Okay.
edge of the project kind of. If the council likes the silo on this, we're happy to build it. I think it's cool. Not everybody necessarily shares that opinion, but I like it. It just, for us, it just got a little bit too far. I don't know, a little too crazy that we're like, okay, it looks cool on paper, but we're not so sure how well it's going to really translate. If we're revisiting the DA, let's see what you guys really want.
And that's an option. If you guys don't care about any of that stuff, you could essentially bypass the ordinance. But if you are bypassing the ordinance, and I can feel Paul's eyes, we have to follow a public process, right? So
Yes, yeah, there was a decision last year from the Supreme Court, and then it was codified this year in Luma. So you just need to make sure it goes kind of through the planning commission, public hearing process, then back here. So it adds a couple of months.
Should we do that?
And the appearance though applies. I just want to have that on the record. The appearance of the 2 stories applies.
well, you guys need to tell them which option you guys want. If it's
But
the,
according to our current iteration, the appearance of 2 stories.
on
could be
the north
interpreted that
building.
way.
So if we're looking at the bottom left, yeah, I think that would
Okay,
do it.
just trying to make sure.
And our contention
Right,
was
doesn't want
early
to
on that the
Oh, no, I'm talking
dormers
about
gave it a
the
fill of a
dormers.
second story. But,
And
The
they do.
dormers here.
Oh.
and then the silo has a second story too.
Well,
So-
but if
It's
you.
not occupiable.
Okay, I get what you're saying, but if we're just gonna fake the second story and set that as a standard, then we'll never get, I mean, in your particular instance, I understand the practicality, but I don't want to give that up where it might be very much usable.
Most of the people are proposing apartments above these things anyway. So really what you're
Yeah.
saying is you
More
prefer
apartments?
more living space above the business.
You want more apartments?
Well, I think that
Well,
we're
we
saying
told
we
them
would
that
do
he
a
could do that.
development
I'm just saying.
But it
change.
didn't make
We did
sense.
tell him he could
Development
do that,
agreement
and I
change rather
understand
than an
why.
ordinance change.
That's what I'm saying.
And if I understand right, if we go back through the proper process to amend the DA and we do the notification, we go through planning commission, back to the council again, then whatever change we do wouldn't apply to everybody necessarily. Is that right,
And
Paul?
that's,
Yeah. So even
that's
if
more of a
it's
concern
this,
for
you know,
me, yeah.
it wouldn't
I don't-
have far-reaching effect.
Yeah,
I think
I
it
don't
should
want
just
it
be
to-
this
Yeah,
development.
So you guys should amend the
Let's start it
agreement.
back through. You feel?
okay.
I'd like to just change the development agreement.
Yeah, let's start it back through.
Yeah, yes.
Love the silo. I still want the second story restaurant, but Lisa's okay with
Well,
that. So
like I
you
said,
get
if
to
he's
make your
gonna,
design
if he's
decision.
gonna open it.
Yeah, it
and-
wouldn't be
and
built
sell-
to restaurant standards either way. It's gonna be more of a professional office.
That was like a mezzanine up there
Yeah.
anyway. So yeah, you guys just choose from the menu which one you want, put in the development agreement, and we'll do that.
My plan would be to propose this one unless the council isn't happy with
I
that, because
like
I want you
that.
guys to be happy.
I think you hit both sides of that, where you have some simplicity, but you also have some changing that doesn't get messy. But then adding that silo on the end gives us the architectural interest in the tower on the end that we've talked about.
Point of interest.
Mhm.
Okay, is that something that can be supported? Yeah, do you think, Dave?
Seth, do you want to weigh in?
You can't see
You
it.
can't see it.
Do you want to
Oh,
just
yeah.
say middle of the middle
You
row?
can't pull it up, you just said.
So
What's
middle
good
with
for
silo.
Mexico?
Hey, what's good for
Lisa is our eye in the sky. So if you like Lisa, let's go with this.
I like it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So we'll send it back to the planning commission.
Okay.
For a public hearing.
Very good. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Item E, Steve,
Actually,
is that you?
yeah, I think I and Paul can take this one in.
Okay.
Well, don't want some. Sweet rose.
You ready?
I think that's actually a good compromise.
Yes.
Oh, yes. All right, so this
I
item
want to get
is,
us out of here.
yeah, this item is a consideration of the sale of a communications easement at our cell tower on 2400 West. There's currently a lease, I believe it was originally a 25-year lease. This is an offer for a lump sum to have the rights to basically sell the lease rights to the tower to the current company, which is ATC Sequoia LLC. So we had some discussions internally in terms of a sales price. They said yes, they would match that price after several back and forth negotiations. We just wanted to give you a chance to see if you have any other questions or things you want to go over. We can do that now. Otherwise, we'll put it on the agenda for July or for July business session for a vote.
Seth, you want to start us here?
Sure. I think that this is a good resolution to this long discussion and back and forth, and so I'm good with it.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'd say it's pretty well in concert with our previous discussions.
And we decided on the 180 days to make it, to allow them to close on it. I think that was great.
Jordan?
I agree.
You good, Dave? You good? Can we put this on consent agenda?
No, because it's money. It
That's
would have to
true.
be a public hearing.
Thank you. Thank you. Cassie, let's put this on the agenda for the business meeting. Brody, you're the next? Or is that
Yes, no, I got this one. I'm going to share my screen for this one.
This is an exciting one. It's like eeny, meeny.
Mhm. Oh yeah, go through all of those. I was trying to find our 25,000
There's one I disagree with.
ratio.
So based on some cost estimates we received from a landscape company, and we just used the picture that has City Hall outlined as kind of just a basis to try to get a kind of like a per square foot cost.
Sure.
And it came out to be about $4 to $4.50 a square foot, depending on how dense your plantings are. The examples I gave him were on this slide here, which are mostly examples from the library as far as the type of landscaping, just to kind of give him a general feel of what we were talking about.
Yeah.
The upper right-hand picture is from the linear park, where we have some rock landscaping there. So, so they came back, gave us that price, kind of a rule of thumb if you wanted to just kind of, figure what it's about 5,000 square feet of turf conversion for every $22,000.
Doesn't get very far, does it?
Yeah. So, I think tonight we want to do a couple of things. There is 25,000 that you set aside in the budget. We can talk about if you want to do more or less or the same. We are going to talk about priorities of surplus money later tonight, so recognizing that this will play into that discussion if you want to go higher. The other point is there a priority if we were to do some work on this summer? Is there any of these sites that are in the packet that would be kind of the council's priority where we want to look first?
I'd say we need to not do the cemetery, considering we're going to do other updates on that. So
I would agree.
Yeah. And I would like to see something maybe closest to City Hall, because that's kind of a leading by example, and maybe would be, they recognize that we're trying to make some changes that will affect the city in a positive way.
So my concern about City Hall, but I agree that we should do something near City Hall and part of City Hall. But when I look at the large stretch to the east, I think there's hardly anything there. Just, I mean, if it died, would anyone notice? Because it's next to a vacant lot. And so that's, so my point is I wouldn't want to put money into that because it'll probably all get redeveloped whenever that lot does get.
Similar to the cemetery.
Right, so it doesn't make sense to me to do that. But the
other parts,
the parts near the clock roundabout makes sense to me. The parts around the rec center makes sense to me. I don't really like doing it on the east side again, just because it's significant, and I have seen kids sit there and eat a bag of chips or whatever, but the stuff that's right there near the entryway is kind of like, you know, that makes sense to me. But some of the stuff in the parks doesn't make sense to me, at least as a priority. I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just saying it's not my priority.
Well, since we have such a limited amount this year, we need to, I think
we do it near City Hall and rec center.
Rock Creek is an enormous expense if we try to do Rock Creek, and that's clear on the west end of the city.
And few people would notice.
Yeah, so I think it should be right here.
It should be in the center of town.
Yeah, actually, I'm along the same lines. Roundabout, and then same thing along the dirt. I don't think we really need to put a lot of effort in. If anything, turn them off.
If you want, we can.
Just let it die.
That's actually one zone. We can just shut the zone off.
Just shut the zone off.
That little U, that J, the J.
Yeah, there you go.
That whole thing is one zone?
No, there's
just the one.
South is one zone and the east is another zone.
That island on the top of the J is one, then the vertical part of the J is another, and then that southern part of the J.
And the other part that I would say that with this and anyone in the future, that we should think about doing them away from buildings, which a lot of these are, like around the roundabouts, because rocks are projectiles. And as we've seen it like with walls and it says neighborhood and or windows and or next to buildings, let's leave the rocks mostly where people aren't stopping and next to buildings where they can be thrown.
Brody, how about if we suspend discussion on this and go to the next one? Talk about the surplus.
Okay. Yeah, and so I guess I would just need to know on this one, and maybe we'll get the answer on the next item is
how far to go.
Yeah, how far to go.
Yeah, well, let's talk about the next one and then we'll see what's left.
And I'd like to understand what the square footage of the roundabout and the rec center is.
Maybe that's all we can afford.
Exactly.
I think it probably is.
And if it is, I'm okay with that because
That's
do what you
can.
Just doing what we can.
Yeah.
That's why I would like to suspend the discussion and move on, come back to it.
The other more important things are, even though we, could do it, we get more bang for our buck.
Okay, so talking about priorities for surplus. So the projection is somewhere between 1 and 1.5 million. I recognize at the last meeting, I knew it was going to be around $1 million, but without Steve being here, I was going to be really conservative.
It's always a wise.
Fair enough.
So it's 25,000 is just
nothing.
It is right there.
So yeah, with your authority, you have the ability to set aside this money for whatever purposes. Just some guidance that we give the council. It's one-time money, so you know, you want to use it for capital, land acquisition, you know, improvements.
It's not great for something that you have to use year after
Every
year.
Yeah.
Parking expansion at Rock Creek.
And you can also, yeah, you can also
problem.
just set it aside for in a rainy day fund. The legislature raised the limit so we can go to 35% of our annual revenue instead of 25.
I would say that would probably be the best thing because we know we have big needs coming up if it were there.
Yeah, and then I put in the packet just things that you've already adopted that it could go towards to try to accomplish the goals that you've adopted.
Yeah.
The only thing that's not actually in your adopted plans are the things listed in other considerations. And those are the items that council members have discussed, but you've never done like a consensus and a vote on. So
right,
those are the items we want to just kind of put in front of you and decide how much of what you want to put where.
First thoughts, land for parks, I think needs to be a priority because you have to have long-term vision of where you want it and you got to buy it early or it's going to be gone.
but is it for sale?
Well, and that's the question,
That's
but we
the-
have to
I
have money
agree.
to buy.
I agree. I'm
have
not,
yeah.
my only question is when we find, you know, is
Yeah.
there something available that we can put it to?
Absolutely, but we gotta have the money to buy, and we know where our zones are where we need parks. And then secondly, we've got a parking problem over on Rock Creek, and let's take care of it and get it done. That parking lot area.
That one
That's
that was in.
Two thoughts right off the top of my head.
Is it
but
broken down?
Okay, tell,
Asphalt?
what,
there's other stuff
No,
too.
it's
It
that
would be
priority.
lovely if we had enough.
prioritize those
That
two.
people wanted to buy.
Prioritize those two.
Purchase land first.
Purchase land
You gotta
or
get the
parking
land.
at park.
But I'm
the-
gonna ask,
The
is
parking lot isn't a huge ticket item, I don't think, as far as the $1 million, right? I don't know.
that's
I
a
mean,
tough one
It
because
says right here,
It might be like
$150,000.
$500,000 once it's all said and
Oh, never
done.
mind. How much is it? I
Can
don't
I-
have an estimate in there of how much.
Yeah, we don't have, yeah, we haven't done the
Okay.
engineering, but
Okay, so we don't know. Buy land.
Just
then.
based on, you know, look at the Founders Project and that sort of thing, it's probably 250,000 to 500,000, I'm guessing, in that
Yeah.
ballpark.
Right.
Just not even
Just-
knowing what it is.
and
Yeah,
I could support that.
we just don't want pocket parks, so that's the thing.
I
We
agree.
gotta go aggressively on getting the land we want in a decent size.
To program.
Which order are we going in? You next?
I don't know.
Well, I'm, okay, so at a future item on this agenda, we have to deal with some road improvements. I would be willing to consider that as well, pending the discussion, but we have to have the discussion first, because there's moving parts to that.
Yeah, and that can be done.
I mean, I'm not saying that
And that-
that's the top priority, but depending on how people feel about the impact, it could be.
I want to say one thing with the parkland, that would include trail as well, if we can buy trail land too.
I would only be willing to buy that if it were a connector of our master plan.
Oh, well, sure. I mean, it's in the master plan, so if it helps us meet it.
Well, we were just talking about scooters, saying that we might have some real discrepancies in where those trails end and begin, and we might need to,
I think we're addressing a lot of that. What would be,
maybe some of our grants in that.
yeah, we've got that. I'd kind of like to see where that goes before we start.
thought.
So if we want to set some aside for that, but I
Yeah.
want to see what we can get in order before we start just
Good thought.
digging in. So
Can I make a suggestion? Let me just tell you what I've been thinking. I agree with the city needs to lead out in drought times by xeriscaping where we can. But that is a this year problem, maybe. You know, it is a this year problem. Next year, it may not be an issue, but it will be an issue over and over again.
Yeah.
So if we can invest some of this money in xeriscaping now, it will get us through droughts in the future because we won't have so much to water.
Okay.
Then I like Dave's idea is maybe we ought to surplus it. Maybe we ought to just put it in a rainy day fund. And if we can go to 35%, because we can't do roads this year.
Right.
Because of all the other things around, but we may be able to do roads 2 or 3 years down the
Right.
road. And having that rainy day fund may help us.
Maybe make it possible for us to do that.
I'm thinking that maybe just those 2 things become our focus. Yeah.
I'm gonna go through mine.
You disagree.
So for me,
Yeah, but you're a bee.
Excuse me?
What do bees know? Aren't you a savage bee?
There you go. Okay.
Savage bees. Anyway, so my big thing is reputation of the city. So I think first and foremost, I know we already have money in there for the town center parking lot. I'm hoping what we already have budgeted is sufficient, but I want that to look nice. We need to do that well. I don't want to do enough money to fail. So I want to make sure that I want to see where that plays out. So I want to make sure we have money allocated for that. The other one that again, this would probably go into a rainy day fund as well, but it would be dedicated to improvements around our intersections that we are going to be getting. We need to make sure we are provisioning and planning for those.
Freeway.
The freeway entrances, because
I understand.
your reputation as a city will be based on someone pulling off that freeway,
Especially Antelope.
especially Antelope.
So you're saying you want signage?
Like signage and
stuff,
welcoming and
or
maybe
Signage.
our branding.
decorations.
I
We
want,
talked a lot about
More than
branding and we
weeds.
still haven't really done it.
I know, that's what I'm saying is
Yeah.
I think it's going to take more than UDOT gives us.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would like to allocate some of that funding to that to make sure it's well designed, it looks nice, that it's durable. I want to make sure that along the top of it, whatever it is, that like as you're driving under, if you just put up fencing, you're going to end up with a whole bunch of what do I call it? Solo cups.
The red solo. welcome.
For time and all eternity. But if you put up a nice
Like driving.
wrought iron fence, like you see as you're driving along Legacy in
Well,
those areas.
And I'm saying, like, as we were driving to Washington through Oregon,
Sure.
that they had these bridges with, it's the Oregon Trail.
And you remember them.
Big Conestoga wagons.
And so, maybe some running antelope along the top of Antelope. So I want to make sure that we do a good job on
Speaking
that.
of which, were the buffalo.
But that's gonna have to go to rainy day fund for now, because
I agree, but I'm
you
saying,
can't do that now.
if we're going to save money,
You put it
we
in
need to make sure it's
specified-
things that are going to build the city's reputation. So speaking of which, right after that, I would put signage and branding would be our next priority.
So they're kind of the same.
They are very much the same,
Those kind of-
but
sure.
it's the wayfinding along our trails. I want our bicycle trails to be able to say where you are right now is 2700. Hey, by the way, City Hall is just right up the street. Things like that. I want to do the wayfinding.
We
I
just
want to
don't
get the
know how much
branding.
that is yet. So
We
again, we're
don't, so we
talking
have a
about-
study. I agree. I'm just saying my priorities differed from
So-
why we're setting it aside.
Okay, so
And we
I
could
agree
do a
with that.
budget opening anytime, though.
To be
just
simple on this,
when we get
if
those
we put
numbers.
it aside for future considerations, do we have to designate exactly what that is? Because if
Steve
we
says
can't
no.
bind a future
can't.
council, then
They'll
could
just see
could
3 million in cash.
council- Yeah, could council
Yeah,
down the road
no,
say,
it would be kind of a, committed or designated, but it's not locked in.
Can we make a down payment?
Because
What
they
we
could-
could do,
they could change that.
what we could do though is say that as soon as we get the numbers for, say, wayfinding, then we want to do a budget opening
Designate, right.
So
at that time.
I understand. I
yeah,
agree.
and timing wise, some of these things will, they kind of overlap because in fact, we probably should start with getting a landscape architect or a designer on
Mhm.
board for the West Davis corridor intersection, because that is going to be built now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
And
that's
so-
going to be coming online in
So
2
getting
years.
the design now is going to
Agreed.
help
Yep.
Right.
in actually
And
building
really
it.
would help with our branding in general for the entire city if we, yeah.
It helps us know though how much we've got to come up with aside from what UDOT gives us.
Right.
Because there's still a lot of debate about what UDOT is gonna allow per exit. I mean, I still,
Well, they'll give us
That's true,
about,
but
they
you
said
have
about
to-
800,000. for the whole city. So you can put it all in one intersection, you can spread it a little bit everywhere,
Yeah.
however you want.
Well, there's still somebody out there pushing for divvying it up per mile, which I think is wrong because there's a lot of vacant miles that have no need for beautification.
I also think 2500 West needs to be a priority. I think we need to get 2500 West connecting all the way through to.
I agree.
Through where?
Through to
To-
SR 193.
to 193.
It needs to happen. That's going to be an
Does that
extreme connection
require-
for getting to people to.
It requires
Yeah.
negotiation with either the childs
It
or the
requires
church.
a willing seller
cooks.
or eminent domain.
Yeah.
Those are your
Okay,
options.
so that can't happen right away, but
But again, it needs to
To get
happen
people down that
because that
road.
is
but
another,
what will UDOT, I mean, that's going to
You know,
take some
the-
UDOT
the
negotiations.
UDOT's already provisioned for that roadway.
They have?
Yeah, they're planning on it. So that's already done. The only thing we need to do is build the road. But we have to get the land to build the road.
Right.
And I would argue that we actually lost a project because we didn't have that road.
I agree with that. You know what? That's probably numero uno. Dang it, all these dang.
And last but not least, I agree, we definitely need to get parkland.
Which all of this
So I
requires
think
$5
that-
million.
Okay, so just to kind of put this out there, I think the short answer is we put all of this in the rainy day fund until some of these become realistic. And then we decide whether we take it out for that, because several of these are a year or two down the road.
Can we put it in
So-
like a CD to maybe, get a little bit of interest on it?
I think we
yeah.
can do that. Is that even
Seriously,
legal?
that's just sitting there.
It's in that detail.
Yeah, yeah.
Good job.
Yeah.
In that 0.25%.
Yes.
The 8 cents
God.
every time I get my daughter's checking statement with her.
That's the best of
$8
penny stocks.
So I'm gonna go back and suggest that we put everything in the rainy day fund with the exception of what we do when there is no rainy day in the drought.
Just
So-
around City Hall.
Just around City Hall.
And
Because doing that now, if we have lots of, it's gonna be when we have lots and lots of water, we have to worry about it, it's gonna be a forgotten issue.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
too, though, that if we kind of approach it kind of like the street lights, we
Yeah.
do an amount every year towards
So
it.
what-
It might
so
be a
what
way to
Brody
eat the
needs-
whale.
What Brody needs is what percentage of the surplus do we want to commit to zero escape?
I think the question is, since we're not voting tonight anyway, how much will it cost to do this stuff around the tower that's designated, around the clock tower, roundabout that's designated?
Not-
And then when we know that figure, if
What
that
if-
seems reasonable, then we take that out and put the rest in rainy day.
Yep, I agree with you.
Seth, we haven't heard. from you.
Seth?
Yeah, no, I agree with what you guys are saying. The only exception I would say would still be because I think as far as timing goes, it would behoove us to move forward with a landscape architect or the consulting towards the intersection development. I don't think we need to necessarily wait on that. I think we jump on that, get that going immediately with the funds in today's dollars. Don't wait.
That's true.
I'm not opposed to moving forward, but there's steps we haven't taken yet, which is we'd have to define the zone and then RFP, and then we'd have to put it out there and qualify. And so there's a few steps before we put
But-
too much money.
But
in.
we can also set up the priorities, though.
Yeah, you can put the
Okay.
money towards the consultant and get it, the
Yeah.
design work done.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
What I would suggest is you figure out what you want your fund balance to be at in the general fund. And to me, that's just, you leave it there and you're not gonna allocate it for anything, it's for a rainy day. Whatever you're comfortable with, if it's 25%, 35%, take the rest and put it in the capital projects fund and hold it there. And that's the money you're committing for a future use.
It's a good idea.
Whatever your priorities are.
So that
And our fund balance is at 25%, and up until now, we were at the maximum. With the legislature change, it's probably good that the council readdress what they want the fund balance to be.
I think I'm good at holding it. I agree pushing it into.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
If
gives
we-
us a real direction.
Can we
so it
follow the
doesn't
lead of the
get
state
lost.
Yes.
and go to 35%?
I think that's actually wise.
Well, if that's your minimum, you probably put all of it in.
Considering
And we
this-
still wouldn't get there.
You wouldn't use any of it.
Well,
Yeah, and I think that's the question is,
we've got
we're
priorities.
still gonna
though.
come up with.
This this is a really tough year to figure out where we're gonna land.
Yeah.
With everything. I think we're gonna have enough to bump it to maybe 30% and still have money to put it.
I would like to push it over into capital, so it's actually reserved money.
Yes.
Because if you leave it in general fund, it can go to anything. If you push it in
Right.
capital, now it's dedicated money to roads and all of that
Priorities.
stuff.
But we
Building
haven't really
structure.
finalized that.
Real stuff.
But the
Okay.
architect can be paid out of capital.
I agree. Okay, so the good news is we can make this decision with a discussion next meeting. So I would suggest we have a discussion with this item, not try to make it a consent.
Okay, y'all good with that?
Yes.
Okay, Seth, you
Agreed.
good with that? Cassie, would you put that
Yep.
on the agenda? Do you have what you need?
Sort of.
We're gonna discuss it next meeting, so
2,500.
What's your
Land on
question?
a final
Discuss
answer.
and a vote,
Yes.
maybe?
Maybe.
Maybe
discuss
bring
at the table
Monopoly
and
money.
get
The thing that's causing
Bring
problem
it
is the summer is going by
We do
fast.
that.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, the only thing that we really want to try and get some progress on is, in the immediacy, is the xeriscaping in those areas.
Yeah, and I'm just eyeballing around the roundabout, you know, that's probably in the like, I don't know, 25 to 45,000. Because that whole estimate for everything you see on City Hall was 85,000.
Wow. So yeah, tell us what it is to do those around there and then over there, and
Over by
I
the
might,
community center.
yeah,
No.
well, specifically in front of the community center, because there's like a little island sitting there
Around the
that's,
roundabout.
Okay.
that I thought we could do. So I'd say the roundabout, and then the stuff on the west side of the community center, I would like
What
to.
about the west side of this building?
The west side
Turn
of
it
this
off.
building?
Side?
Oh, west,
No.
west, east, turn it
The
off.
west side.
The west
Well,
side
because-
is, we would just leave it still watering.
Until
Yeah,
such
because
time as
Let
we.
the suggestion is we could only do the base of the ditch because we need the grass to hold the bank together, so I'm not sure that matters that much. It wouldn't be seen from the street.
I'm okay dropping it down to, maybe one water a week, or
Yeah.
maybe two tops. Are we already
I
at two
don't mind if
tops?
it goes a little yellow, but
It's yellow.
We had
It's yellow.
just a warning about that. You know, the one that we had removed over next to Linquist Mortuary? That we had friends that lived across the street, directly across the street from that. And just standing next to that was like an oven. The reflective heat coming off of all those rocks, the entire thing was rock. It was so hot, and that might increase the temperature of the building. I'm just saying, be careful for what you do.
This will be a lot smaller. This idea was, it would be just the channel.
channel in
Just
the
in the
base.
center then?
Yeah, because
Okay.
we still
because-
wanted grass there, because that's the parade route, and people actually come up by the building
Well,
to get
and
shade.
vegetation
Yeah.
roots help keep the soil
Oh,
together.
I know,
So,
but I'm saying you
yeah.
can do the same thing with rock too, but then you're also reflecting heat onto the building, and so
Yeah.
you're kind of like
Could
losing the
could
battle
we, could
too.
we authorize, Brody says that we get everything around City Hall for 85,000. Could we take 85,000 all out of?
Well,
I don't want to do everything
no,
around
We
City
don't wanna
Hall.
do
We
some
don't
of the
want
stuff
to
in the back.
do, we don't want to
Because
do that whole,
you probably do 20 grand in the back and nobody would ever notice.
Or are
I
you
think
just
we
saying
just want to do by the
number?
roundabout.
The number.
We can figure out what it goes
What
to.
it goes to, just
Sure.
give him $85,000 to xeriscape wherever.
And you would prioritize
And you,
where
No,
that
I
would
just
go.
really want to do the roundabout and I want to leave the rest for now.
Yeah, is that what
Well,
everybody wants to
I
do?
still want to do the area east of the,
That's,
so I would like
Talking
to,
about which one?
this area
That
right
one?
here, I think is a waste. Because the problem is it's sidewalks on every single side,
Yeah.
and you're probably losing a ton of water watering that, and I would also argue that.
So you'd want to get rid of, is that a tree in there?
Well, no, you leave the tree.
You still water the trees, because that's
So
really
you just
valuable
do
for
your little,
shade and heat.
yeah.
It'd almost be more useful if that was cement.
No, you want trees.
Yeah,
You
I'm
don't
just
wanna
saying,
take out
here and
trees.
here, I think you are wasting water because because these little small areas, you are prone to overspray.
Right.
So this
I don't
is
have
kind of a
problem with
waste,
that.
and that's kind of a waste.
and it's not on the image, but to the west, it would match up
Yeah, it would match with what the library's
with the
done.
library.
Right.
I think those areas, I'd like to see what that costs, and then we go to that price.
Projection of
and
that.
what I'm suggesting is we authorize up to $85,000, and then when we meet again the next time, So that have him give us, what would that cover? What could you do?
Yeah, it could be less.
And let you,
Yeah.
and let you have a choice of what we do.
So you're saying go up to 85, but maybe back it off, or leave it where it is and then go up to whatever it
Does
is.
it really matter?
It sounds like it's.
We're gonna do it, give us a price next meeting and we'll decide which way we're gonna go.
I feel like we're doing tomatoes.
Yeah.
I feel like I'd be okay with 50,000 this year.
But again, we don't even know if that'll cover
We just
any of
don't
that.
know which part that covers.
Well,
So
he kind of gave
He
us an
said
idea,
all
right?
around
It
the
was
city hall
about
was 85.
22,000. Is
And
that what
that's
it
way
was
too
for
much
5,000?
for what we want to do.
Wasn't 5,000 square feet 22,000?
Yeah, so I think what
That
you're
was all-
talking about around the roundabout and that east side,
Yeah.
I think we're in the ballpark
Of 50?
of 50 to 85, somewhere.
Okay. See
I
if you can
mean,
get it
we have
done
to
for
go out to
50.
bid, but
Okay, let's see
All
what the
right.
bids come back at.
Yeah, let's see what the bid is, and then we'll
Okay.
we'll make the decision. 'Cause I
trim
mean,
it.
if we're
We have to.
if we're gonna change it anyway, let's just change it once.
Yeah.
But if that's the only areas you want us to go out to bid for, we can do
Yes.
that.
And
Yeah.
this is
Yes.
five.
Okay,
For
let's
the
just do
bid.
that.
There you go.
I like it.
Direction.
Then we can
And then-
authorize whatever that bid is price
And
is.
then at the next meeting, we'll see how much you want to just put in rainy day and how much you want to put in capital.
Right.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Sounds
We good?
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Okay.
That was painful.
We're doing fine. We're only at 9 o'clock. This isn't bad at all.
Okay,
Okay.
where are we at?
Well, this is gonna be really fast. And I'm gonna take this one. We're gonna discuss the debt management policy task force. We can do this in less than 5 minutes. Rhodey and I was talking, you were out of town when we're talking about creating a task force of financial planners and bankers to help us write a debt policy manual. So that going forward, we are directing other councils on how they're gonna handle debt.
I think it's a great idea.
The only
We can
difference,
bind future councils.
well, they'd have to,
Change the ordinance.
So
Well,
you're saying-
it's a policy.
it's a policy, they'd have to rewrite the policy.
Yeah, the council would change the policy if it doesn't fit what they
But
need.
it's an overall structure that
It's a
doesn't
structure.
exist.
Gives
There's no
guidance.
policy now.
We have no policy now.
Yeah.
Okay, and so what we are saying is that we would, in order we don't have time I'd like to not get this into the political environment if we can, and get it started so it doesn't become a political softball back and forth. But what I would like to do is make this subject to the Open and Public Meetings Act of the task force. It would be agendized with an agenda posted so that people could tune in, either come here when they were meeting or bring it in on Zoom. Because what I'd like to go out is kind of handpick who those are that are giving advice to the council. There are a number of people that have Shane Stewart here in the city as the financial planner for the church. He lives here in Syracuse. Grant Jacks sings with the Tabernacle Choir, but he works for Zion's Bank, like Susie Becker. People like that can come and give us advice on debt management. But then those that are attending, if somebody had expertise like that, then they could join in the discussion because it's an open and public meeting that's broadcast. So that's what I'm suggesting.
Policy's better than no policy.
Yeah, we need to
Because
have a
otherwise
policy.
it's just fair game.
I don't think I understand how you're gonna get a hand-picked group to write a policy for the city that's gonna bind future councils.
That's approved by this council.
It's
It could
Right
be
before an
changed,
election,
and it could be changed.
where
by
maybe we'll
councils.
have new people on the council. At least one, because one's not running again, so why are we not
if
considering?
they're done by then. Yeah, I think it's not quite that. My understanding of the proposal is it's a group that will put together a draft policy that this council debates
This council will,
and adopts eventually. And then so policies, the council from time to time will adopt policies. We've got a recruitment retention policy. You have a fund, we just talked about the fund balance policy. Our minimum right now is 16.7% of our annual revenue. That's our adopted policy. So we have these standards that kind of indicates how we're going to manage, in this case, debt and the issuance of debt, how long that term of debt would be, what types of debt we would use, whether it's a private placement with, one bondholder, or if we would sell bonds that would go to the secondary market, bond market. And part of what that does, and one of the reasons we had it in the strategic operation plan, was it signals to rating agencies that we have a well-managed financial management system here in the city, and we know how to manage our debt.
What is our current rating? Can you remind me?
AAA, isn't it?
No.
Double
The reason,
We can't achieve AAA because we're too small.
the reason this came to my mind is because of all of the dealings with the Utopia. During the time of Utopia, I began to think, because we got a bond, they got a bond rating, but we influenced it.
Right.
So I began thinking, well, I'll bet you that we would get a better bond rating if we had a policy that governed how we deal with debt. So that's where all this discussion came from. And I want to do it before Corinne leaves. I want to make sure that it is the working of this council now. Yes, another council could change it, but I want it to be the workings of this council that puts that in play.
It doesn't sound like it's going to be the workings of this council. It sounds like it's going to be workings of a hand-picked group.
They're going to do a draft.
We've never done that before.
Well, because I'm not a financial manager or.
Nor
a
am
banker,
I.
then
Don't even
it's
play one
really-
on TV.
Right, and me either. So I think it's a really good idea that we get advice from people who are. They tell us what a good overall idea is, so we're not pretending that we know what we're doing. And then we can read over it. If we have questions, they can answer them, so forth, and then we debate.
But
Okay,
we're
what do you
also
like,
not
what do you
HR
like?
specialists, and yet we put together HR policies.
Right, but we didn't invent the wheel. We had somebody bring in policies from other places that had been created by other cities by.
Why is that not good enough here?
And I'm sure they're going to bring information with them. And I have no idea what the mayor has talked to these people or anybody
Talk to
about.
anybody.
So, but the fact is though, is that we don't have that knowledge or information. And I don't know even where to look, but these people would and could bring it with them. Why not use institutional knowledge and create something that is a really good policy? Dave Ramsey would endorse it, I bet.
So I'd love to hear, Steve, tell me, is this something we need? Will this help us?
So the Government Finance Officers Association is kind of the overarching association that covers a lot of these policies. That's where our fund balancing policy was derived from. I would recommend looking at that and seeing what their recommendations are for debt management, debt policy. I think it's always good to have something in place, but like Dave said, you can't mind teacher council.
Right.
It's more of a guideline of here's our goals and our values. We don't want to be a community of too much debt, be burdened by debt, but we also don't want to be a community where we have no debt, but we have infrastructure that's falling apart, we can't handle roads like that. So, yeah, it's certainly something we can look into. I don't know if it's done with a task force or we start internally.
I'm trying to figure out what the significant change is that we're trying to achieve with this policy. I mean, is the purpose is so that we feel good about increased debt. I'm not one that likes to live on credit cards. I mean, that's maybe you get something for a moment, but then you have a lifetime of problems. So.
And that's a policy though, right?
Okay.
That's your policy, your
But I
personal
didn't
policy.
need a financial expert to say it's not good to borrow too much money.
Some people might though.
But
There are statutory.
Oh, there
limits
are.
on the state level that say we can only borrow, I think it's 4% of our.
Some people.
in your personal,
Valuations is-
yeah, and your personal household finances are a bit different.
Right.
Than the laws and rules and policies of a
So I
municipal
guess
government.
my thought is,
And you're not replacing your house every 30 years.
I'm okay with this as a concept, but to something Steve said is this something? Are we trying to offload this from Steve and he's going to get some good input and he'll put the policy together, or is this something that Steve can just go look at the guidelines that are already there and we just take them and say, how are we doing?
Well, it hasn't been structured yet, but certainly, staff can interact with the task force and we can provide those best practices that are out there for them to look at and consider, and along with their information and knowledge that they have.
What I don't want to do is create a task force to create a whole bunch of stuff that Steve already knows and could just say, well, yeah, let's obviously just do this. And I just don't want to waste staff's time by creating a task force for something that Steve's already doing.
Is that redundancy? Do we anticipate that?
You're gonna have people that have a finance background, but they may not know how government works.
Okay.
They're still gonna have the
That's fair.
ideas and goals of, how much is too much debt, here's some guidelines to go off of.
My question is, why do we hire Susie Becker? Why not just let Steve do it?
Because
Why not?
it's good to have an independent voice out there and to see things from a different point of view, I think.
Well, in that
Do you have
case,
time?
she has some knowledge in a very narrow, fairly focused area with impact fees.
Do you have time to do what Susie does?
I don't know.
Well, I'm of the opinion that anytime we can refer to some citizens who have vested interest in our city, anytime we can involve the voices of people who really have an area of expertise. I know coming into city council, I was suddenly expected to have a vast amount of knowledge that I didn't, and referred to all of the staff who do have that expertise and trust them in all these areas. So I don't think there's anything wrong with having a draft created by people with that vast experience and expertise, obviously checked and balanced with Steve and with Brody and with the council, and it wouldn't be creating a policy without our input. It would just be that their expertise would inform it.
I can honestly tell you that one of my major concerns when I ran for mayor was to bring financial stability to the city. That was my goal in this first term, was to bring financial stability to it. And I think we've done that. I think we're working pretty well towards that goal. I think this would be the capstone of it, of this term, would be to create this body that would be just like Susie Becker is, and then we pay her, and these would be volunteers that we wouldn't have to pay, that would have the same expertise.
I mean, I think a debt policy is a great idea if we need to expand on what we have. If we feel like we have a deficiency where debt could be exploited by unsavory city councils, then I'm okay putting some guidelines in place. But I would want to make sure that we're not stepping on Steve's toes, because I think Steve does a phenomenal job.
Well, I don't think it's just Steve's toes. I have a fundamental problem when we start having people make decisions that the people can't elect. Because let's say everybody hates what this group puts together. They can't fire them because they weren't elected. They were handpicked by one person. So
we just wouldn't adopt it, right?
If you're presenting that these guys are financial experts and we've all admitted we're not.
And Steve endorses it, and Brody. I'm just saying that we have some backups here. That we don't have to, accept mud if it's mud.
I mean, at this point, I don't know. I think that you owe it to the people to have a voice, and their voice is they elect people to make those votes.
But I also think too that any policy can be changed and changed in the future as well.
Sure.
And just like we're creating a policy, they can change the policy.
I think.
But I also think it's a good idea that debt policy be in somewhere.
I'm good with the debt policy. I think Seth wanted to say something though.
Seth?
Oh, no, I was just going to say that, I would look forward to having the opportunity to get some sound advice to kind of help us better postulate our own thoughts and direct how that policy could look like. And I guess that's how I would foresee this, as being a group of individuals that have more experience than I do, giving us recommendations, and then we could, consider them or not. I couldn't hear, unfortunately, anything that Steve was saying. The microphone really does not pick up Steve or Paul, which is a disadvantage for me when you can't get any legal or financial advice on these calls. So I guess I would foresee it as being, prudent to go in that direction. I don't really see where there would be harm, and I don't think it would remove any elected's ability. So I guess that's where I would stand.
I think, to be fair, we've had a policy, not in writing, but we've directed staff for a long time to try and avoid debt. It's been kind of a running policy, is that we want to only talk about debt in extreme circumstances. So to say that we suddenly need a plan, my fear is that if this is not an acceptable plan, the one we've been operating on, then the only alternative is that they're going to suggest we should operate with more debt. And fundamentally, I don't like the idea of starting with the end in mind.
I think by and large, all of us are in agreement with that.
We wouldn't want to.
I don't think so. I'm actually okay, right? Like you said, this is something that we've kind of always had we've had our mental guidelines. I'm okay writing it down.
Right.
And if these guys help us write it down,
Great.
I'm good.
But it should come from this body.
Wait,
It should
but
come.
we can have advice to the body. And
Okay, so
we-
let them come to the meeting and educate us.
That would be a really long meeting. I'm just saying, let
You
them
know,
hammer
it's-
it out and bring it,
Council, I'm going to ask for your permission to put this on the business meeting for further discussion, although I do not have to ask you. Yeah, I can put that on there myself. I just came as a courtesy.
Yes, please.
So we'll put this on the calendar for a business meeting for the discussion, and we won't approach anybody until we have a vote on what we're going to do. Okay, let's go on. We're talking about secondary water reservoir. Brody, is that you, or is that's going to be Robert?
Let me see if I can get my share screen working. Try and get a little better at this. Let's see. Oh, maybe I'm not allowed to yet.
I'm adding it. 1 sec.
Okay, thank you. So I brought our city engineer, Brian Bloman, in as technical support. So as we have technical questions, we can, bring him in and
Brian, would you
get some
sit down so they can-
answers. All right, so we don't have to wait for answers to questions. Let's see.
Speak loud, so that can hear you.
Okay, as you know, UDOT's design team is underway with design and some parts of construction of the West Davis corridor, as well as Antelope Drive's widening. So part of their design, and I'm displaying it here on the screen, showing these frontage roads in between, along Antelope Drive, in between 2500 West and the interchange. So the one thing I want to talk about is Bluff Pond, and you can see that here. UDOT's design team has determined that they need an area for storm detention. I don't know why it keeps zooming in. I'm having problems. I'm going to show you a plan set. That one, try that again. This is a plan sheet. It's not a final plan or anything, but it's something that on a preliminary basis, where they're looking at what size of a detention basin they would need for the project. And this is right now what they have outlined for the amount of land they would need for a detention basin. It's approximately similar to the size of our Bluff Pond. So
Okay, help me understand what I'm looking at here, because I see lots of roads and I see some
Oh.
reinforced stuff to the.
This is your spewing.
Yes, I understand, but I mean, I'm looking at reinforced stuff in this,
Where's the pond?
in the east corner. Is
Brian,
that
would
what
you-
you're?
Pond is off the screen.
This is the pond right
Okay, that's why I was wondering. I'm like,
here. This is their proposed detention basin.
Right.
As it stands right now.
okay, that's what I thought.
This is the frontage road.
The problem is you just took away a whole bunch of commercial.
Yeah.
opportunity.
You did. So why can't we move it?
That's what he's asking.
So let me go back to that
'Cause
area.
that's awful.
Whoops. Well, I can't.
So you're saying you can surrender our current pond, let them move that there, and you get that land as a
This one?
developable area.
But where do we put the replacement pond? 'Cause-
That's what he's gonna show you next.
Okay,
Okay.
so.
You're obviously well versed in this. I didn't get the pre-meeting meeting.
So I got the aerial up. Brian, would you kind of point to where that, their detention basin?
Yes, they're
was?
basically kind of showing you right in this area right here.
Okay,
So it's more or less taking a half of that developable area there.
okay.
And our Bluff Pond, this is actually the city's original reservoir. It's the first reservoir put in when the city got secondary water in 1980.
You can see.
So it's the pump station is the original pump station. It's about 40 years old. It's lived its life. It won't be long before we're going to be coming back to you to say, we need to upgrade the pump station, which will be somewhere between $2 to $4 million to upgrade the pump station. And this pond is pretty small. It's our smallest reservoir. So our city's master plan does show the need to add another secondary reservoir. We had the opportunity to combine the volume of this reservoir with a new reservoir in another location that UDOT owns. I could probably zoom out. It is at the Sixth-Way roundabout. So do you see this? Yeah, do you see this?
Yeah, that's
Brian, you
currently
can
a
kind of
mountain
point to it
of
here.
land.
Yeah, and that's what we had originally talked about years ago. So,
Right, so UDOT owns this piece of land. That is an ideal location for a future reservoir. The size of it is large enough to accommodate both our future needs for build-out conditions as well as the volume that's in Bluff Pond. The benefit, there's some efficiency benefit there too with a couple of things. One is we could, in the long term, we could reduce the number of pumps that we would need to operate the system by two less pumps. That doesn't sound like much, but these pumps are giant vertical turbines, which that also reduces power and energy costs long term.
Yeah,
less moving parts. Of the
our electricity bill for the year for just secondary water pumps is $165,000.
So is the proposal to trade this land for the one they want?
Yes.
Part of it.
Yes.
You get it all, would you?
Maybe, because this is less valuable than the other one.
This is less valuable than the other land. And UDOT has told us that they would credit the city for the difference in land. And they would credit the city for the fact that if they used our Bluff Pond as a detention basin and they don't have to actually spend money to build one, they would credit us for building costs for
Would
the
they
construction.
also credit us for if they happen to go 10 feet deeper, they have extra fill land they could use for their freeway?
So yes,
well, at least don't have to pay them to excavate it, right?
yes,
Or-
there is additional
Go
credit.
10 feet down and
Okay, so I'm
just
having
taking
a
its
hard time
course.
seeing the bad side to this.
Exactly.
So can we just say yes?
Well,
I have
the-
questions.
The challenging side is funding, it, right?
But I thought UDOT's good, because
Some
we're
of it.
making a
They're
trade.
gonna fund
Yeah,
the excavation, but you still gotta build a
9
pond.
million.
Yeah.
And a
we have
pump
to
station.
replace
So
the
there
pump.
still is cost. It's not
Pump is dead.
completely covered by UDOT. So
Building
there's
one.
still cost, but our master plan, our master plan, which is combined with our impact fee plan, shows the need for a future reservoir. We're already 1 million gallons in deficit this year for what the need is, and that will continue to grow as our population grows.
We've talked about all this, so I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
We've already agreed
So-
to all this part.
All right. So yeah, basically when it comes down to it, we need to discuss funding options. And
It's in the packet.
I've had Brian work with UDOT on what the costs are. And I spoke with Steve a little bit about this, just to discuss what kind of options there are out there. And I think I'd like to bring Steve up to maybe talk about them, but before he does, Brian, did you have anything to add there?
No, I think that pretty well covers it. Can I ask a few questions before we get into the financials?
Yeah.
So I know you and I went over our capacity, and we found out that the plan actually had some errors in it that we had. And based on that, we found that we actually are missing, like originally our plan called out 49 acre feet of capacity. And based on yours and my updated calculation, we're actually only sitting at closer to 42. And that's assuming straight walls, and we know they're not straight. So it's actually less than that.
Yeah.
So we just lost 7 acre feet without doing anything.
It was a difference in the plan of actual volume versus operating volume. So
Right.
And the secondary master plan, were we talking, Brian, about bringing that back?
Yeah, our plan was if
this?
you guys were good with this, we were going to update the costs and update our AFFP just to make sure that we're collecting the correct amount of money. Right, but what I would argue is we now are even further in deficit than we thought by at least 7 acre
Can we
feet.
just go deeper?
That was my next question is, can we size this to make up that volume? Because that's volume that just disappeared from our storage.
Right? Yeah,
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
wasn't this 37 acre feet?
Yeah.
We were deficit 24. So.
Correct. Yep.
So this does that into.
Well,
And
we
can
need to
we
make sure that
go-
we strip plan for the future too. So it has to be
Yeah.
bigger than he's showing you.
Right.
I have a question, Brian. When you drew where the pond would be, you were a little further north and west of where the pilings are.
Correct.
Could we come further south?
Yes.
Because that's still UDOT property too.
Yeah, we definitely can. We were trying to get the least desirable developable piece
Right,
done first.
because it's odd shape and everything.
Yeah, so we can save that piece for development, and they're also on for frontage improvements and all that extra cost that goes along with that. So that was kind of our thoughts pushing it up, but we can definitely extend it further to the southwest.
I just want to do this once and make sure this covers our current need. And given that we know we have our deficit's worse than we thought, we have an opportunity. We're digging a big hole, That's,
Well, yeah, and I would even say, give it a little rainy day extra just in case, because you don't ever want to be just at your capacity. You want to have some reserve.
Yeah, for sure.
and it's more than that. 'Cause we found more.
Yeah, so if this needs to get larger, we could enlarge it.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we cover what we
I'm
lost.
good with all that.
Okay.
So,
So that's Steve is,
So money.
let's talk money.
So we just did a bond with a water tank. It was a $6 million bond, and our payment's about $600,000. Right now, we have about estimated between $2 and $2.2 million that will be sitting in the secondary impact fee fund. So that's a good start. The total project cost here shows $9.1 million. We're pretty limited on options.
So there is
We want to build it now.
there is a potential for a grant. It's a $1.5 million grant, and it's a 50-50 match. for drought resiliency. We would just have to show that it's in our drought resiliency plan, which I've added it to that. I showed that to you I think back in April.
Let's go for it.
So I mean, it's 1.5 mil. So that's actually really good. And drought resiliency just means we're saving water so that we can handle drought situations. And this is a good fit for that.
And if it has to be
Actually,
done,
for not a rainy
doing
day.
it now would cost so much less than if we try to do this. 10
Well,
years
yeah,
from
and
now.
Right, because if
we
you
have to spend that
Right.
much anyway, so the match is not a problem.
Right, I'm saying that 9.1 even is gonna cost 18 in 10 years, you know.
Again, not a problem. I
We
mean, this
just-
all makes sense.
We just revised our impact fees.
Yeah.
Right?
For the secondary
Secondary,
water, it's
but
been
not
a
for
little
stormwater
while, right?
or
We did for
2017
secondary
last
water.
time we did it.
We just did stormwater. It's
We
been a
did
little while.
stormwater.
Since secondary.
Oh, so this is
So
secondary.
secondary we
need to-
haven't for a
So
while.
we need to do that.
Yeah,
We would have that money too on top of the 2.2 million that Steve mentioned.
And I would suggest not using the entire 2.2 because impact fees is unpredictable. And typically when you bond, you actually are probably want to back the bond with the secondary operating revenues, which are consistent, and still plan to use the impact fees to pay the bond down. I would suggest leaving some type of money in the fund just as a rainy day to pay off the bond if development falls.
that makes sense.
So there's some options there, the grant, partial money with the cash on hand, you could probably bring that down to maybe $6 or $7 million. Very similar to what we did with the water tank. You can look at 10, 15, or 20 options. You're in the neighborhood of the $600,000 to $800,000 roughly speaking. And our impact fee revenues in the secondary right now are 700,000 to 800,000. So right now they're sufficient to cover a bond payment, but it's hard to say in the future.
Right,
what that is.
right.
Well, and we're supposed to reach build out in 2040.
This is why it's really good we're planning now instead of the build out.
And this should cover, according to our calculations, this would cover the build out.
That's awesome.
So in that case, if we figured 2040, probably be a little bit longer than a bond, but- or if you don't want to pay as much interest, you can be more aggressive, but if you, again, your revenues
Impact
fall
fee.
short, then your existing users are paying for future development.
That's true too.
You gotta weigh those
Depends on the
options.
interest rate.
The immediate first step here in this discussion is the working a deal with UDOT for the
Trade
land.
the land.
So if it's something like to where you're far enough, tonight we'd like some guidance far enough that I can go to Randy and
Yes,
we can start
yeah.
working it out.
I don't think we have any other choice really at this point. Because all the other choices, the city suffers from something else.
Well, and this,
We lose commercial land or we lose time or, there's significant losses. So
and this takes advantage of the fact of economies of scale too,
Yeah,
that they can do the
again,
work
yeah.
and so forth.
Seth, we haven't heard from you.
No, I agree. Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Do you have
So I
a
think-
bunch of orders?
It's a check.
I think the other critical path for us is going to be if we can proceed on a final design, because that Bureau grant is due in August. So we kind of need to get a little further in design, so we have a little more to submit to the Bureau as far as what our actual plans are.
Thank you.
So if we can move forward with that too, that would be a big help.
how can we not?
Okay,
They're no brainers.
you got your direction.
Thank you.
Robert.
Yeah, thank you.
Cody.
You're Robert.
Okay, let's talk about flags, non-official flags.
Okay. So there's a couple aspects to this discussion. There were some questions on, because of some incidents in the city, as to what kind of status those crime of stealing flags or vandalizing flags are. Did we get an answer to the council on that? Okay.
I can give you.
Why don't you start with that?
So yeah, the question was whether taking someone's flag would be a hate crime. And
certain.
In Utah law, there's victim targeting and there's hate laws, and really they have the same practical effect. It enhances the charge by one step. So whether you call it a hate crime or a victim targeting crime doesn't matter. Victim targeting includes political expression. So if a person is flying a flag for political expression, then they could use the victim targeting laws if they catch the person. And that's always the big problem. Is this often happens under cover of darkness. There's no witnesses. But if you do catch them, they could be prosecuted under that. That would again be the county, because if it would be, if it's just a flag that's worth less than $300 to $500, then it'd be a class A. It'd go from a B up to a A. So the county would do that beside one file. So yeah, that's if we're able to catch the people.
So that's already existing.
Yeah, that's the state law.
So,
Okay. Right.
But
But I thought we had a policy for, I mean, I remember a few years back when that we were presented with some blue line flags, and we said
We've
as a
flown the blue
city,
line flag out.
yeah,
here.
that we were going to fly them.
The chamber did all the deals.
Right,
And
yeah.
then the fire department, did they fly them?
The only issue I have with all of this is how many worthy causes are there out there? There's the POW flag.
There's
But I guess my question is,
these
what,
guys are part of our city, though.
Well, we were
agree,
saying
so
that,
are POWs.
Well,
Well,
no,
maybe
I'm
not
saying,
POW, but,
these are
veterans.
employees
Agree.
of our city,
Well,
employees.
yeah, and that was what was addressed by one of the citizens. Because I said, I know it opens up doors to, just like you said, a lot of worthy causes. She said, but if they're sustained by the city, if they're an entity of us, an organization, an auxiliary of us, which they are, then can we make a policy that says we can fly flags that are sustained by? So it'd be.
We already have that.
Do we?
We can't.
That's kind of what,
There's no reason.
What would be the difference between a blue line flag and a POW flag? Isn't it a political statement by the landowner?
yes. But we're talking about as
We're
a
talking
city.
about as a
that's
city,
good.
if the city flew it.
Yeah,
City
as a
property.
city, what flags can we fly?
The city can engage in government speech. So if you wanted to have a flag that said, "Stop watering your lawn," you could fly that.
Exactly.
Or if you want to have a flag that says, free Hong Kong, or whatever, you could fly that as a government. You can speak as much as you don't have to give people time to anyone. If the council says we want to say this, you can say it.
Okay.
And that's fine.
Yay.
Unless it's a public forum, if you were to invite, members of the community to give you a flag and put it up there, then you'd have to give people time because it becomes a public
Right.
forum. So as long as you keep it limited to government speech, you can fly flags if you want.
But the flags that we already have, that we fly, we continue to fly them. I don't see any reason why we would stop or alter it anyway.
Well, I guess
we have
there
a
are some
split?
more posts, or there are more poles throughout the city that.
That don't
are-
have
that
a
don't
flag.
have flags.
I do have one question considering one
But
of those.
there's
poles.
flag etiquette.
Why don't we have a flag on our cemetery, main pole in the cemetery? Like
Maybe
where we
haven't
do our
replaced
ceremony?
it recently.
No, it's never had one.
Does it
It's
have a
never
light?
had one.
Every time we have Memorial Day services, it never has one. That big fat.
For a
pole.
long time,
That
it
sounds like
didn't
an
work,
oversight.
because when we had Memorial Day services, we were trying to get a flag flown and we couldn't even get to the lanyard.
I just
I'd like you to ask Preston.
wanted to
Well,
know.
Preston did finally unlock it and fix it, because their lock was like rusted on or something.
I don't know what the reason is, but I just want to, just a
Valid
question. Let's try to figure it
Okay,
out.
so
If
yeah,
it's lit.
But if we're talking about poles, we should probably
Yeah.
straighten the one at Jensen Pond.
Oh,
It's leaning.
the base is
Base is
bad.
leaning. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And yeah, it's
Which we can.
it's probably at a 5-degree angle. Maybe it's even less than that. Maybe it's only
You
3.
know-
But it's very obvious that it's slanted.
If it's as straight as you can get it, it's okay. It's when it's purposeful, that's the problem.
Yeah, so from a policy standpoint, you just want to decide on what is the government's role in flying non-official flags or political flags. You can take, like Paul said, whatever stance you want.
Mhm.
You can just decide whether, the government can just be out of the discussion and just say, we're only going to fly official flags, city flag, state flag, American flag. And then the people can have whatever, discussion or expressions that they want.
Or as a government, you can say, hey, these are non-official flags or political flags that we as a city support.
I think
And
we
so
we
that's
wanna-
what you can do.
I would say we want to support the blue line and the red line for sure, because they are our
But-
employees.
But I would
Work-
say
and
that,
work for
that
us,
there's
right?
also an orange
There's an
line that we
orange
should,
line
we'd be
that's allowed to
flying.
be flown over the.
It's
public
orange, right?
works. Yeah, it's orange.
If you want, that's fine. I'm just saying they're not.
But
like a-
I know that he,
They're not a political hot button either, and I'm just saying.
but you know what? When,
Everybody likes their poop.
when the
before
crap
they-
hits the fan, he fixes it.
But nobody's
So-
against it. Nobody's against it.
So I would say that further in the policy, it's appropriate for each of those flags to fly over the station
Where they are.
where they are. We don't have enough flagpoles at City Hall to fly them all, do we? We have three.
It gets a little busy.
Yeah, I mean,
We have three. We have three
three
poles.
poles, so
Yeah.
we can't really fly American, don't we have to by law fly the state flag too?
I don't know if it's law,
But we do.
but we're a creature of the state.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we fly the American flag, which has to be flown above and then the state flag, and then our city flag. I guess under each of them, we could fly our other line flags, which is okay, but beyond that, I mean.
We should make the fire department fly the blue line flag. and
Oh,
the
yeah,
Police
put the
department
red
fly the
line
red
over
line
there.
flag.
Yeah.
So
No, we should make whoever loses the basketball game fly the other one's flag.
Oh, that would be fun. So some of the things to consider when flying non-official flags, and this is just something for whenever any flag can get controversial, is sometimes the message that you are trying to put out by flying that flag isn't received. In fact, it can be received as a completely different message than what you are trying to express, because in the mass media, that symbol has been co-opted by different groups for a different, so it symbolizes something else to a majority of the people.
Interesting.
So, you can have one flag that represents
Yeah.
something to a group of people, and it means something completely different to another group of people.
Okay.
So
The
that's
South
always
argued that for years.
that's always something. Yes, Confederate
For
flag.
years, they argued it was our heritage versus racism.
Yeah, and you might be flying it for one reason, but other people see it for another, and that's kind of how these things can operate. So that's just something to be aware of.
Well, I can't imagine that a city who employs police and fire other than Chicago would be against any of this.
See, but I think it's a great idea to have to put up a blue line flag at the police department, because that's still city land we are supporting. I would love a red line flag. I would love an orange line flag at the public works building.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get a green line. We can get a green line flag for parks.
I was wondering about that.
Well, I think what we're looking
The
at
green
doing
line
here is
flag for
trying to be
parks.
for something rather than knee jerking against something.
Agreed.
And I think that it might be a really great stance to take right off the bat, that we have a policy for it and say, this is what we support as a city. And we will fly this flag or these flags because we support and sustain them with money, with every meeting where we're discussing the needs of them. And they're an integral part of our city and how we function.
But see,
And
we've also got veteran memorials throughout the city.
But once again, are we funding them as a part of our
budget?
We put them in and we maintain them.
No. I'm saying like people that work for us. They're
Oh.
veterans don't
we're-
work for, well, they might,
Well,
but they're
and
not.
that's a great
in
cause,
a
and that can
veteran
be something
capacity.
that they do personally. But I think if we fund them as a city, that we're within our rights and within it, I think this is a good precedence to set to be for something.
Has someone suggested that we shouldn't fly these flags? Because we've been flying them for a
No,
while.
no,
I
and
don't
that's
know
why
if
it's
someone
not being
suggested
against
that-
something,
that-
it's being for something.
Yeah, I mean,
So what are we changing? Because they're still flying now, right? In your.
do we have the police department, the blue line? And I think we have the.
I don't think it's up right now.
Okay.
I think it was just to make sure that if we wanted to put them throughout the city, that we knew what our rights were to do so, and that we didn't have to counter it with somebody who said, well, I
I don't
want
think we need a
something
policy to
opposing
do that.
No, the proposal is not to change anything. The proposal was to discuss it because
See what-
it
Okay.
came up
to
at the last
clarify,
meeting.
yeah.
So yeah, I think definitely we can inform citizens that if they know who's done it, they're welcome to press charges, and that and the law states that it'll be prosecuted one level higher.
Yeah, I thought that was the whole deal of this discussion was private ownership of flags that are damaged.
Totally up to them.
Had
Yeah.
nothing to do with city flags.
And I think for a city policy, we don't need to have a policy. We are welcome to fly the flag that whatever.
I think we
meets
just
our
wanted
needs.
clarity to know if we could.
You
And
can have a policy, but you don't need.
We don't
Exactly.
need one, and I think we're fine flying what we fly.
We reserve the right to fly any of those flags, be it POW, be it veteran, be it red line, blue line, orange line. If there is a green line, we'll reserve that too.
Is
Green
that
line's
something
on me.
that's defended by our government speech? Okay,
Yeah.
okay, that's good to
Will
know.
you-
See,
Will you do one thing for me then?
Sure.
Will you tell Kay, or I can call her and tell her
I can tell.
that she maybe ought to increase the surveillance around her flags with
Yeah.
maybe a camera or something so she can catch whoever it is.
I bet
because then
you
she
one
can
bad
prosecute.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as far as personal flags on personal property,
They can-
it really
we have
is
no
up
say.
to the property owner, right? We
Yeah.
don't really have any jurisdiction.
And that's what she asked us, can I do something if somebody has damaged my flag?
Can it be
Yeah,
considered
yeah.
a
Catch
hate
'em.
crime?
Now
And
she's
so
been
it would be
informed.
about, can we catch him? And what would it be considered? Yeah, you can press charges.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't know who they are.
Targeting.
Yeah, we don't.
Sweet.
Okay, I'm gonna move us on.
Okay.
We good?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, David, North Davis Sewer District.
Okay, so,
Is this premature? Just saying, because I don't know if anybody ever saw my email saying to Kathy.
yeah,
It's
I
premature,
saw
we don't
that.
need this.
No, I think the question is in order to move forward, we have to kind of just agree that there's two things that, and I don't know how much I need to catch up anybody on the proposal here, but
I read through your emails.
great. So then we don't need to do any of that.
Seth? Let's make sure.
Yeah, I've read it.
Okay, so there's really these two issues. The two issues are that the road is not up to standard. It's not owned by the sewer district. It's owned by the city. So the real commitment, the sewer board's concerned about increasing the use of that road with a land lease if the city is just going to ignore the condition of the road. I've represented to them that the city would be interested in taking up the question, but that doesn't come with a guarantee that we would solve the problem, because that takes money and that's a vote that goes beyond anything more than the question. So I think that we kind of have to resolve somehow, even informally, that we will pursue what would have to be done and maybe options of what we could do to deal with the road.
Question
Yeah.
about with the development of this property for sports and such.
Mhm.
Wouldn't the developer also have to commit, just like any other development, to improvements?
It's a good question. To my understanding, because I mean, we've been talking a little bit about this, my understanding is that we don't hold developers responsible for a road that doesn't connect to their development. So the fact that most of this road wouldn't touch where they're at.
So why are we worried about this road if it doesn't affect where they're
No,
at?
he's saying that the road's this long, they're
They're
right here.
right here.
What about all
So
of this?
all of this is really, I'm not sure legally we could tell them. they have to
I
fix
agree
all
with
of
that, but why are we worried about the rest of that?
Well, because it has,
We have Alamo.
we've not built this road up to standard. And very likely the reason is because it's not a well-trafficked road. Now it would become a well-trafficked
So
road.
you're thinking up
So
2700, it would come that way? Is that what you're thinking?
2,700 to 1,700
Yeah.
would
that's what
have
I'm
to be
saying.
improved to be up to standard if we were going to have major commercial traffic
So
on
you're
it.
saying that Antelope would not be adequate for access?
No, Antelope is, but they won't get to it from Antelope. You're going to have to go down 4,000. Question is 4,000 west.
No, I'm saying though that you're anticipating a lot of traffic coming down 2700 instead of Antelope.
Nope, I'm saying that we're anticipating a lot
they're
of traffic
both
on
go to
4000 West.
Yeah, but
So it's 4,000
I'm
west
saying-
is the road.
4000 West is a concern, and not 2700,
No,
not
no, no,
Antelope.
no. I'm saying that where do people actually come from to get to 4,000?
Probably Antelope. But I mean, I've had
I'm
other
saying
people
that
say
Antelope
they'll
is
probably come
priority.
from 2700
it'll be both.
because
really,
they'll
but
want to
those
take
are
the
good
shortcut.
letters. 4,000 is the one that's.
Oh, I agree that 4,000 is the one that needs improved, but I'm saying which direction they come from,
Matters what?
because do we really need to do the entire length?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Why?
Well, because
And I wanna
people
ask
will,
why.
because everybody who uses this facility will leave probably in both directions. So that means the road's got to be improved because both directions will be used.
For a mile.
For 1 mile, talking about 1 mile of road. Now, again, you guys can decide you don't even want to have anything to support this group. I don't,
I'm just trying to think it
Yeah.
over of like how much and for what reason.
so the concern of the district was they wanted some reassurance that we would actively consider resolving this problem if they go through with the lease.
Robert, is this on a 5-year or 10-year plan?
It is not. It's
Because it really gets no traffic right now.
yeah, it was never prioritized on the 5-year plan because it's low traffic. It's not a high need in the city in comparison with other roads in the city. It also is not on the 10-year. Well, it's not on the impact fee plan at all because it doesn't qualify for road widening. The traffic engineer, when we were doing the traffic master plan, said that it does not meet the need, it doesn't qualify for impact fee money because it would still be a 2-lane road, even if you widen it with shoulders, it's still just a 2-lane road. So the impact fee funds are not eligible and grant funds not eligible because it's
No grants are just not
right, because it's not a functionally classified road in our city on our
Okay.
map. So it's not even qualified with a grant. So it would exclusively just have to be Class C funds.
Let me ask this.
Wow.
Is it sufficient for this? I mean, this
The
traffic.
money or
No,
what?
is the road.
That money is not.
Is the road adequate for
this
this sports complex? I mean, it's not gonna be 1 million people on day one. And as it gets used.
And built even.
So I don't know what traffic, I don't know what traffic volumes we're talking about. It is a
I mean, it is a
24
functional
foot
road.
wide. It's a 2-lane road.
If
Even
you've
if
been on it, it's really not a 2-lane road. People get
it's
really,
a narrow,
yeah, it's a
so
narrow
it
road.
probably literally is just 24 foot of pavement is
Yeah.
all. Plus it has ditches on both sides of the road.
Eesh,
So
that just got really expensive.
it's, yeah, so that's what's driving a lot of the cost is piping the
Wood.
storm drain. And our storm drain funds are just not available at all. We're kind of in the red. Well, not really in the red, but
We can
there's-
fund this next year.
there's a lot of other
Well,
heavy storm needs.
and these are why I try to bring this question forward, because if your answer is, we're not going to touch this,
How long?
they probably won't get the lease, and then this business just doesn't come to our city.
How long will they take to build this complex?
Well, okay, so they told us at the sewer board, they wanted to be open by December. But we don't
Right.
think they'll be through the process, talking with Noah.
Sorry,
Our
sorry.
process is,
We're probably skirting that.
No, does this leap over that?
Oh, okay.
yeah, I mean, we've all known that was really just way ambitious.
No way.
So, yeah, next year's probably the soonest they could open, but the question is, if we don't even want to touch this with a 10-foot pole, then we're really wasting the sewer board's time and this applicant's time because
So they
we
are
need to.
requiring this to be.
No, they require, what they really want from us is that we'll address it. And until I brought this to you, we didn't have an engineering plan for this. I was surprised that by this meeting, we had some kind of engineering outlook as to what this would take. And that's a great first step. I could present to the sewer board. We've now looked at this and we're pursuing a solution.
And that's why I'm kind of like asking, okay, well, if we anticipate most of the traffic coming down Antelope,
Yeah,
we could do part of the road and phase the road or something like that.
except for their entrance is probably going to be closer to 2,700. And the traffic will probably come from Antelope, but.
So where
I
is
see what you're
this?
saying.
Okay, so they're gonna.
We can put up a
somebody
map.
Put up a map.
There isn't anything.
No, there's
No.
not, because it's
Oh,
not
great.
agreed to yet.
I
This is,
get it, but I'm
yeah.
just saying, like, when you say there's an entrance possibility, that makes more sense, because I'm like,
Yeah.
if this is next to 4,000 in Antelope.
And I don't know
well,
that we can
then who
really try to
cares?
direct the business all to the south end either, so. Anyway, the other real question is annexation, because the land in question, and so I'm just throwing these both out there, land in question is half county, half city.
Right.
So we're gonna want it all to be in the city, because we're not gonna give up what's in the city, and we're gonna want it all to be here. The city, the county's already said we'd rather it was one and not two. So they're looking at a lease that's probably this wedge right here. But the entrance is probably gonna be somewhere in here. So this is about 50 acres.
Oh, it's okay, I'm just
So-
saying that it is farther away from.
Yeah, it is. Antelope's all the way up there.
And it can't-
But we do already have some issues with
I would argue
traffic to,
that we only need to worry about from 2,700 because 2,700 will be,
You're gonna go
you'll have a
straight down.
freeway entrance at right here, well, clear up here.
And
And they'll go straight down 2,700. I
no,
think,
they don't have it on 2,700.
well, no, but your off ramp is on 2,000 right
The
here.
West Davis
No,
corridor.
it's at 2,000. It's clear right here. They're gonna go boom, go down there, and they're there.
Yeah.
I think they're more likely to get off on 2,000 than they are
Coming from the south.
I
coming
think,
from the
yeah,
south.
From the south.
They're
And they'll get-
projecting-
And no one's gonna come from the north because it only goes another mile after Antelope. So no one's gonna be coming from the north yet.
Okay, their business plan is that there will be a lot of out-of-town people coming. Again, can't promise that, saying that's the impact that we're talking about.
I don't think it'll be built by even next
I don't
year's
know.
sports.
So if
season.
we just tell them we are
'Cause we're in the
looking
middle
at
of
it and we're
June.
willing to start working on this road, does it need to, are they expecting it would be done before they were opening? So we
I
could
don't
say it's
think
gonna take
so.
us a few years to get this complete, but we'll be working.
One
on
of the
it.
board members who lives on 2,700 is absolutely adamant that if this is not fixed, we will have young drivers in the ditch,
Oh,
which,
Dan, it's
yes, of course he does. And the truth of the matter is, we have occasionally seen a car in the ditch up on Antelope, which means it doesn't happen often, but it does happen. And so it could happen here. Would it happen often? I don't know. I told Stan I'd just open my own towing business and I'd make a fortune pulling them out.
Are you raising your hand, Noah?
Yeah, I just wanted to insert.
Go ahead.
Really the question is, I think we probably all agree that 4,000 west needs to be improved. Right?
Yeah.
4,000 west, if you're gonna increase traffic, we don't know how many cars this is really gonna do and what the design capacity is currently. So they need to be studied out, but really I think the root question is, who's gonna pay for it, the city or the applicant?
Right.
Looking forward, I mean, the sewer district, they just want it fixed.
They just want it
They have
fixed.
to drive there every day to get to their office, so they see it.
But the sewer district also unloads, it takes biowaste with heavy trucks.
Yeah.
The north end of that is.
Successfully with no problem. So, but that isn't, yeah, if you were to go back, they take it, it's not very far from where they go, because they go from the north
You go to
entrance
West Point.
just up to Antelope. So they use the road little, but the question is, I mean, there's also, could we petition, there was a funding for intercity benefit roads. Could we petition that group to help us with some of the funds? Because this definitely will have the COG group, because this
Inner
definitely,
city? We're not really interested.
No, but the
Interested.
benefit.
Inter rather than inner. I'm like, what?
No, not, yes.
Okay.
His diction, not mine. So no, but this does benefit because if you get out of town people, we don't have any hotels, so they'll stay in Layton. If all these people eat out, some of them will drive over the border to West Point or Clearfield. And so I think it does benefit economically the region. So I think we could justify asking for their COG money to help.
It's a nice.
So we're gonna have an annexation application, and generally with annexations, there's an annexation agreement. And the city doesn't have to annex that. We have leverage, and if we want them to help pay for things, I think that's fair.
Good
Because
point.
they're locating a commercial business in a place that's not in a commercial area. They're bringing the traffic. We didn't even have this planned at all.
Right.
Not even on our general plans, not on our zoning.
Good point.
They're bringing it to us. Why do we have to pay for it all?
Well, then we probably need to be fair with them and say that the city wouldn't support fixing the road and they would be obligated to do that. Because that may end things right there. And it could, and that's okay. But if that's our position, what I'm saying at this point is we should be fair and let them know.
What we could also say to be part of it.
Too, that
Kind of like a
they're-
development does half and we do the other half. Do you know what I mean?
Maybe,
Because-
Yeah, I think there's negotiation to take place, but if they're expecting us to rebuild this road for them, and just and commit to that, because we have no idea if they're going to be there a year or 10 years. So for us to commit to build a road for a business that hopefully succeeds, but has no guarantee, that's kind of negligence on our part.
Shouldn't they come and present?
So I think there needs to be a negotiation in all of this, because one side cannot bear all the burden of development.
Well, and even you have to look at what the benefit ratio is. Sorry, Noah.
You go ahead.
I just was gonna say, we need to look at what the benefit ratio is of what it's even going to bring in as opposed to what it would cost us to bring it in.
What if we authorize Dave just to go back to the commission or the district and simply say, yes, we're looking into this, and we're looking at grants, we're looking at maybe charging the business to be part of it, we're looking at using Class C money. We have several options, and we'll be reviewing those options.
But I
Yes.
think it's fair to say we do not have the funds to do this currently.
And that's kind of why I'm bringing it forward, because if that's our
And it's not.
conclusion, we need to tell these guys before we spend a lot of time.
Agreed.
And then they say, well, if we have to pay for the road, we're out.
Yeah.
And
we just don't know. Are we talking about burying the ditches? Because that's like millions of dollars.
Oh, I know.
Or are we talking about like a minor little, are we talking about like widening the shoulder?
Yeah.
I don't think it can be done because of the position.
What are we talking about here?
The ditches are in the way.
The ditches are in the way, so we really can't do
It's
anything.
sandwich, so you pretty much have to at least bury one ditch too.
That's why the road's narrow now.
Yes,
The
it
ditches.
is.
Yeah.
I will say that we want them. I mean, this would be really cool for the city. Like they could bring in
It
a
would
lot
be
of
great.
people.
And this
It
also
could be very
offloads some
big
pressure
draw.
from our public parks.
Yeah. But
This-
we don't know how successful they'll be.
It'll be private.
Pull it off. So
Still.
it's kind of.
Well,
a
it's public. It's just, it brings adult program.
Yeah, if they really are gonna do it,
Which we don't.
do it, it'd be really awesome for our economic development.
Maybe you should speak to that a little clear, because nobody can hear you, and Seth can't hear you from there.
Can you hear Seth?
A little.
Kind of present what they're doing.
Okay.
Because
Where's
I
the
didn't
microphone?
find this, I just represented us to the sewer.
Can you hear me now?
That's.
Oh, much better.
Then you're not trying to broker the deal.
I'm not.
You're just, this is business liaison.
So, yeah, it's important for the city to understand that, like, and Dave hit on it already, when people come to tournaments, they kind of get like landlocked. They're held hostage. If you've ever been to a sports tournament before,
Oh, yeah.
you have a tournament in the morning and then you don't have another one until late at night. It's like, what do we do? Let's go eat. Let's go, or sometimes they're multi-day tournaments. And you're,
We always went to a movie.
yeah, so if they have economic impact, it'd be really cool if they could pull it off.
Their first phase, what they're proposing is basically a batting cage. So
That's it. Just
that's it.
But see, I'm not building a
So
$5
are
million
we gonna
road for
spend
batting
millions of
cage.
dollars for a batting cage? I don't know, but
They'll be okay
are they
with
gonna do the whole thing? They say they're going to, and I think they've got some good investors and stuff, but I think we gotta be careful.
I love a good batting cage, but not that
One
much.
of their investors has said that he will cover the cost of a full tournament pickleball court that's covered, meaning up to 18 courts and covered, so it can be used in the winter. I mean, he's like crazy about that, and he's apparently got the money. So that's what they've represented. I haven't met the investor himself, but they said, look, he's prepared to put in up to $5 million to make just pickleball the most special thing.
Does he have any interest in a regional park?
Well, that's where they first came. They first came to us. So
There's $5 million for the regional park. That would be fantastic.
I'll name it after him if he wants to give us that much.
But Lisa hit it right on the head too. You said, well, if we view it like an economic development incentive,
Yeah.
it's got to be proportionate to what they're bringing to the city. So like,
That's
for
kind of where I'm
example,
coming here. Yeah.
It's a lot
like
of gambling.
U.S. Coal, they were returning some of the property tax to them, to the tune of $1 million, but they also provide how many jobs and
Right.
how big of a building and how much property tax and all that stuff. This use is probably not going to have that many jobs and probably not going to have that much property tax and structures because they're fields primarily and maybe a few outbuildings. But what it does bring is maybe a boost in some sales tax and quantifiably it definitely doesn't return millions of dollars in road improvements.
Their business plan, and I believe it's pretty ambitious and maybe a little far-fetched, but their business plan they presented suggests that from their studies of other projects like this, it would impact the region, not just our city, but the region, $5 million a year in income. So
From what I understand, though, from the history of the sewer district, they're not out to lease to that anybody. This is as far as they've gotten with any particular aspect.
true.
That's
So-
Black Island Farm.
Okay, but they're not doing anything really substantial to
Right.
the land other than tilling it.
Right.
So the point is, though, is that
That's why this
if,
is a big deal.
if this is, though, maybe the development of the road is just a little too early for us because development hasn't gotten down there. Maybe 10 years from now, or even 5 years from now. I'm just saying that most likely the sewer district land isn't going to be going to a different group in the next 5 years either. Just
No.
saying. So
It's
it's not
probably
like,
not.
oh, if we don't move now, this is like, now granted, would they go someplace else? It's possible. I'm
But
just saying that.
I would argue that we have a functional road there. And until I see the traffic to expand that road, I don't have a compelling reason to
Right.
expand that road.
That's my point. Is
Especially
that
if we're starting with that.
it might be premature. I don't know, but they need to present.
But do we think they'll get there? Yeah, if we start seeing a huge impact on traffic here that requires me to reevaluate the traffic on this road, then we'll reevaluate the traffic on this road and determine the path forward.
And my overall point of that is just that we're not in a rush because we
They
know.
are.
Well,
But yeah,
right,
I-
exactly.
Yeah, I get it. So the other question is annexation. Are we ready to do anything other than tell them to bear all the cost of annexation?
What is the cost?
They
of
won't
annexation?
own, they don't own the land and they never will.
I'm
So-
okay annexing the land.
Well, except for that we do
Is there a
have to
downside to
then,
that?
we have
That's
to.
our leverage point, basically. Like,
shovel it,
once it's annexed,
right?
then
We
they're
do
kind
have
of
to
like
clear the snow on it.
administrative approvals of site plans and things.
Yeah.
On 4,000.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if
Major road improvements.
we would
Yeah,
have
after that
to
point.
snow plow it.
We already
we
snowplowed
start
the
taking
road.
care of it.
We do
Oh,
it
you do it
anyway.
anyway? Really?
So
Well,
that's-
then,
Basically,
Yeah.
plug and
I'm just
annexing.
saying that if we're annexing some part, a lot of it is,
Yeah, this road is in Syracuse.
Yeah,
Just
it
the
is
land to the
ours.
west is,
the county maintenance part. No, we take over that.
there's no county
There is
maintenance
no
land
Is
road.
there any of that road that is county maintained?
We
No.
maintain all of
It's all
4,000.
All of it. Okay, because some of us. is-
Yeah.
So it won't change anything we're
ours.
doing so far.
No,
And the only thing that would change is we might annex some land, and at some point in the future, if there is a necessity to do so, we would consider expanding this road. But right now, it's a functional road that apparently can handle large trucks. Ought to be able to handle. I agree, teenagers might drive into ditches, but
Then
there's
their
nothing stopping them
parents-
from driving into a ditch now.
They shouldn't drown in there. It'll be up there. Just have it for.
There won't be any water
It's
in
not
there
that
to
deep.
drown.
Okay,
Yeah.
Dave, what do you need from this group? So,
Okay.
just be aware that if the message I take back is we're not going to do anything right now, it probably ends their chances. It's okay. I mean, that's your choice.
I think our message is we're willing to work with you, but we the city cannot burden the entire cost of this. We are willing to negotiate based on what you're bringing to the table. If it's just a batting cage,
That sounds like we're negotiating with the applicant, but not the sewer board, which is okay. So if we say to the
so the
sewer
sewer board
board,
just wants a road out of this. Is what it sounds like.
no,
That's
sewer board
exactly
wants
right.
to know that it's not their problem. And
It-
it really isn't anyway.
It
and
has
they know
never
that.
been their problem. This is a city-owned road. They should.
Right.
So yes, we acknowledge this road is ours,
And
and
will
we
do
acknowledge
the
that
improvements
we will
and so forth.
address it as it is needed. And we will look at addressing those needs as the need is seen.
And also cost benefit. Analysis.
Okay, and that's the message we send him back with.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Because that's all
And
they
we're
ask
willing
for,
to
right?
work
And
with them.
annexation, huh?
Hopefully enough to keep them interested.
But, yeah. But we'll see.
But I just can't commit to a $5 million upgrade on a road that might get
Well, it's
batting
not
cage.
5. I think, didn't we say it was like 1.3 or something? But that includes the piping, and we'll have to do it eventually, but it could be 20 years from now. I totally am.
The
But
benefit
we
to
would-
our residents
but
now is
If
minimal.
there's a development going in this field, where that
There
is.
never will be. The sewer board owns that too.
For crying out loud.
Sewer board owns
So it's just the sewer
all
board's
of
issues.
this.
It's pretty much
all of
as
this.
everything gets pressurized down to that area, then we may look for trying to
Here's-
get some recreational space out of it. Right now, it's not.
Okay, so let me throw out one other point, because this has to be considered. By helping successfully open up the lease of this land to a higher, better use,
Yeah.
it does open up more economic opportunities, because, for example, the sewer board owns a considerable bit of land on both sides of Antelope.
Yes.
And so the question is if we talked about the possible, the Tuckers wanted to know if they could use some of the sewer board land as parking. And I've approached them and they said, well, maybe we could offer some kind of similar lease. But I think how we, if we're really supporting economic development, then yeah, I think it opens up other economic development opportunities, because there are lands on the east side of 4,000 that they own them all, but all they really want is preserve open space, make sure it's not housing.
Right.
Because housing could file a legitimate complaint that their health is being affected by being too close to a plant. They've kind of determined that you can't file that against a park. So we could potentially get some park use out of some of this land as a long-term lease. They're willing to talk 50-year lease. Last time we didn't want it, and we were talking about it, we didn't want to go beyond 30 years, but they were.
No, and last time there was a soccer proposal and you were against that, so curious why the
because,
change.
well, because the people running the soccer proposal already had identified in their meeting, because I attended, that they were going to try and force ownership. And they said, if we improve the land, we have a case for ownership. And the board was never going to go for that.
So, but yeah, I hope this doesn't derail the project, because it is a functional road.
Okay.
If they want some guardrails to keep people out of ditches, I think we could probably work with that.
I don't know, does that
even
Guardrail is not a bad idea.
Before I-
But that's probably
before I
expensive, too.
comment on that, I
That's
asked
super
Robert.
expensive, too. Pylons
I
and
don't know, it
everything.
costs money, so.
Actually, we could
but
just put
it
some-
is,
We have to put
it
more
would
some
qualify as a
I don't
class
even know
Put
if
two.
across those open ditches,
So
then they.
it's narrow.
It's narrow enough, I'm not sure we can fit that.
I'm just saying, I'm willing to work with them if they're willing to work with us. But if you don't give us a road, we're not doing this, then.
I don't think they've ever said that. I think that the sewer board said tell us that the city isn't just going to ignore this for 20 years.
All right, the city is not going to ignore this for 20 years.
Okay, take that back to a call discussion.
Okay. Call discussion.
So we can get out of here.
Thank
All right.
you. All right.
You want to talk about future items, or would you like adjournment?
Yes. You
Yes,
want to
what?
talk about future items?
Future items? You have one item. Okay, Cody has one item. Any of you have?
I'll have a
Okay.
small announcement.
I could go to the next one.
Museum hours are expanding Tuesday through Friday, 1 o'clock to 6 p.m. Please put out the word because a lot of people want to go and more on weekends. And so they are now going to be open.
That's made possible in part by full-time.
Yes, and she's working very hard and we really love her. And thanks, Chief and Officer, sorry, for coming to the Clearfield Job Corps meeting today. And it's really, hopefully good things are coming still.
Did you have lunch there?
Yes.
Well, then, if we're throwing out kudos, I'd also like to thank you guys for helping out in the Syracuse pageant. That turned out amazing. They did a great job. Some
And
very
Jordan
talented
did
young
a
women.
great job emceeing.
That was just downright fun.
You
Can
ought
I
to
just
have
say that?
You ought to have a late night TV show.
I had a lot of fun
I
emceeing
wish
that.
I could have been
There weren't even any parts that I started to cringe. You know how a lot of times somebody was emceeing, you're like, "Ooh,
I know, but in the past years, I'm like, oh man.
oh."
But I'm glad
You did
because
great.
that's good feedback. I'm
Good
glad it
job,
turned out all right.
Cringing.
Good job. Good job.
And the musical was good.
Yeah.
The musical was really good.
And
Yeah,
then-
kudos. So yeah, there's amazing things
It's
going on in the
great
city
week.
right now. Kudos to everyone involved. There's some amazing volunteers in the city.
Hey, Brody.
So just wanted to announce another amazing thing. We did receive the grant for the Jensen Pond project from the Governor's Office of Economic Development, outdoor office. It's up to $10,000.
So that covers the docks,
So
right?
it goes towards the docks and stuff like that. And so it does, one of the requirements is that, you know, wherever we do improvements with that money, it can't be turned in the future to like a private use or a non-recreational use. So there's a commitment there. I didn't think that'd be a problem, but just wanted to let you know.
It's our water storage.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if we get rid of that, we're in world of hurt.
But we're just gonna move forward with getting the signature, the mayor's signature on it and start,
Great.
you know, moving forward.
We went fishing there the other day with the youth group I'm over, and I told them about the docks that we're gonna be, and they were so excited. Like there's a lot of interest in that, and it'll be a great photo shoot. I know you're all about creating photographic locations, and I think this will be one. So great.
Okay, we good?
Yeah.
Okay, declare us adjourned. Call us to order in our special meeting. Have a motion to adopt the agenda. So moved.
Second.
Motion to a second. Motion in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous. Cassie, let's go to item 2. Council, I'll take these really quickly. By resolution, we are appointing Ryan Wessel to the Architectural Review Committee from the Planning Commission, and we've always wanted members of the Planning Commission on that board. Also resolution R2128, appointing Alan Gallegos to the Syracuse City Board of Adjustments from the Planning Commission. 6, proposed resolution R2129, adopting Dwayne Cheney, Lane Smith, Patrick Carroll, Judy Servi to the Syracuse Disaster Preparedness Committee with their own terms. They're not all, they expire at different times, but that was just an oversight of the COVID year. And item D, proposed resolution R2130, appointing Heather Ganis as a junior theater chair of the Syracuse City Arts Council. Anybody opposed to making that by consent, all of those? I make a motion that we move all of those together. Okay.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now I'll take a motion to approve all of those together. So moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Corinne. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
we're finished.
Oh.
Okay, we've got that done. We've been working on that for a while. Okay, proposed resolution R2126, restricting the regulating for the use of pressure irrigation during 2021. Robert, you want to talk this one?
And can we add something under this? I'm sorry, in the work meeting, what part of the work meeting was to update a resolution going out to the community to authorize that? Is that part of this as well?
That's this.
Yeah. Oh, that
Yeah.
is this.
Okay, so I had comments on that.
Okay, so Governor Cox spoke up, I think it was last week, encouraging everyone to not water more than 2 days a week. Now, that's what we have encouraged people to do too, because all of our water suppliers are advertising the same thing. We have no ability to really enforce just 2 days a week. So we'd like to have that addressed somehow in a resolution. If we're to enforce it, we just need something. Also, we could consider ending the season date early if we choose to do that. If we do, then we can ramp up a little bit more in our water supply. Like I mentioned, there are some pros and cons to that though too, right? Because
It's a hot September, everything's gonna die.
Yeah, you just never know what'll happen in September. So, and the other con is our Weber Basin and Davis Weber provides to West Point and Clinton. They are going till October 1st. So if we shut off early, you might get a little upset people. There's some,
I think you will get a lot of upset people because they figure somebody else is still getting water. Why am I not?
Right. So this
Even though
one
they may
is
not actually be getting water right
this
now.
one's a tough decision, and it's something I don't even have a really good recommendation. I could operate it either way.
Sorry.
But yeah, so and then consider increasing fines. I think people are just fine with paying the fines that are set right
So
now.
can you talk to how many fines we're actually issuing?
Yes. So far, we've issued 3 dozen fines. It was 2 dozen, Steve, but just over the weekend, we had another 12. So
Because there's most of that people on Facebook.
we've done over 500, like 553 violations. But the first violation is a warning only, mainly because we wanted to help people understand. But that will rapidly increase too. So our fines right now is $100 for the first time fine, $250 for the second fine, and then just shut off after that. We could consider just doubling them, kind of like how UDOT on a temporary basis, when they have road construction, they can double the fines for speeding through a construction zone, temporary. So maybe this could be a temporary.
So what we could do is let it be based on the level of drought. If you're, I know right now it was extreme drought, and I guess extreme was not sufficient. You had to go to what was it, extraordinary drought? Is that where we're at right now?
Or exceptional.
They have to, if you have to think of words past extreme.
Yeah.
Ludicrous drought. Ludicrous.
Exactly.
Ludicrous
Drought
drought.
goes up to 11.
So what I'm saying is I actually think the fines be based on our level of drought. And that way it's part of the policy and say, look, in an exceptional drought year or whatever it is, extreme is the standard. If it's exceptional, then I'm actually okay with this. If it's ludicrous, then maybe you have to go to something more.
I do appreciate the fact that increasing the fines rather than shutting them off.
Yeah, so this could give them an option to say, hey, because there's a potential for cross connections, right? If you just shut them off. If you give an option for, okay, you can still have water, but you pay the $1,000, we'll use that money and put a meter on. It doesn't increase your cost, but at least we can all know how much water you're using and help educate them to understand what their water use is.
See, that's where I'm a little bit concerned, because shutting off is the ultimate end of this. So just charging them more money, it's not significant enough to the city to make a difference. It's obviously not enough for them to stop them from doing this.
But it is a benefit for us to get a meter put in there at their cost.
And if you're probably the first people you want to meter are the ones who waste water.
Yeah.
So then
And then what happens after the meter?
So they would get a report of what their water use is, I guess, at that point.
I mean, if they keep abusing.
I don't think they care. I
And
think
they may
just
not
keep
care.
Paying the fine.
But we would also get that same report and know what, and yeah.
So
The nice thing is,
I don't know after that.
Does it tell you what day they used it on? Then you can just ding, ding.
So,
And I'm
I
hoping
think
no one ever gets to
shutting
the
them
point.
off is the ultimate, because I get that they may try to put the water back on, but that's another crime. So I don't know how much worse.
What's the
things
cross
can
connect fee?
$1,000.
That's if they're culinary instead of
Yes.
secondary.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which I would be really.
It's 1,000
upset.
plus damages. So
Oh, okay.
if there's
If it
actual
costs-
health, safety problems that actually come from it,
That's
they're
like-
paying damages also.
Yeah, boil orders are expensive.
That's
Yeah.
kind
Oh,
of
yeah.
like people worried about the fireworks. Well, if you light your neighbor's yard on fire, you're paying
So-
for your neighbor's yard.
The only things I had, sorry.
So you could change the or to an and if you want. I mean, it's
Okay.
really up to you.
Water shut off.
That
Or do something
Yeah,
totally different if
or-
you want. I do know that some of our neighbors are neighboring, so like, I just found out Roy Water District actually has the same plan. They thought we copied them and I didn't. It just made some kind of sense.
Is there some one-upmanship amongst the
They're
public
like,
works
oh,
directors?
okay.
Oh, and then-
Is there what?
Some-
I do like the idea of
Maybe
changing
just think alike.
and
It was, yeah,
$1,000 a
that's,
meter
it was
be
just,
installed.
some Tarzan
So,
nails.
a couple of things I wanted to discuss is, I actually wanted to take, the governor actually had some great suggestions. So, I mean, I know we're doing this, but I'd actually like to, whatever thing we have out there, the governor's letter had a whole list of recommendations. And I actually think we ought to add that in because I try to get the word out that you can get half off a smart controller. I mean, they will literally pay you half of a smart controller. And I'd like to get the word out on that.
Yeah.
And so while we have all of these things, say, here's some resources to help you out. And I'd like to add the governor's list into our official posting that says, hey, here's some things to help you get there, including Xeriscape ideas and things like that. Other items I would like to look at is, do we want to, this may muddy the waters a little bit, but say Northwest quadrant, no watering on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And Northeast, Wednesdays and Fridays. And the only reason for that is,
In addition to the no water Sunday.
yes, because we're only giving them 2 days. Let's kind of help you guys to be able to enforce and say, so if you want to somehow coordinate the zones, right now, I still have a lot of people thinking, and that's why I had us add the two days. There's a lot of people thinking, well, as long as I'm not on Tuesday or Sunday, I can water the other 5 days. And no matter how many times you tell them 2 days, 2 days, they're like, yeah, but this says I got 5 days to water and there's nothing you can do about it.
Until now, because now it actually does say 2 days.
But it now says 2 days, but you have no idea if you drive through the Northeast quadrant, if they're watering on a Friday, if they're not supposed to be watering that day.
The problem there, though, is that if people are trying to get enough water and they're trying to plan it with their neighbors, and you make them force them to all water on the same day.
I'm still
there's
giving
not
them
enough
4 days
pressure.
to coordinate it through. And the thing is, if you say 2 days, this zone can't do it. Now suddenly you're freeing up. Because right now, if everyone decides to water on Saturday, there's no pressure because Saturday is a free for all. Monday is Monday a free for all?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Monday's also a free for all. And we picked those days because we said no watering on Sunday.
yes. Let me tell you this. So we are getting a large number of resident complaints, neighbor complaints. And that is how we're handling enforcement of people who are watering more than 2 days a week.
My neighbors.
We don't have the ability to.
But you have no
staff it
ability to
that way.
determine if they really are watering more than 2 days a week. Unless someone's taking
Once
pictures.
we receive a complaint, then we actually watch.
Oh.
So that's how we're handling it. It's not perfect. I mean, if I had more staffing, we could ramp it up, but I don't,
But
and
I
it
don't
may
want
not
to
make
add
sense. And
staffing
at this
to
point, really, I think that as more enforcement happens, even if it's just spot enforcing when we catch them, then my hope is just word gets out, and then people just actually think, oh, so I really need to do something.
So you prefer not to add an extra day to each of these?
I prefer not adding another
Okay.
day, only because it gives more flexibility. You can choose 2 days out of the 5. So if if we're advertising, choose 2 days out of the 5 that are available. People have family events, or maybe there's a windy day, or there's just different reasons why. If you limit it too much, then people will tend to water more on those days that they can water to try to get through. So sometimes that's counterproductive.
We're going to create a bootleg secondary water market.
Yes.
So I'm okay with that. But yeah, I do want to, those are some of the items that the governor specifically called out was, don't water on a windy day. Pick your 2 days wisely. So
Make your lawnmower higher.
yeah, and that's one thing that I
You know
think
what,
a lot
that
of
made
people
a
don't
huge
know.
difference to us we went 2 weeks without mowing our lawn, and it grew slowly.
So I put my lawnmower at the highest level. My lawn is greener than anybody else's.
Same.
And it's just
because we weren't.
but we haven't told people that. I know the governor has, but I don't know how many people go out and read all the governor's letters.
So are you wanting that in the resolution or as an attachment to the resolution?
I just want that one section. It's on his letter. It's section 3. Residential water users will follow best conservation practices, and it has A through G. And some of them, I just think a lot of those are very good information that take less of a punitive sound as more of a, hey, why don't we be proactive?
So what I envision is we put those just on the website.
Yeah.
The posting where we have the restrictions.
And get them in the city magazine, the next section of the city magazine. Let's put those specifically, say, here are things that will make your grass be better. And like I said, I didn't realize how much just raising my lawnmower to the highest level would save water. And I've also taken up, if you have a mulching lawnmower,
We do that.
mulch it, and all the water that's in that grass just falls right back in. And so that's one thing he doesn't say, but let's get the word out and say, look, here's easy things you can do that cost you zero, that if you just do it will make your lawn be more healthy.
A resolution is a regulatory device.
Right.
Whereas what you're doing is you're making suggestions. So I think on the website.
I'm just saying the governor included in his executive order, so you have precedent.
Yeah, you can put it in a resolution if you want.
Yes.
But doesn't the executive order cover it already?
Well, like again, these are recommendations, but yeah, I just want to make sure we get that word out. Maybe it doesn't have to be in our resolution, but we would like to encourage best conservation practices in Curacao.
This is easy to put on a website, social media, magazine. That's real simple.
Yeah.
Seth, anything to add?
No, I think you guys have done a thorough review of it.
Are you east of us or west of us?
I'm south of you.
He's in Mexico. Oh, in Mexico.
Oh, wow, I'm impressed he's even got.
So you need to go to bed too, right?
We're same time zone. We're okay.
Okay, are we good with that? Can we? I
need a
entertain
motion.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know.
well, motion to.
So the motion's got to be clear what we're changing.
Well,
I would like to add the word "and" instead of "or"
On the metering.
on the metering and the
And the
shut off.
$1,000.
and
Give you
the
$1,000 shut up, $1,000 and shut it off, and we'll put the meter on.
Yes.
Or?
Because if they've gotten to that
It
point,
could be or. I say and or because then if they continue to abuse it, then you shut it off.
it's currently
Well,
"or."
it is impossible for us to actually shut them off and prevent them from turning it on without us locking it, and we can't lock it if we don't have like a meter set up anyway. So in order to lock it, we
Gotta
really
have
have
it.
set up.
Right. So we need the and, but then shut off could happen if they continue.
It's and or it's.
Well,
up
the
to you
$1,000
guys.
fine meter shut off.
Once you have the meter.
So do you want to have shut off be the next step after 1,000? At 1,000, at 1,000,
we meter you.
1,000, we are now,
Meter.
we are installing a meter.
Yes.
And if at that point you continue to violate,
Then
now we
shut
have a
it
method
off.
to shut you off.
Yeah.
So
Is
step
that
5,
right, too?
Step 5.
4.
The
Fine.
longer it goes, the longer people can just wait it out till the end.
It'll be September before.
Yeah, before anybody gets to that point.
But on the bright side, you just raised,
A whole bunch of meters.
yeah, we got a whole bunch of meters installed.
$1,700 each, plus a meter, yeah.
But we probably took that much time in all of the guys standing out there watching their yard and see if they're watering.
For sure.
Okay, so you want it to just be meter
It's what
shut off?
you want. It's what you want.
Okay.
So,
Well, I
really,
need your recommendation though. If
I
it's
can
too
operate
long.
it any way.
Is that drawing it out too long though, if we add the other step?
Well, yeah, yeah, sure. Every
I'm
step you do,
hoping
we are
nobody
drawing
gets
it
to
out,
any of
but-
these steps.
I agree.
Same.
I think
I
we can
agree.
draw
It'll be
it
very
out,
few.
then,
I think you'll have very few, probably less than a dozen.
It makes
words
sense to
will
me
get
to
out.
not have the discretion of water shut off for the 1,000.
Yeah, I think it needs to be,
When do you pick one, when do you pick the other?
Okay, so.
I think it's an
meter,
and.
1,000 meter. I think it should be.
it's not and or, it's and, because there's no,
But it could be just the next step, is my point.
but what Paul's suggesting is if there's no indicator as to which you're supposed to choose, it could be argued that you were too hard on someone or too lenient on
I'm not
another.
saying that it has to be, and I'm saying that, okay, the step of punishment is fine, $1,000 fine meter, and then shut off is the next step.
So it's warning, fine.
So you
Warning,
don't-
fine,
it's a
fine,
another
five-level
fine.
violation. That's the 5th, right? Is what
Yeah,
we're
but
talking about.
But that's the thing, is that drawing it
You
out
get
too
to,
long?
yeah, you
It does
get to
draw
the
it out.
point where there's nobody's ever gonna get to the end anyway.
Yeah, we'll get
So
to
it's
the end of the
pointless
season.
to
before-
have it. Yeah,
I'm okay with and.
Okay,
I say change the and.
that's was my question.
That
Too
pays
long,
for
too
the
long?
meter that they
Okay.
just
Shut off
made
then.
us get. So
That's fine.
I'm
Okay.
not, yeah.
I'm hoping that no one even gets to the 200 because, to be clear, we do not use fees to raise money. I know someone
No.
said that, where they think the city's gathering all this profit from this. I'm like, we have to pay someone to go out and watch you guys
costing
not
money
water.
to do this.
That's right. We only want to cover the cost of what it
And we want
costs.
to
us.
make
Exactly.
sure that our farmers can water their crops.
I'm hoping we can get out of here by 11.
Okay.
That sounds
Yeah,
awesome.
that's pretty optimistic.
So we also need a
Why
date,
not?
if you're gonna have one.
A date for,
Who needs a date?
End of season.
I think we
Oh.
leave that one alone. That's just, I feel strongly that, we already dealt with waiting a week, which I think was the right move.
We waited
but-
2 weeks.
Okay,
Yeah.
but my point is, we waited 2 weeks. We had a lot of people all upset that somebody else got water and they didn't, which I still think is the right move. But if you shut off early and people say, well, there's still water available, it doesn't make any sense to them that
Does it
we
help
were
the
saving
farmers?
water.
The problem is,
And it doesn't help the farmers at that point.
But it doesn't.
no, it
we're
does
able
if you
to
give them water
increase,
now.
Because if we know we're gonna shut off 2
does.
weeks early, that gives us 2 weeks worth of extra
The
pressure.
example they gave that if corn doesn't get enough water,
Yeah,
it
it
gets
doesn't-
1 foot and then it goes to, it sprouts its heads
Yeah.
and
it
it's
just-
ruined.
And
Wow.
itty-bitty ears.
Yeah.
And
And
I
then
like corn.
This is a hard decision because it can go either way. And
There's not a right
you
answer
are
here.
not going to make everyone happy.
Okay.
on
No,
either
but
one.
I'm just,
So,
I leave
I
the
don't know.
dates.
I say we compromise and move it up a week. I can get yelled at for a week.
Yeah.
And if that gives us a little more water to help the farmers out, I don't know, or does that even do anything? Is
I don't
that,
think it does.
is that giving them just enough to fail?
Oh, for Pete's sake, I hope not. There's gotta
I
be a
still think
change
it's
in the high
significant
pressure
enough.
over the western US. There has to be a change somewhere coming along.
It's supposed to rain Thursday.
It is,
Oh,
well.
48%.
But I also saw lightning and that worries me for fire, which.
Okay, resolution, we need to figure this out quick here.
So it sounds like everyone wants to leave it alone. I would actually like to move
It
it up.
gives you a 6% increase in water.
That's what do you
About
wanna do
five.
on
I can move it up a week
the
Yeah.
end
or move it up
date?
2 weeks.
One-
Yeah, I'd say move it up.
Move it up?
Of the water.
I'd say 1 week.
Yeah.
Move it up, that's 5% more water.
From where?
From September to
from-
the third week of September to turn it on.
Turn it
A
off
week
the third
early.
week?
A week
Yeah.
early.
24th or whatever it is. Yeah.
I'm willing to get yelled at for a week.
I'm good with that.
It's not about getting yelled at. I
It
think
won't
it's-
matter
it
for
does-
the people's farms and.
But
yards
5% of-
I don't think it does enough good, is the point,
But
to
it's
to
better
make the
than nothing.
change. I think you've got to do more.
It's worth
I don't
it.
know. I can call and ask.
Okay,
Then motion to table that.
But that doesn't no good either.
Yeah, we really should act on this.
Okay, can
We don't want to
change-
keep nickeling and diming.
can we
Yeah.
bump it up 2 weeks, and then if we suddenly get a miracle and get some water, we can take it back to October?
The problem is if you're constantly moving the target, it makes a
No,
mess.
we don't have
Because
that
you're
luxury,
working off-
because they'll be opening the gates a little wider, we'll get more flow,
Right.
and the rain isn't going to, you know,
Can't change
make
what happens.
So-
He's saying there's no miracles.
1
they
week
said.
or 2 weeks?
Here.
1 week or 2 weeks, what are we doing?
it's.
1 or 2? This is not that hard. Come on, people.
I'm saying leave it.
You're saying leave it. You say 1. Seth says,
I'll say
you say 1.
1.
Okay, we're gonna go
1, yeah.
All right.
So what day do you want to
It's like a
pick?
Family feud.
Pick a day.
Transfer the steel. What's your answer? It's gonna be up there. It's gonna
I'm
be up there.
tired, so I'm ready.
Wait, he said what day?
How about the 20th,
20th is a Monday.
September 20th?
Okay.
So that's actually that's a week and a half.
I know, it's splitting the difference.
Mm.
But it's a good day
It
for them to
does,
shut it
it
down.
does split the difference.
But Monday's a good day for them to
Okay.
shut it down.
I say 20.
20th.
So we're moving on
20th.
a week after the 20th.
Isn't Monday a good day for you to shut it down?
Yeah, it is.
What do you say?
And we, do we stay away
I
from
say
his
the
birthday?
20th, yep.
That's an April.
Or do we need to go 19th because it's a no water Sunday anyway?
I'm just looking at my calendar here.
No, I just, 20th is fine.
Okay. Then you don't have to come in and shut everything down. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
motion,
All right.
motion to approve.
So moved. Wait,
Can you
wait.
specify, please,
Resolution,
everything?
okay, Mayor, I make the we passed resolution R21-26 restricting and regulating the use of pressurized irrigation water during 2021, changing the penalty to and for metering, $1,000 fine and turn off
With the doubling.
with
Fines.
the doubling fines and ceasing water at September 20th.
Okay, a second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
I.
Aye.
Is that everybody?
Nope.
No,
Seth said yes.
Okay.
Seth said yes.
I said aye, yeah.
Are you abstaining or are you saying no?
it's the same, isn't it? So I'm not saying yes to that. I think it's too strict. I don't think it's gonna really make a difference.
Okay, Cassie, would you record that as 4-1? All right, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Have a second?
Second.
Okay. All in
Second.
favor?
I.
All
Aye.
right, Thank you.
We don't have any chance unless we really educate people anyway. I don't
And
think
it is
any of
before
this
11.
matters unless we educate.
And you're right.
Fines are not gonna solve it.
Fines don't ever solve problems.
No.
Um,
But it will help to compensate for the meters.
But I hope, like I said, I'm gonna, like I've been trying to post regularly on Facebook.